beautiful. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's really about reimagining the money. And you know, we don't think of money as a technology, but it actually is a technology. And part of the reason for that is we haven't seen that much change in and around money for, you know, a very long time. Um, and so the question becomes is can we reimagine what money can look like? And you know the way that the financial system works was it was effective in sort of the industrial era and in the industrial age, but you know the financial system and the real economy tend to grow and develop together, and right now they're a little bit out of sync. Um, so in the industrial age, you know, for example, GDP was a good metric of progress, so to speak, right? How much you're producing, the more you're producing, the better. But now GDP isn't really a great proxy for human progress, right? You know, if your healthcare doubles, your GDP just went up, but is that great for everybody? If your tuition for everybody goes up to $50,000 a year, which it is the case in many U.S. universities, people can't afford it, but that increases your GDP. Is that a good thing? Um, so I think we need to reimagine kind of what money looks like in the digital world. And money doesn't have to be this evil thing. It can be, in fact, a beautiful thing.
Mhm. And what is it about this blockchain technology that only a very, very small percentage of the world, you know, very tech background, how is that the technology that's going to break these barriers, that's going to topple down one of the strongest institutions that we have, the traditional financial markets? How is blockchain gonna go up against this giant?
Yeah, so it is a you know a big battle, but I'm very confident that we are you know blockchain and the talented people, not just the people at C Labs and in the Tele ecosystem, but more broadly, the talent that has been attracted to this area is I think well positioned to tackle the problem at hand. Um, and you know, to give one example, I mean, it is you know, with traditional wires, it's faster to get on a plane to London and hand somebody cash than it is to do a wire transfer to London, which is crazy, right? I mean, we live in a world where you know, you send a message instantly and free. But when you want to get money to London, it's actually faster to take a plane there, which is, you know, that's just insane for the existing sort of legacy infrastructure payment rails. And so there's no reason why sending money, as one example, shouldn't be as easy, fast, and cheap as sending an email. And blockchain, for the first time, really gives us this toolkit, as I would put it, to you know achieve you know almost everything we see in the offline financial world online. And in effect, anyone with a mobile phone, internet, in the future can have similar access to financial products that you know a middle class individual in the United States or Europe might expect to have. So I actually am very optimistic that the problem is so severe, um, and that there's so much talent and this new kind of tools available to us to solve the problem. And in the case of the Tello ecosystem, you know there are almost 2 billion people in the world who are either unbanked or underbanked, and almost two thirds of those 2 billion are have a mobile phone, and so you have a situation in which with blockchain technology we can create sort of new payment and financial infrastructure that anyone with a mobile phone can access. And so it really becomes a matter of how do we take these basic building blocks and bridge the gap? And to your point, right, it's really a largely technical audience at the moment. But one of the things that the Telo ecosystem wants to accomplish is to be that bridge. And so as one example of what the Telo protocol does quite differently is it matches public key addresses to phone numbers. So you don't need to know, what your friend's public key address is. You just need to know their phone number. So it makes it infinitely easier. So if you think back to, for example, PayPal, one of the reasons they took off is because they linked payments to people's email addresses. So before then, it was like it was too complicated. Nobody wanted to deal with it. But they had this huge breakthrough when people could just email money effectively, and people already knew their friends' email addresses. So similarly, we're doing, you can send money to your friend just by knowing his phone number. And that's one way in which we're kind of lowering the barrier to entry and making it much easier for non-technical individuals to enjoy some of the potential benefits of blockchain technology.
I mean, to me, that's always been, one of the big barriers of entry for newcomers is, hey, every time you want to transact, you got to copy and paste this really complicated list of numbers and letters. And there have been people in the sphere who have been trying to tackle that problem, those unstoppable domains, and then trying to make human readable crypto addresses. Is that similar here? How are you guys technically working? Is it a smart contract built on the blockchain that automatically connects people's phone numbers to the public keys? And how is that first generation made? Does the user have to input his phone number to combine them?
So there's effectively a mapping process that goes on. So basically it maps your public key to your phone number. And the way it works is when you register, you text messages are effectively sent to your phone. And then it's to validate that indeed you do own that phone and have access to it. So you register, and then there's basically a two-way communication with your phone in which messages are received. It's validated that you do indeed own this number, and then the mapping is effectively confirmed in what we call attestations. And then in the future, you just need to know the person's phone number, and then of course the protocol will know that the mapping is to a particular public key address.
Well, listen, already now when I travel somewhere else in the world and I have WhatsApp and I have to get a new SIM card, and then I can only validate it on my old SIM card and the numbers. Is that going to be an even bigger headache where now I go travel to another country, put in a new SIM card, and now I don't even have access to my money?
No, I don't know. I mean, I think there are backups as well. So let's say, for example, that you went to a new country, you have a new number. You do have backup codes. So if there's a few ways that we've kind of been able to address this pocket of issues. Number one is, let's say you lose your phone, you move to a different country, you want to start over again. You can use those keywords, those seed phrases to kind of restart. The other thing is, one very interesting feature is that you can actually send somebody money that doesn't already have an account, and it'll stay in escrow until they pick it up. So let's say you want to send money to your friend, and that friend doesn't have an account yet, but he'll receive a text message saying, "Hey, there's money for you to collect. You just need to pick it up now." And so we have kind of built-in features that at the protocol layer, and when I say we, the larger Trello ecosystem, that make it pretty easy to kind of account for all sorts of situations that just happen with life, right? You lose your phone, your friend doesn't have an account yet, and so I think those are a couple ways in which it addresses kind of the existing travel issues you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Well, you brought up a really good point before where you mentioned how nowadays it's quicker to actually fly the money to London and hand it over than wire transfer. And that's really crazy and it drives me nuts. But I don't think the issue in the traditional financial system is that they can't send the zeros and ones fast enough. Clearly, that's not the bottleneck. It's not the technology that's the bottleneck. Why with blockchain, why would sending transfers internationally be quicker? I mean, if that's not the bottleneck in the traditional world, it's the KYC and the AML. What's unique about blockchain and about the Trello network that will actually allow these cross-border payments to be quick and cheap?
Yeah, so basically like the international wires are more or less still operating under the SWIFT network, and that was first established in the 1970s, I think 1973 maybe. But there hasn't been a tremendous amount of change to those fundamental payment rails since then. And so there is still a lot of hand holding and manual processes for those international payments in particular. You're right. I mean, money is mostly digital already. So if in the U.S. and Europe and Israel and other countries, over 90% of money is actually already digital. So of the amount of currency in circulation, less than 10% of that is actually fiat or physical. And so oftentimes within countries, so in the US, there's Cash App, for example. In China, there's WeChat Pay. You can actually pretty much instantly send money. But whenever you have to have communication with another, like payment rails, there is a manual kind of hand-holding process. And that's where blockchain can really, potentially through cross-blockchain technologies, really have a global standard for transmitting value across borders. And so it's really about kind of bridging the gap between what is 1970s technology and what blockchain allows us to do now. And obviously the first blockchain as we know it now is Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is amazing for a number of purposes, but it is slow and it is expensive, and one confirmation is 10 minutes approximately. And if you want to have enough finality, you're going to want at least 6 confirmations or an hour. And I think in the world we live in, like we really want payments as fast as we can send an email, right? So, relative to, let's say, the Bitcoin blockchain, Telo's blockchain processes transactions every 5 seconds. So it's a much faster kind of turnaround, and based off user studies, that's what we found is kind of works for most use cases. And each time you send a transaction, it's a fraction of a cent. So it's much faster and much cheaper relative to the Bitcoin blockchain for the purpose of, for example, payments. One thing I would mention, though, just in general, in terms of why is the Telo blockchain unique or different from the Bitcoin blockchain? I mean, one of the biggest problems in adoption, other than usability, is price purchasing stability. The average person isn't ever going to use Bitcoin to buy a loaf of bread, because today it might be 18,000, tomorrow it might be 5,000, and so it's not really, at least in the immediate term, until things are denominated in Bitcoin. It's not a great tool for payments in short-term store of value. So one of the great things about the Telo protocol is it enables you to create stablecoins, decentralized stablecoins on top of the Telo network, the first of which is CUSD. And so not only can you send payments very fast with 5-second block times, and very cheaply with sub-second transaction costs, but you can also send it in CUSD or stablecoin, US dollar stablecoins effectively. And so you can get that price purchasing stability along with the benefits of speed and low transaction costs.
And is the CUSD, is that a fiat backed? Is that crypto collateral backed?
Yeah, so it's a hybrid of seigniorage style and crypto collateral backed. So yeah, as you mentioned, there's high level. There's 3 types of stable coins. There's fiat backed, there's crypto collateralized, and then there's seigniorage. And so fiat backed, probably the most famous are like a USDT or USDC, and then crypto backed, you've got like Make or Die. And we are basically a hybrid. So we have with Make or Die, or with the sort of crypto backed, we do have a reserve, and at the moment is over collateralized. It's half um, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other crypto assets, and half the Telo native asset. And so, in that sense, it is crypto collateralized. It's also what we call a seigniorage style. So the demand is directly tied to the circulation of CUSD. So, for example, if there's demand for additional CUSD, one new CUSD is minted or created, and then that value is used to buy assets for the reserve in the proportion of half Celo native asset, half Bitcoin, ETH, and other digital assets. And then when you need to withdraw that CUSD, it'll draw upon that reserve collateral in order to allow you to get to redeem that CUSD into fiat USD or another digital asset. And so it's really a hybrid model, but at a high level, the advantages of this include being transparent and being auditable at any point in time. And so one issue with, for example, USDT is they don't always provide audited financials, and there is at times less than 100% transparency in terms of whether it's 100% backed. I think the lawyer has previously mentioned that they're less than 75% backed. So indeed, there is a single point of weakness there, and I think that was really why Bitcoin became one of the first most successful cryptocurrencies. It wasn't the first. It was one of the reasons is because it removed that sort of single point of failure. And so similarly, we took a programmatic approach to stable coins in order to kind of gain those benefits of not having a single point of failure and making sure it's transparent and auditable at every point in time.
Mm-hmm. Now you mentioned, that this is stable coins are crucial to DeFi now. As we were saying that buzzword to DeFi. I mean, it's integral to its function essentially. And you guys have this hybrid backed CUSD. Do you see a big growth of DeFi applications happening on the Celo network and on the Celo blockchain? And is it already there? And do you see it growing to the point of Ethereum? Ethereum is highly congested right now. So do you see Celo DeFi applications scaling?
Yeah, so we have over 100 projects now building on the Celo network, and we are a fork off of Ethereum for the specific purpose of DeFi basically, and so we're built around that group of use cases. And so we don't have the same kind of congestion issues. I mean, Ethereum firstly, it's a incredible blockchain and for smart contracts, but it is a highly general kind of blockchain, and it wasn't set up for specific purposes. Like when Ethereum first came out in 2015, 2016, DeFi wasn't even on the radar as something that Ethereum could or should be used for, and so Ethereum is an amazing general purpose smart contract language and platform, but it is not set up, especially before ETH 2.0, for DeFi use cases, especially at scale.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you guys are forked off Ethereum. What is different about Celo? How does it get around the congestion issue?
Yeah, so there's a few big. I mean, there are many areas, but there are a few big areas I would emphasize. I mean, firstly, we are proof of stake, and so Ethereum is going towards proof of stake eventually with ETH 2.0, but that in and of itself, allows us to scale at a relatively higher. So we have a validator network. There's a cap of 100 validators that are elected and voted in. And in that sense, it's a little bit like DPoS, distributed proof of stake. And so you do have significant more scalability. And so the proof of stake is one way in which we are able to, I mean, the Trello ecosystem, the Trello protocol is able to process many more transactions.
Mhm.
So that would be, one huge area of improvement. The other thing I would emphasize again is just that the phone number mapping is hugely critical to kind of adoption and making sure that transfers go through easily. And one other item I would mention is we super light nodes. And so you're able to, with a very low end phone, sync the blockchain. And so,
Wow.
you don't have to have, like with Bitcoin, you better have like hundreds of gigabytes of spare space on your computer if you want to run the full blockchain. Um, with the light nodes, you can basically run the own blockchain with a feature phone, like a very simple feature phone. So you could be using a Nokia in Africa with a bad signal, and you could still be effectively interacting and transacting with the Trello blockchain. So you've basically massively lowered the barrier to entry. So you get more scalability with the proof of stake consensus that we utilize. You get more usability with the phone number mapping, and then you really reduce the hardware requirements for end users with the super light node syncing.
And these are really big promises. And, I've heard Celo compared to be a stablecoin to rival Libra. I've heard Celo is WhatsApp for money. Which is more, which comparison do you think is more apt? And do you think they're true?
I mean, all great questions. So, WhatsApp, I think the analogy for WhatsApp is good in the sense that of usability. Like we want to make it super easy. So WhatsApp is very easy for sending messages. You don't need to be technically sophisticated. You don't need to know what's going on beneath the surface. And so in that sense, I think it's a good comparison from a usability perspective. You're able to very easily send payments and interact with financial tools, and sort of at the usability level, it should have kind of an equally good user experience to a WhatsApp for sending messages, for example. In terms of the Libra comparison, I think they're doing amazing work, and I think that they are focused on some of the end target markets. But we've taken a very, very different approach. And so in the case of Libra, obviously it's a consortium of members who I believe have all paid $10 million. So it's a relatively established group of people who are kind of controlling the network. We're completely open source, and we have taken like a community driven approach to basically having everybody embrace the technology and have it be completely kind of protocol driven and community governed, rather than governed by sort of a set few individuals who kind of join the Libra Alliance. And so, I think that we want this space to succeed. And so I think the more people, the more competition, the better. But in terms of the comparison to Libra, we've taken a very different, more open source approach to governance and towards platform development.
Well, I mean, isn't there, or how do you respond to criticism of proof of stake, where if essentially right now you got a consortium of 50 different organizations who now just bought $10 million each of CUSD, would they not essentially be in that same position as the Libra solution? Would they essentially be dictating governance and dictating who the validators are?
So you don't have to pay any money to join the Trello Alliance, and the Trello Alliance is different from the validators who validate transactions and effectively run the network. So regardless of whether you are an alliance member of the Trello Foundation, which doesn't require any money, or if you're a validator, you get votes through people voting their Tello for you, and in that sense it's a very democratic process. So basically you have everybody, one Tello equals one vote, and everybody can vote their Tello for validator groups. And those validator groups are effectively like parties in a democracy. So you can, see what the different validator groups are doing, and vote for them based off of whether they're mission aligned or whether they're doing work that you think is valuable. And so if you as a validator are not contributing to the community and not doing a good job, or your security standards are too low, people will vote you out. And so in that sense, one, you don't need to have money up front, and two, it's a democratically elected group of validators that are running the network that have to maintain a high standard in order to remain elected.
Well, I mean, I was more talking about proof of stake, highlighting that point, because you're saying that one Celo is one vote, and that makes it democratic. But someone could buy more Celo. It's essentially the more money you have, the more money you're willing to put in, or more value you're willing to put in, is equal to the number of votes. So doesn't that then all of a sudden make it undemocratic? Like my original question, if I got my big company and 50 of my consortium friends to each buy $10 million worth of Zello, wouldn't we then essentially democratically be wielding our purchasing power? I mean, that's right now there really isn't. I'm not trying to pick on you. There really isn't a perfect consensus model yet, and there really isn't a perfect governance model. But for a company that is all about we want to decentralize and democratize the financial world, give access and make fair to the world. I mean, how do you guys overcome this initial or inherent drawback to a proof of stake consensus model?
Yeah, so we've this is something we've thought about a lot. I would firstly point out that your concerns are quite valid. As somebody, I've been a Bitcoin miner, and so one of the things I appreciate about proof of work is that it's not something where the rich get richer. You have to constantly upgrade your hardware. You have to constantly look for cheaper sources of power, and proof of stake tends to gravitate, unless properly managed, towards a rich get richer kind of scenario. And so it's something that needs to be vigilantly guarded against. So in the case of Tello, there are those same pressures to fight against, but we've taken a lot of measures, or the community has taken a lot of measures to make sure that that it is not just a system in which the wealthy get wealthier. And so the Tello Foundation has block rewards that go towards the validators, and also for on-chain community governance. So we publicly published the distribution of Tello native asset across different buckets of uses, and actually, for purchasers or people who spent money to acquire Tello, it's less than 20% of the total Tello in circulation, and the majority is related to community grants, is related to validator rewards, and so the distribution of Tello native asset is driven a lot more by the community contributions, rather than kind of how much money you happen to have. And of course, at the very beginning, any company, any organization, any community needs funding, and so the purchasers or the backers did give will have some voting power because they purchased it. But I would say, unlike other networks, I think the Tello ecosystem has gone out of its way to make sure that rewards are spread slowly over time, and with a focus on distributing that voting power or that Tello native asset to the community in accordance with their contributions, and not just how much money they happen to have.
Mm-hmm. Now, and when I applaud you guys for your work, because really anyone developing right now in the blockchain technology, which is so young and so new and so immature, that you guys really are laying the groundwork to fix these inherent problems. I mean, these are issues that everyone's trying to solve, and I applaud you guys for the incredible work you guys are doing. In your minds, because you guys have this amazing goal, you want to bank the unbanked, you want to help really decentralize and democratize the financial tools and financial markets. Do you guys view yourselves as competing against other blockchain projects, or do you see you guys as competing against the current available tools offered by the banking world?
You know, I mean, I think the truth is the current banking tools have failed a large majority of the population. And so I would say in the immediate term, we're very much a complement to the existing infrastructure. And I would also say that, existing blockchain tools do not fully address the needs that we're trying to address. So let me break it down. With regards to kind of the existing financial infrastructure, as I said, there's still 2 billion people without a bank account or are very underbanked, and the problems there are actually more systematic than anything, right? So if you send a wire transfer, it's generally around $30, and then there's generally a foreign exchange fee on top of that. So if you're from a small country in Africa trying to participate in global commerce, and the average per capita daily income is $10, $30 is prohibitively expensive. You're effectively barred from international commerce. And so the existing financial infrastructure has failed, in my opinion, the 2 billion people in the world who don't fit within the mold of the current financial infrastructure. And so I think, in terms of is there a competition with the existing infrastructure? The existing infrastructure has just not met the demand of this massive group of people. So I don't think there's direct competition in that sense. And then with regards to existing blockchain technologies and organizations, I mean, there's a lot of amazing work that's going on at the moment, but I still think that there's two huge pain points that continue to not be solved. And we talked about them somewhat a little bit earlier, but they are: one, usability; number two, purchasing price stability. So, usability, I mean, as you said, it's still really hard for the average person to use the technology. It's not convenient. And most people who interact with crypto are really just hodling Bitcoin or Ethereum. They're not actually using it. They're that's the extent of their actual kind of engagement. And so I think you really still lack that usability. And I think with the phone number mappings and our mobile first approach within the Telo ecosystem, I think there's a real chance that we will bridge that usability issue. And then on the price purchasing stability, I think the thing is, Bitcoin and Ethereum for many people in the developed world is still very much a speculative asset, right? It's digital gold, or it's digital oil. It's not really something that people are using to buy bread or water with every day. And part of the reason for that is it's just volatile relative to their purchasing power. And the U.S. dollar, for better or for worse, is kind of the global reserve currency. It is the global stable coin, so to speak. And so, by making by having the first stable coin be tied to the U.S. dollar, you really are kind of solving for that stability issue, that sort of price purchasing stability issue. So I think the existing financial infrastructure hasn't resolved the pain points, and I think that there's an amazing amount of work that's going on in the ecosystem, but I don't think that any of the existing projects have thus far completely solved both the usability and price purchasing stability pain points.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's kind of there's kind of two ways of going about it. You know, you could either, and what historically the blockchain community has been doing is, hey, let's try to make it as usable as possible by making it, you know, familiar or easy to use to the user, and then to make it price stable, let's tie it to the traditional fiat money, peg it to the dollar, and hope that the technology is so superior to the traditional systems and cheaper and faster and everything and easy to use that people will then ditch the traditional system and now use this new blockchain. But you worked for Swift blockchain, and so you uniquely, out of everyone I spoke to in the past week, would know, maybe in the world, you would know, you know, how close or how likely is it that instead of the change coming from the blockchain world, instead it's just a traditional, established, like you said, Swift system has been around since the 70s, that they just, on the back end, they just upgrade their technology. That instead of their old technology, it's now a private blockchain. The end user has no idea. They don't have to be sold on a new technology. They don't have to now download a wallet. They're still just banking with their traditional banks in the centralized power, but now they're getting quick and cheap transfers that the blockchain world promising because now they're leveraging blockchain technology. So you saw it from the inside. How much of a willingness is the traditional players like Swift to adopt this technology, and two, how likely and how close are they to actually doing it?
Yeah, so I think the traditional players will adopt blockchain technology inevitably, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Because frankly speaking, we have now tools available that are cheaper, faster, and more efficient. And so that in a capitalist world, you're going to want to find efficiencies wherever they are, and traditional financial organizations are no different, and they will succumb to competitive pressures, and we will see larger adoption of blockchain technology by financial firms, and I think that would be an amazing outcome. I do not view this as a zero-sum game at all. I think if traditional financial banks are using blockchain technology to make transfers, to make financial products and services more accessible, I think that would be an amazing outcome. That said, historically, larger companies have moved significantly slower, and they also have not necessarily satisfied all of the demands of people and haven't been as nimble. I mean, you could say, why wasn't PayPal created by Citigroup or Bank of America, or why is Cash App started by a tech company and not by Barclays in England? And I'm not picking on any particular our bank, but just to say that there is an agility, nimbleness, and that goes along with a startup that is trying to implement a new technology and kind of building from the ground up. And so it's I think kind of having worked in large companies as well as startups, I think one of my biggest takeaways is that people underestimate the power of a nimble, fast startup with a new technology to rechange how the industry works. And part of the problem with larger organizations I've found is that they're very bureaucratic, the interests are very entrenched, and there's really a lack of incentive to, in effect, in the short term, cannibalize their products and services. And so, if you're, for example, making $30 on a transfer, why would you suddenly want to create this new technology that's free? You would lose your $30 per transfer, right? And so your entire business model is thereby not valid. And so what you end up seeing is that traditional incumbents want to kind of extend that business model as far as it'll go. And in the meantime, you have these agile, fast startups using, building an entirely alternative universe. And then you usually get to a tipping point where it's just a vastly superior value proposition. And then the larger companies tend to be somewhat flat-footed. And just as people use PayPal or they use Cash App, they said, this is a better value proposition. I'm just going to do it with this new company. So some of the story is I think that the large companies, in theory, you're right. They have more resources. They should be able to do it. In practice, it's usually not the case, and they're usually very slow to implement good solutions.
Well, I mean, right now we've been drawing, we draw a hard line between the traditional financial, institutions and blockchain projects. But as time goes on, for example, I apologize if I butcher his name, but C Labs recruited Jai Ramaswamy. He was head of enterprise risk management at Capital One. You yourself come from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. And we see this more and more that talent and more higher up people from the traditional financial institutions are coming over into crypto projects and blockchain projects. And so what does this do for crypto and blockchain? Because at the beginning, it was just tech people. At the beginning, it was just blockchain nerds and hardcore libertarians and people who are ideologically into it. What does this mean for crypto and blockchain when you're having these traditional financial, really talented traditional financial people come in? So what do they bring with them? And two, in your view, does it taint the purity of the project, if there is such a thing? But it seems like blockchain is a lot more ideological than most industry, So does it taint it that we're taking in outsiders or traders? Obviously not to that extreme.
I mean, they're all great questions. I think a lot of people that are attracted to this industry are not necessarily like super happy with the way things worked. And I think a lot of people who come to the industry, have good motivations to really, make a positive change and to change the status quo for the better. I don't think I think you're right. Like the origins of crypto, where some anarchists and there's a colored past. But I think a lot of new technologies are exactly like that, right? Like, when the internet first came out, like a lot of it was surrounded around, criminal activity and drugs. And I think a lot of new technologies kind of start on the fringes and then over time move additionally mainstream. So I view, sort of additional talent coming into the industry as kind of a natural progression in maturement of the industry. I think it says something positive about how mainstream the technology is becoming. I think one issue that I think of some crypto people kind of have is the problem is, like, if you don't go mainstream, your impact is going to be like permanently much lower, right? Like before larger institutions started taking notice, I mean, Bitcoin was still very much a very small user base, and so I think overall it's a good thing to have this new technology be applied to solve real problems, to help people. And so I see the talent from traditional financial institutions as a positive thing and reflective of a maturing technology and ecosystem that is getting ready for mainstream adoption. And I view that as a very positive thing, because at the end of the day, we're trying to apply new technologies to solve real problems, to help people.
Mhm. And we have university students from all around the world watching this. So, what would you say to those kids out there who are interested in blockchain technology?
I would say, like, just start learning, start digging in. I mean, for me, I started mining Bitcoin in 2013, and I just sort of like tried to figure out, scrap together so much, any information I can get, and I think getting your hands dirty and just um, you know, really just kind of hands, you either run your own node, or kind of look at what are the BIPs, the Bitcoin improvement proposals, or read the white papers for new projects. I think you really kind of get your hands dirty, and instead of just reading kind of what are the headlines for Bitcoin's price on CoinMarketCap, not I mean CoinMarketCap's great, it's an amazing part of the ecosystem, but instead of kind of focusing on those headlines, really get your hands dirty and dig into what's going on behind the scenes, what makes this technology tick, um, and really start to kind of draw your own assessments of the technology and its potential.
Mhm. I back you up there. I second that. Wonderful advice. There is so much to learn in this space. And before I let you go, you want to let us know what's on the horizons for C Labs. What's next on the agenda?
I think at this point, our mainnet launched a few months ago, in April, May, and we are now really priming for expanding our market. And I think a couple of weeks ago, we reached 100 members in the Tello Alliance, and we are continuing to grow our footprint by partnering with organizations who can leverage the protocol and technology that the Tello ecosystem has built. So at this moment in time, it's really about growing the ecosystem, growing our the footprint, and honing the go-to-market strategy in places where we can have a positive impact.
Well, they're clearly in good hands with you involved. Alex, thank you so much for taking the time and helping explain to us a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes and behind the headlines. Alex Witt, thank you so much. And for all our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by CryptoCuck. Anyone that uses or endorses cryptocurrency unironically is a good long-term investment. Hey, Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Shill. Shilling in the world of cryptocurrencies is part of a marketing ploy. It's when a person promotes a specific digital coin or blockchain project.
Reading fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got a million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from a squad on the block. Chanting with a hold alive. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Never hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper or sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have my mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Hey everybody, it is Patrick McLean. We are back again, as you know, for the second version of Reimagine. I don't know what point we're here in the 72 hours, but again, I would say this is not like the third time I've got to talk to this specific speaker. Over these 3 times, I would say I probably wasn't expecting it when I first met him, but I would say these are probably the interviews that I look forward to the most now, if not one, like top 3. Like, I've come to respect this guy. I've come to respect his perspective. I think there's a lot going on in the market right now, especially what kind of happened in the last 8 to 12 weeks. I think there's a lot of chaos, right? And I think sometimes we're in those moments. It's important to hear from calm, cool, relatively collected voices. So I think you guys will enjoy this. But before I butcher it, Craig, how was your day? How's the weather? How's life? Tell me something really positive and good that's happened to you lately.
Next sort of semester starting in university, in those, so that's going well. Just finished submitting some chapters on a thesis I'm due to submit in the beginning of next year, so they're being reviewed before I finalize that. That's my Doctor of Law. Starting some of the other courses again as the new American semester starts. At Harvard, I'm doing Asian history, so China, Japan, etc., which is very interesting. Just in the first week, actually, now. So enjoying starting that. Everything else is going well with work and business, and yeah, the only thing I'm not looking forward to is rather than actually going to the US and attending residencies, I now have virtual residencies where I get to get up at sort of god unusual hours because I'm in the UK, and basically sit there on a Zoom call and pretend that I'm meeting people.
And that's you're teaching, or you're there to learn?
No, I'm learning. I'm still a student.
Yeah. So wait, first off, how many schools or how many things or courses or whatever are you taking right now?
You want an honest answer?
I mean, I would prefer one.
20.
Like, and that's on a weekly, like, concurrent basis, or they're staggered?
No, current. They stagger. The Australian universities have a different summertime than the American ones and British ones, so there's a bit of difference. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it becomes easy after a while because in my psych course, I mean, I've got a master's degree in statistics, and yet I have to relearn statistics at a really basic level.
Well, and I kind of wanted to bring this up. I was thinking more towards the end of this conversation, but this seems relevant just on this point. But, you know, I think, again, a lot of students will be watching this. We have a lot of universities we work with. You know, I think for someone like you who takes a lot of classes, that participates in academia, is fairly eager to learn, it sounds like, or very eager to learn. What have you learned in this transition where, like, physical schools are closed? Like, what are have you seen any upsides? Have you seen any downsides? What would be some advice you would give the students?
Well, it's really good for me. I mean, I'm a bit of a curmudgeon anyway. I never really liked actually physically having to attend university, so that makes my life a bit easier. But even then, I mean, when someone who has Asperger's and is a curmudgeon starts saying, we're being cut off and not interacting, then you know there's a problem. So, I mean, I was just mentioning to you before we started how I've got a doctoral residency where rather than attending for a week and meeting people and actually doing stuff and talking, I'll sit there on a Zoom call at ridiculous hours and pretend that it matters.
So you actually enjoy meeting people in that regard, or maybe you realize after you don't have that experience that there was some benefit in it?
Do I enjoy it? No, but I find benefit from it. I can't say that I enjoy socializing, but it is beneficial. So I do it because it's beneficial. I force myself to do it whether I like it or not.
Wait, I mean, obviously, I don't know, you probably hate to think of yourself as one, but, you know, I know we're all in a bubble, but I'd say you're a bit of a celebrity, at least in the crypto world. But, like, wait, so if you're on a Zoom call, if people ever, like, spot you, do they ever have, like, a little celebrity moment with their classmate?
I've actually had someone in one of my, in my master's course on politics that I'm doing, I had one of the students has figured out who I am and gone full fanboy and whatever, which I wasn't expecting. But so that's the first time it's actually happened. I've had people on the street do that sort of stuff. And the other day when we went into town, we went just for lunch and things. Now that everything's open again, sort of in England, and someone on the side of the road was working and pulled me over and went, "Hey, you're Craig Wright, aren't you?" And I went, "Yes." Yeah, can I have a photo? Anyway.
You just got to dye your hair, put on some glasses. This is kind of what Superman does.
Do the Clark Kent bit.
Yeah, it's the most lame costume, but apparently it works.
No, no one will recognize me because I've got bad glasses on.
One year I was bored. I hate dressing up for Halloween, and like some cute girl wanted me to go out there. So I just put on a suit and like glasses. And then, what are you? I just had a Superman shirt underneath, just open it. And like, it was the easiest, most fun costume ever. But hey, so first off, I think it's been probably 3 months since I talked to you. I think I don't want to say a lot's changed. I'm guessing you would probably say a lot hasn't changed. I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen the sentiment and the insanity of this space, of the crypto space. I've seen it go pretty crazy in the last 12 weeks. I think there was a convolution of events. I can't quite put my finger on it. My guess is, from what I can tell, that it was like a marketing branding move. Like someone just said DeFi, or there was some light bulb that went off in someone's head. my question is like, isn't Bitcoin DeFi? Like, is this actually something new, or are we just
decentralized finance? That was something that Mr. Charles Ponzi used. I mean, think about it.
Tell me more about that.
Decentralized. So, in order to raise capital, he wasn't the first one to use it, but decentralized finance is the call by every scammer in human history. Basically, we will enable you to be rich because you'll own shares, which is the old adage when everyone, including the taxi driver, starts to tell you share advice, or in this case, token advice, get out.
So, well, I'd say it's pretty clear that you are not a fan, but like, and I will tend to agree with you. Like when I first started hearing this term, which I think maybe some less than sophisticated people, as far as in my book, said DeFi, 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 and I was like, what is DeFi, right? Like, do you even have an actual definition of this? And you know, I had to take a little time to, I guess, research what they were looking at, right? I think
that was never about all this stuff. It's not to do with anything I've said Bitcoin was. It's all things that people who came in afterwards added. The whole uncensorable, immutable chain, that comes from the end of 2010, beginning of 2011, with a writer from the Electronic Frontier Foundation who ran around misunderstanding the concept of Bitcoin, thinking that it basically is this whole thing that anonymizes everything and does Tim May's idea of crypto anarchy, which Bitcoin's the opposite. Bitcoin is not a cryptocurrency, and no blockchain can be. The whole point is to have a public pseudonymous record. So the difference is whether it's e-gold or any of these other things, it's not anonymous. And Bitcoin is not the first proof of work distributed cryptocurrency, full stop. The first one I know of is Shamir and Rivest had an idea in 1995. The only difference between Bitcoin really and things like Mnet and Mojo Nation, both linked, is Bitcoin's not anonymous. Every cryptocurrency tried to be anonymous. David Shaum wanted a blinded system that enabled full anonymity. The other people who did CHJ and some of the other blinded currencies, fully anonymous. The difference is Bitcoin did not go anonymous. That's the big difference. I made a system that is never anonymous.
Well, and I think that's the one thing that I figured out about you, and I'm still very convinced people probably do not truly understand about you, is that you're actually like, when you talk about Bitcoin, and I think a whole nother sector who thinks they're into Bitcoin, right? They're like very anarchist and like they want destruction of governments and, you know, transaction records and all this stuff.
So what do we replace it with? We get rid of government, and then what?
Okay, so let's tie that back, right? Okay, so let's look at this DeFi stuff, and I'll just say, and again, I had to like actually dig in the last few weeks because I was like, what are they talking about? Only in this new phenomena that happened, like and I'm like saying it's 100% new, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
It's called web IPOs, which were a big thing until which everyone ran around in between 1994 and 1999. Running around going, it's decentralized, it's distributed, you can't stop us, until the SEC went, actually, we can. And they'll learn this. I mean, there's no such thing as a decentralized, no agent system, full stop. Bitcoin's not.
So hang on, I just want to pull out this one point. So like, and again, I want to make sure we're on the same page here. I definitely think that the term DeFi is somewhat broad, but I want to zoom out on just what I think happened in the last 8 to 12 weeks, which is like, there's things like Uniswap, there's things like Balancer. Are you aware of these kind of like the decentralized liquidity pools?
They're just liquidity pools. What's the centralized? All this, they're centralized versus decentralized. There's no such thing as decentralized here. I mean, the word decentralized has meanings in economics, it has meanings in politics, it's just been thrown out there as jargon, meaninglessly. So what are you meaning by decentralized? Actually define the term, rather than widely just broadcasting this thing going, it's decentralized. What do you mean by that?
So I think they would probably define it as, I'm not saying they're right or wrong, I'm saying they would define it as no central authority, hopefully, right? That there's probably some gradient between has the access to the keys or not, that things are locked in
that's
smart
wrong.
contracts.
But there's no such thing as a smart contract. Full stop. There cannot be a smart contract. Artificial intelligence, this idea from 1958, is bullshit. It was bullshit then, it's bullshit now. It's smart in the sense that someone has done algorithms. There's no artificial intelligence. There's no intelligence in a machine.
Right.
We have not progressed one iota towards a smart machine. We have better algorithms designed by people. The agency in a system is humans. I mean, lots of Silicon Valley people want you to believe that there's something smart, because when that car by Tesla runs someone over, they can go, it's the computer, not me. When the system by Google sort of takes a applicant who's a minority or a woman and rejects them for no reason, they can go, it's the computer, not our culture, which is bullshit. Google got in trouble because sexist hiring practices. It was not the computer. It was programmed in the computer. At the end of the day, there's no such thing as artificial intelligence. There won't be in my life. I mean, we love to run around going, the computer's going to be smart. The computers aren't smart. My toaster is just as smart as the smartest supercomputer out there. In fact, if I go to the garden and I get a slug and I stomp on it and spray it and set it on fire, 5 minutes later, that slug is still smarter than the smartest computer that we have invented.
Do you see what the Elon Musk that they're going to demo the Neuralink on Friday? Like actually working. They have like a person.
It's old technology. I mean, this idea of being able to change delta waves, alpha waves, whatever else by thinking, it's been around for a long time. I mean, and we sit there going, we'll be able to think at the computer. We're a long way from that. And they're nice toys.
If it did exist, if you had a natural input device just by thinking what you wanted to type, would you use it?
I do in a way now. I talk at my computer.
Sure, okay, but like in an invasive surgery type thing that could make your thoughts react much faster, would you consider it?
No, because it's going to end up with scar tissue in your mind. It will cause it won't make your thoughts any quicker. The computer will crash just as often. I mean, remember 5 years ago, we had promises of self-driving cars. We've got promises of flying vehicles and taxis. Silicon Valley comes up with this crap all the time. They promise all the time, and we go, wow, isn't that good? And we throw money at them. Where is it? What do we got? We got Facebook and fucking TikTok.
Well, and I will say one thing, and I'm remembering now. I did disagree with you a little bit last time, I think, just because I have friends in the city and I came to love the city a little bit, but I really wanted to pull out from you before, like, what was your vitriol when you think about Silicon Valley, right? And I think I had pulled out last time that, I think you kind of separate what were hardware companies actually producing value, companies like that, versus companies that are really just built to exploit our data, et cetera, kind of adding, end run value. I will say one thing that I've witnessed in the last 12 to 16 weeks, which is that there's been a fleeing of Silicon Valley. Now that these companies have announced people can work remotely, et cetera, they're starting to increase taxes in California. I know of a mass amount of people that are leaving Silicon Valley. So I guess I wanted to turn that back to you. Like, do you think that's going to end up being like a net positive just in them changing their geography? Or do you think that their geography won't really impact what their end goals are?
It depends on the person at the top of the business. I mean, tone at the top matters. So we like to avoid that. And that's really what DeFi is about. It's about going, you guys make the decision, not me, which is bullshit. I mean, if you take the whole concept of proof of stake, it's proof of share ownership, basically where we call the share not a share, because that's all it is. The definition is purely a share. This has already been decided in court. Everyone thinks this is new. As I keep saying, there was this thing called a web IPO in the 1990s, where token offerings and distributed systems were used to raise money. So it's no different to what we have now, and the same scams. And guess what? Like everything now, nothing was ever created. No token offering in human history has ever created value. So if you're talking about something that's raising money by a token, which isn't what Bitcoin's about, if you're talking about, I've got a token, you're not creating a system to do something else. You're creating a promise and raising money with this token, which is just looking at equity investment. You can call it other things. You can call it securitization of assets. You can call it pre-sales. Every little bit of that is under existing law. There's nothing new there. And it's not a new idea. It's just a computerized token. In the West, we dematerialized shares back in the 1980s. The last country to do it a few years ago was India. The whole world is dematerialized. That means we are on databases. And sitting there going, oh, we're decentralized. Bull crap. Ethereum is not decentralized. It has a small team of people who run what happened. They set the code. They create what happens. If Vitalik and crew want to change the protocol, it changes.
Oh, 100%. Well, I guess I would tend to agree a little bit on that part, where it's like you kind of replace one devil for another, right? And
what devil have we replaced? I mean, the whole.
No,
system.
I mean, well, exactly. It's like people. There's this counterculture thing, which is like CEO in a tie equals bad.
Oh, it's not a counterculture thing. It's a bunch of assholes who basically run around going, they're bad because they're not me. I mean, it's the only way I'll put it. Yeah. It's not a counterculture thing. It's a bunch of assholes trying to get rich quick without any obligation, responsibility, or care. This is the whole point. Legally, if you raise money, then you have obligations to shareholders. If you have a DeFi thing or an ICO, you have obligations. So if you raise a small amount of money, there are provisions in the US and Britain and whatever else for crowdfunding. You can raise $1 million easily. You can raise $2 million with a bit more, $5 million going through a few hoops. And after that, it becomes more difficult. Guess what? That's good. Here's the thing. The shittiest, worst thing that any startup can get is $50 million. Any startup that gets round A funding of $50 million is the shit show that is basically a scam. Because the first thing that happens if you get a lot of money is nothing.
You get lazy.
You go out there and you do a Mt. Gox and you buy a new office and you install cafes and you forget the purpose. To be successful, you need to be hungry. You need to go home worrying. And my wife will tell you about that. She hates it. It's not so bad now, but I mean, back in the early days when I was starting everything and building companies and all the rest, having people knock on your door because you're paying something a little bit late, having to actually negotiate with people, having to sort of go to investors all the time and actually make your targets because you have a 1 month runway and you have to get things done. That's how you make a good business.
Oh, I would tend to agree with that. That's something I've actually always told people. You have to stay hungry. Like, there's actually value in it. Like, when I have a lot of money, I'm fat and lazy. When I have less money, I wake up really terrified and I run around and I'm like, I gotta do something today, or
Exactly.
like my
When you
life's
wake up in the middle of the night in a sweat, thinking about, oh fuck, I've got 4 weeks to raise capital, or I'm screwed. My house is on the line. My children's fees are for their school is late. What the hell do I do? When you are shit scared every night, you think about your company
now
24/7.
okay now
Then
okay
you
now
succeed.
go ahead. Now I'll ask one question. Let's pivot off this, but like, so I've always been in the mentality to say, like, so I think you and I are probably similar in that regard. Like, I know myself. I get my best work done. I almost sometimes try to light money on fire just so I can like go back to like a hungry mentality. It's for anyone listening, it doesn't sound normal. So I tend to give it away. I don't actually light it on fire. But do you think there's any middle ground? Like, I've always wondered myself, like, do I have to be like that? Like, can't people be more calm? Or like, you think there's no middle ground?
There's no middle ground. I'm not a Taoist. I don't believe in the hippie mentality or whatever else. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all have a nice, easy life and whatever else? No, we can't. Everything's at the margin. It's not just economics. If you want to be successful, you have to be at the margin. It's not being nearly good enough. You have to be the best continuously. You have to have a bad day and be there. You have to break your leg and turn up to the meeting in a wheelchair. That's what it really takes.
Got it. All right. So, hey, I think you hit on a few points, especially on proof of work. And we were talking before, I think it's one thing that I would want to chat about. I was reading one of the most recent articles kind of talking about, you know, what proof of work is used for kind of specifically in Bitcoin and how it's kind of been maybe fantasized a little bit or fetishize, whatever terminology you want to use, like how people have kind of made this term. So I guess, do you want to explain, like, I guess what you've written recently and what you really want people to understand about it? Like, your thoughts on proof of work?
Proof of work is very simple. Proof of work is basically just a signal. It's an economic signal, a handicap principle type signal, where the large dominant player signals where they are and that they have something at risk. That simple. So if you happen to be the largest entity, people know where you are. If you're a cabal of a few, they know where you are. That means we can't, for instance, have someone get 51% and start double spending attacks. Not because of cryptography, not because of inverus numerus, because of the numbers, because of economics and law. Bitcoin's not a cryptographic system. It is an economic system that uses cryptographic algorithms. Very big difference. That's where people don't get it. You get all these computer scientists who have no idea about the real world, and they think, oh, but it's not perfect. Now, I don't know if you're old enough, but I'm old enough to remember checks. So
I had a balance and checkbook in high school, so I'm that old.
Okay, so you remember that people gave checks out and there were possibilities of people spending the money in the account or double spending their checks and all sorts of things. And yet that was rare. Why? Because you sign your name and you've now provided a means for someone to come back and take legal redress if you basically do something wrong. And the cost to you, if you get caught, is immense compared to what you gain from the check. So people used to take checks, apart from some areas. Maybe they'd take ID first, whatever else. but checks used to be used, and they could be double spent. You had a timing on
I haven't thought about that in a while, but it's like so much faith in the check. Like the fact that some cashier in the middle of nowhere would take basically an IOU, right? Like we couldn't imagine that in the slightest in today's world, like not even close.
No, but this is part of the problem. You've got all these young guys who have no idea how the world actually works or finance works, and they're running around going, Bitcoin solves all this. No, Bitcoin's not about that. Bitcoin doesn't remove all trust. A trusted third party is an intermediary. It actually is a term that means something different to what they think. So read a few legal textbooks and you'll find a trusted third party has a meaning. It doesn't just mean a middleman, or it doesn't mean any entity. There are actually defined terms here. So unfortunately, you get a lot of misunderstanding when people have tried to shoehorn other ideas into Bitcoin. Now,
so go ahead.
So there are not 10,000 nodes on the BTC network. Full stop. There cannot be 10,000 nodes on the BTC network. There's one
Raspberry Pi. A Raspberry Pi is not a node?
No. Nodes create blocks. You have one single consensus methodology, the creation of blocks. And the anthropomorphized personification of the word vote has been, which was used 3 times in the white paper, twice not to actually say that Bitcoin's a voting system, and once to basically make an analogy to 2 options. You don't vote on protocol, you don't vote on any of these other things that people think. It's not a democratic system. You have 2 choices. You run the software, it does the job, it's automated, or you attack the network. You vote to run the authentic software, or you vote to be an attacker. And proof of work means if you vote to be an attacker, we know who you are. It's big and displayed and out there. You're not secretly attacking. And in law, if you're a computer attacker, we can take your machines. They can be sequestered. So you invest hundreds of millions of dollars into a facility that can disappear that quickly. That's the security of Bitcoin. The other part is Mathias et al., where they said we could publish what they called round headers, because the whole sort of blockchain concept there was round chain from 1999, which is referenced in the white paper that no one reads my damn references. And what they said was, we don't think that a distributed system would work. We're going to give you a central party, and they will publish, rather than using SPV, which was to put the headers out there, they'll publish them daily in a newspaper. So my concept was, well, 1999, these guys wrote before the internet was really big. It was big enough that they should have really caught on that they could have used it. They didn't, but I guess they were like 50 in 1999, so internet, another fad to them, but anyway. So really what they should have looked at is we could use the mechanism of this protocol to actually be the thing distributing it. The nodes don't need to have the node headers. The users of the system do. They're the ones who then get to self-audit and detect change.
So I think like in the article that you wrote recently, what called out to me was kind of because I felt like you obviously weren't explaining proof of work, right? Like you weren't like remaking an argument for proof of work. You were saying proof of work has developed this, I would say again, fanboy, or like this fascination with people that is maybe misappropriated. And then if you go down that sequence, it kind of, what I pulled out was that you were kind of trying to tie together or the disadvantages of where people, they try to apply anonymity. Like if they try to apply anonymity, right?
They're trying to apply anonymity and create it into a voting system. So I'll step back and say anonymous and proof of stake, where Ethereum wants to go. Think about this for a moment. proof of stake doesn't mean every person gets a vote. It's not DeFi or decentralized finance. It is the person with the most ability to not only have an investment, but to shelf it and earn money from it. So not the small investor, not the democratized ideal, the large investor gets to say what happens. So if, for instance, you happen to be like a Vitalik and friends who own more than 50% of the network, you always control the network. And the thing that Bitcoin solved, sibling, the ability to uncover nodes and make sure that they're actually the things they say they are. People don't seem to understand this, but Sybil protection is why you can't have anonymous nodes. Bitcoin stopped you being anonymous. It's mentioned in the white paper. Where I say it stops sibling, that stops anonymous nodes. So with an anonymous node and a proof of stake, say we've got 100 shares and I own 50 of them. I can go out there now and split myself up into 50 virtual nodes. And I can vote as if I'm 50 different people. And I can win. Why? Because I can now sybil the network and pretend to be all those other people. That's what they're aiming for. So the same happens with proof of work. If you make Bitcoin a voting system, if you think this is what it solves, you're asinine. Your head is up your ass. Because think about this for a minute. The biggest node now votes. And a small cabal, and that's all it is, votes. And it will always be this way. It's not we get lots of nodes and it distributes. There's no way of doing that. I'm sorry, but this is an NP hard problem. You're not going to solve nodes. The whole point of Bitcoin is to uncover nodes, not to anonymize them. If you anonymize them, then you have the scenario where people can hide as other things. So then you form groups who are many nodes, but are really the same entity. That's what Bitcoin solved. So if you have large voting blocks, that's called a plutocracy, rule by the rich. That's not democratizing finance. These people running around are the ones with all the money, all the power, all of those particular tokens who are going, you poor person can get a say. I maintain control, but I'm not going to tell you. If I want to change the rules and take your money, I can, but that's okay because in the fine print, you've agreed to it. And that's the point. What they're doing is saying it's computer code. You don't need to read the fine print. And this is the secret. They want a contract that can take your money without you reading the fine print, because the fine print is now compiled code.
So if I understand this right, are you saying then like the way Bitcoin was designed originally was to say that if a network or if a node's trying to anonymize itself, that it has inherent disadvantages, like let's say they're using a Tor exit network or something like that, that like there'll be network effects that make them slower and less efficient and therefore
Yes.
they won't succeed?
That is correct. Now, part of why the whole block size thing came about is people run around going, we're going to try and fix that. We're going to break Bitcoin so that we can get more nodes. Guess what? You can't. So this is why people now go to, let's put proof of stake in there. You can't. The limiting factor isn't proof of work, isn't proof of stake. It is the blockchain. If we have a blockchain, if we are doing this, the whole purpose is to de-anonymize nodes. So you're getting a system designed to de-anonymize nodes and you're trying to re-anonymize them. It doesn't work.
Actually, I think I have a good question. So I'm looking at your blog now. And I recently I started before this interview, and we were supposed to do this last week. For everybody who doesn't know, I apologize to Craig. I got really sick and had to reschedule this. It was very nice to allow me to do that. Thank you again. Why do you write these blog posts? So like, okay, like I'm gonna look at your last 6. Proof of work is used for a Bitcoin. Keys are identified. What is sensitive resistance? Cryptocurrency, the law. Cryptocurrency, the law of the horse. Techno-communism, the desire for socialism through code. Is code really law? Why do you write these? Do you write these because you think you get frustrated and people like, you're like, guy, you're pulling your hair out and you want to tell people your thoughts and you think that you can help them evolve or help them think better? Are you venting? Why do you write blog?
Educate. So I can't help everyone, but the more people I can get to listen, the less will get scammed. And the more regulators and government officials start reading these things, the more they'll realize that there's nothing here that they can't take action on. All this, it's too decentralized. The only way a blockchain system is decentralized is to be set in stone. No developer groups, no changes, full stop. If you don't have that, you don't have any decentralized. The only decentralized is no more Satoshi, no changes. The protocol's set. Piss off if you want to change it. Full stop.
So I haven't gone and read analytics across the multitude of posts you've written, but like, if you were to pull out a few like common threads, like maybe one to 3, like what would you say are like some key points? Is that ever evolving? Like, have you seen the message you try to get across evolve, or do you think has always kind of been some commonalities behind what you're writing?
There's always commonalities. I think I'm probably becoming a better writer. 10 years ago, my writing sucked. I mean, I did English for engineers and this sort of stuff, but I mean, to be honest, English for engineers doesn't really teach you how to write. Writing a technical report isn't really writing. So since then, I've taken English classes, I've taken literature classes, more history than I care to remember, etc. And the more I write, the better I can get my message across.
Well, so, but I mean, I guess I want to just pull out, like, I mean, I could probably guess, but I'd like to hear from you. Like, what do you think some of, like, what are those points that you're trying to, like, what are the things, like, every day you want to bang your head against the wall? It's like what spurred you? Why on August 18th, did you hop on, and maybe you worked on that post for a week before or 2 weeks before, I don't know your process, but like, why did you think, what triggered you? Like, why did you think that post was important to write about, to really get across to people that the point of proof of work was not this like godlike myth that all of you are like fanboying about, but it's to really say, if I were to tell you the reason, it was to like prevent anonymity, because anonymity breeds scams, and therefore, like, what triggered that?
It's all part of other things I'm writing. So at the moment, as I said, I'm writing my PhD in law thesis at the moment. Got chapter 3 of 7 in for review and all the rest. And as I'm going through each of these and the side papers and things like that, then other things come up that I probably should put out there just as a simplified version. So in part, that's where it comes from.
If you think out the next 6 months, what do you think, what do you predict you'll have to write more about, or you'll be inspired to write more about? Like, what do you think, if you look out 6 months, people are going to need to hear more about, have clarification around, would you project?
I think I'm going to have to hammer the same point home again and again. Bitcoin's not anarchist. It's not this. It's about decentralization. Bitcoin is not censorship resistant, whatever the fuck that means. There's no other way to put that. Have to throw in an F-bomb for that one, because what the fuck does that crap mean? I mean, what, we can put out there all the child porn we want and no one can stop us. We can fund terrorists all we want and no one can stop us. Really? Are you that daft? Do you think the government can't stop Bitcoin like that? If you think that, then you are so dumb. It is not funny. There are 32 BTC nodes globally. 32. There are less exchanges. The Liberty Reserve takedown, there were 4,678 banks involved. They were taken down within 1 hour of each other. That, globally. Only a few countries got out of it, including Sierra Leone, because there isn't a government there. But no one cared because the Americans cut banking off and made that country even more of a shit show at the time. So we sit there going, oh, no one can touch us because we're decentralized. Liberty Reserve had a Walla network of over 50,000 individuals. It was more than 10,000 times more decentralized than Bitcoin ever hopes to be. Bitcoin can never have more than 2,000 nodes in a perfect world where everyone agrees and cooperates rather than competes, which Bitcoin's not designed to do. Full stop. It can't. So we're sitting there going, oh, we can do all this stuff. No, you can't. You know how easy it is to take down every single exchange globally. It could happen in 5 minutes.
I think you just have to take down Cloudflare and AWS, essentially.
Oh, you just tell them to turn them off. But you can take out all of the DNS. None of these work on fast flux, and fast flux networks can be taken down. None of them work without banking. All this, oh, we can use Tether and whatever else. No, you can't. Every single thing here can be seized momentarily. It just hasn't been at the point where the US have given a shit yet, but they will, and it's getting very close to it.
Well, yeah, I think they give more than a shit. It's just a literal, like, what benefit do they have to rocking the cradle? If they probably know their end game, right? Like, why not sit back and wait, right? Like, capture as many fish as you can before you pull the net up.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's the other thing. Bitcoin is not anonymous. So as people are discovering slowly, you can follow all the audit trails. There's a permanent, unalterable audit trail. The complete dickwads in Silk Road, every one of them was a complete dickwad who had shit for brains, running around going, Bitcoin's anonymous. No, it's not. Never once did I say Bitcoin was anonymous and could be used for this sort of shit. Those idiots thinking that they could get away with that suck.
It's actually the worst thing. It's actually the worst thing for hiding, right? Like, I mean, you literally have a complete ledger, like I mean, exactly. Every single transaction is there. Like, yeah.
And then even the privacy controls that I put into Bitcoin, none of them use. I mean, I said, don't reuse addresses. What do? Same bloody addresses every time, published on a damn website. I mean, talking about dumb criminals.
And I think I said this to you before, and today was just another reminder, right? And I'll give you an example. There's a guy we know, best-hearted guy, nicest guy, not malicious at all. Spent the last few weeks, I mean, whatever, he has a lot of crypto. I would not call this guy a bad guy. He's not a scammer. Literally he's one of the nicest people I know. He's like the scientist. Like, every time you see him, he'll have a 9-vitamin pill concoction for you. He's just like a very good friend of ours. And he's been on this like yield farming and all this DeFi stuff. You can think what you want of him, right? Whatever. Just interested by it and has been researching it. So we were all at lunch. Hey, do you want to go out to dinner tonight? It's like, no, I got to interview someone who you're interviewing. I'm sitting down with Craig Wright. Say, yeah, I'm curious to hear some of his thoughts and just what he every single thing that he told me about you, right? And again, this is not malicious. I just think that it's really misunderstood. And I think I misunderstood this the first time I talked to you, which is to say, oh, Craig's right, probably is going to want to know why, like, it will be bad for governments to shut down this or this or the other. And I was actually like, man, you don't get it. He's actually the exact opposite. Like, he's here for accountability, transparency. He is not really interested in people hiding. And I think I have asked you this before. I can't remember if I did, but like, I'm very well convinced that if I were to ask 99 out of people that are in quote unquote in crypto, they would have no idea that you're kind of like, you're literally the opposite of the anonymous face mask guy who's
so
like.
I like the concept of conscientious capitalism, which was it's a movement that basically has the idea that to be effective, we need to actually involve not just shareholders, but all of the people in the organization. We have to be socially responsible. We have to involve our customers. And ironically, the best organizations, the ones who have the highest growth, happen to follow this sort of path. Because you can make good short-term money by cutting research and development and cutting a lot of social programs. But the problem is, long-term, your company goes down the tube. Because you think about it, you've got a 10-year return cycle on research and development. So for those 10 years, the CEO can come in there and make his bonuses by cutting all of those expenditures. Great. Apart from at the end of that 10 years, he leaves. What happens? The company goes into a shit spiral.
Well, I think I remember reading. I had to pull it up while we were talking because I couldn't remember his name, but it's Larry Fink, BlackRock, like the largest private equity firm. And a year or two ago, he started writing letters, to all of the companies that he owned parts of and saying, we are going to change the way we value companies, right? Like, stop giving me quarterly reports, right? Stop basing it off of that, right? Think longer term. And then you started to see the cascading effect of that, right? Where, I think people tie that to global warming and environmental responsibility, right? I think there's other elements of it. But, just even as investors kind of signal that, because I think like there's this real upside down mechanism. I mean, when you take like a price earnings ratio, I've always said it, if you're McDonald's and the stock market says your stock needs to go up every year or we're going to hurt you, and this is based on some price earnings ratio or P ratio, whatever, and now you have a McDonald's on every street corner in the world and everybody eats at your restaurant 3 times a day, how do you make more money, right? How do you show growth? Well, at that point, you need to start cutting, right? You need to stop putting real beef and put fake beef, right? Like, you need to do things that aren't logical, right? Like, you wouldn't send your kids to eat there.
Long term, if you're investing, your share price is going to go up. So long-term investors don't care. Jobbers do. The people like we get in the crypto industry who sit there watching the little the green and red lines go up and down and go, oh, we got to jump in now because it's got a Fibonacci spiral or whatever the fuck.
You would be proud of me if I were to show you my text messages on my phone. The last 4 to 5 weeks, I have been brought. Mousebell has existed now for over 3 years. You can't find a single bad article about us online. I'm very proud of this. Actually, I say that our reputation is phenomenal, and I have done a lot to protect that. Right. And just in the last 4 weeks, I can't tell you the amount of things that have gotten brought to me that say, oh, let's take this short-term decision because of current market sentiment that literally started 4 weeks ago, right? And I'm looking at people saying, you want me, 8 weeks ago, you were on this side of the fence, and now 4 weeks later on the other side of the fence, because why? Because some guy made a little money that you're jealous of? And I think it's very important in those moments, right, to say, and I told someone last night and said, dude, I would be surprised if anyone you're referencing to me right now is around 18 months, I want to have a company that is around 50 years from now, right? Like, that sounds cool to me, right? Like, I'll sacrifice or be the one asshole in the room that says, hey, something seems wrong here, right? Like, if we had all these theories, we had all these moral or ethos, elements of our business, and now in less than 4 weeks we change, then we need to really reflect, right? And I've started to even be the bad guy in the room lately, I think sometimes, to just point it out and say, okay, like if all of you are yes men, then I'll be the asshole. And I have enough sway in the room that you can't run me over. So your job is to like basically persuade me. So I definitely hear what you're saying. And I think there's a lot of that going on right now, a lot of it. I think the ICO world died after 2018, towards the end. I mean, right, the SEC crackdown, all these projects dropped, people got pissed because their money lost. And in the last 8 weeks, it's like complete chaos again.
Yeah. But how is that different to Stratton, whatever they were, Wolf of Wall Street thing? I mean, the whole penny share and penny bond issue. Let's see, we've got the internet here, we can call people up and we can pump a penny share. How is this different? I'm sorry, we're not selling the company. The whole token thing is not, I have this idea, this is how I'm going to grow my company. This is how I'm going to make long-term revenue. This is how I'm going to make it profitable. This is the .com boom again. I have a .com website, so I'm going to get millions of dollars because, well, I have totallywankysite.com, and people will pay me $1 million because I registered totallywankysite.com. I mean, that's really what this is about.
So let's go on this DeFi. So let's take one step back on that. Like, have you heard about yield farmers? Like, have you heard about YAM? Have you heard about this?
Yes, unfortunately, I've heard about all this bullshit. What do you actually create? So what are they creating? What are they doing? We're milking the system for money. You guys invest $50 million so that we can slowly take the money away.
Hang on one second. I want to let you take this. I apologize for interrupting you, but hopefully what I say right now will make sense. I just want to understand this context as you're going to say what you're about to say. Let's say that somebody had some idea for, here's this, or I found this 200-year-old economic theory from some guy in a book, and I put that to code, and I own 0 of it, and I put it online, and I threw away the key, and I could never change the rules. Do you think in that same light that person, if they have literally no upside personally?
Well, first of all, that's bullshit. There's no such thing as I put a key out there so no one can change the rules. What crap? Bitcoin isn't my keys, I control everything. That's bullshit. Bitcoin is not encrypted. That concept of I have a key, you can't access something, is encryption. Bitcoin is not encrypted. It has a blockchain that can be verified, the same as any read once, write many databases. Even Hadoop acts that way. Guess what? You can append. You don't even need to do the bullshit that the DAO reversal did. You don't need to alter all that. That was just stupid people who knew nothing about accounting. They didn't even need to do all that BS that caused all the problems. They could have implemented seizure in the code, full stop. And don't believe you can't. It's immutable. Well, sorry, I did not say that. My system has a record that is public. That doesn't mean that you can't actually change the direction of things. In the opt-true, opt-return bug, that would allow miners or nodes to basically seize, freeze, and reallocate Bitcoin. There's nothing stopping that. No number of home users can stop that. No number of Raspberry Pis can stop that. The only thing that makes that choice are developers and miners. One developer group in BTC, run by a small cabal of people. Very simple. One foundation run by a small group of people in Ethereum. You want to change it, you get a court order. Done. That simple. And sit there going, it's decentralized. So frickin' what?
So is there
Guess
any
what?
option for these?
Apple is more decentralized. Apple has more shareholders than every crypto ever conceived, implemented, launched, together, squared.
So do you think
the number squared?
Yeah, no, I got you. So do you think, like, I mean, I'll just say from my perspective, like, I don't think all these guys are bad, right? Like, I'm telling the story of my friend. Like, I think I just say, I think you got to know me well enough. It's like, this is not a bad guy, right? He's just like, I think some people are enthralled by the
I'll interrupt there. I'll say they are. You know, not because they're actively doing things, because they don't think about what they're doing. If I push a trolley onto a highway, I'm not considering, maybe I'm just going, oh, I don't care, and I'm acting without thought. Then I'm bad. Maybe, or maybe not, I caused an accident. But the whole thing that I don't give a shit is bad. People who worked for Stalin or Hitler or Pol Pot, who just did things because, well, not me, that's bad. If you don't have a spine and a backbone and you can't take responsibility, if you're that much of a freaking snowflake that you think, I just do it because everyone else does it, and you don't consider your actions, you're bad. Not because you're actively seeking harm, because you're doing harm. You are taking money from other people fraudulently. The end. Fraud is a crime. Fraud is a moral crime. Fraud is illegal. Fraud is criminal. And it is morally wrong. Now, Frankfurt, the philosopher from Princeton, came up with a very short but remarkable piece of philosophy called On Bullshit. And he defined the difference between truth and lies, and we don't care. And he made a very good argument that there's something worse than actively lying. It's bullshitting, where you don't care, where you just don't give a shit, right, wrong, or indifferent, as long as you benefit. And that's what it's about. It is the worst aspects of everything that led to the financial crisis. The worst aspects of all this. This is far worse. The worst guy in the biggest bank who basically financially raped a whole lot of people, these guys are worse then, because they don't even think about it. They don't give a shit. They're going, I'm okay because I'm okay. They're not thinking about the pensions, the money. They're not thinking about the people who get bankrupted, lose their houses. Why? Because we had an idea. It's our right. Bullshit.
I mean, to be blunt, I agree with a lot of what you just said. I mean, pretty much all of it. It's like the Princess Diana theory, right? It's like accident happens and people, the bystanders watch, they do nothing, right? Like, and I think it's one thing people don't actually calculate in sometimes is morality, right? Like, you know, we can live this world and collect many checks and buy many boats or whatever we think, or be very poor or rich, you know. But I think at one point in this planet, we'll be faced with some consequence of some action, whether it is geographical or yeah. Go ahead.
I'll say the guy who jumps on a hand grenade because he's trained isn't someone I would say is super brave. The guy who reacts and does something isn't super brave. Heroism and bravery are not the idea of a man boy, such as Achilles in the Iliad, the big strong guy who just has a bit of a hissy fit, goes off angry and whatever else, and then does his job. Bravery and courage and heroism are doing the hard job, even when you don't expect people to thank you, doing the hard job when you will get shit for it, knowing that you're going to wake up and face something hard over and over again. It's premeditated. Heroism is not just a spur of the moment thing. If people want to do something valuable, important, to change society, it's not going out there and clicking like on Facebook, going, I've done my bit because I've helped this organization because I clicked like and I said their post was really great and I shared it. It's getting out there and doing something, not once, but over and over and over. No matter how much shit people give you, no matter how hard it seems to be, that's what actually matters.
So, and again, I literally agree with 100% what you're saying. There's no way I could just stop there and just say, and for any person that doesn't get it, look inside yourself. For every student listening right now, I think most people's lives are defined by like pretty much consistently doing things that like anyone else could tell you is wrong. And if you actually want to create something successful, I find that you don't really know when it'll hit, what people will respect you for it or whatever. But if you just keep your head down and chart your path, whatever that is, over time the results will be pulled out. But I wanted to just ask, so I want to stick on this for 1 second because there's parts even I don't understand. So like I think one of the things right now of DeFi, right? What I think a lot of people are looking at it is to say that lending and borrowing, right? Like a lot of and let me finish, but a lot of like the tools they're using to say, okay, I'm going to lock up this token and someone else wants to buy it and there's some APY that's paid, whatever. Now, banks are doing that, right? And then I think people could also look at banks and say that there is some moral ambiguity on the bank side. So do you think that's a...
That's not understanding what banks do.
Let me just... You can correct me 100%. But like, I just want to... Let me finish my point. So do you think that act of them owning some crypto, putting it in some pool, and then someone else lends it and they get paid an interest rate, is that bad? And how do you compare that to what's going on now, like in the current system?
So banking is about taking a whole lot of short-term payments and matching long-term obligations. That's really what banking is about. So a home loan, something 20, 30, 40 years, and having lots of small payments going in and out and matching that. That's what banking is about that people don't seem to understand. Now, what you're talking about is I've got a token that is going to go up in money and make me money, and I'm going to be able to use that as collateral, which is the equivalent of I've got a share that I'm going to use as collateral on a loan. How is that different to I have shares, I seek money based on that collateral? Now, the only real difference here is I have no sort of history on this share. It's just a digital token. It's going to make money. Why? Because it made money. How many ICOs, tokens, and whatever else are bust? I mean, this whole idea.
A lot.
Exactly.
More, well, a lot. Actually, if you want to know the truth, what I've been seeing, a lot of them that we thought were dead a year and a half ago, about 8 weeks ago when all this hype came back, oh man, they've all rebranded DeFi and now their token price is up 100% and they're now revived companies. That's what just happened the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
companies
they've
from
conned other
18 months.
people. Which is basically they've conned other people. Have they created a company?
Do you think that then there's no solution for people that want to deploy this other than the traditional
What is the solution? What is being fixed? I mean, We have a
So I'm
token.
saying,
So what, you have a share.
should they not try it? Like, is there anything?
No,
wrong
they're
with
fucking
it?
criminals. There's no other way to put it. They are con men. Think about this. They're out there going, I'm not doing a company. I've got this imaginary thing that has never done anything, never has any revenue, never has any path to revenue, but I'm lying to you on a false prospectus to raise money, and now I'm going to take a loan on that money.
Well, okay. Now I'm not saying the company, people that created it. I'm saying the people that own a digital one of those tokens
So
and lend it. Somebody else
I've got
with
into
their
the
own
Ponzi.
cognizance.
I've got into the Ponzi. I've bought from Charles. Charles has sold me the first layer in my Amway scam, and I'm now going to sell it to you. You're just as much of a con man as the first guy. Pyramid schemes only work because some other idiot is also a con and sells it to lots of other people. Is this a real company?
I mean, I have a list here. So I took some. So I established what I have here, 7 things that I think are of DeFi. So lending and borrowing with these digital assets. You think that's not good?
Illegal, unregistered, unlicensed.
Stable coins.
Illegal, unregistered, unlicensed. Where is the damn backing? What are you doing? It's not a use.
Decentralized exchanges.
No such thing. Full stop. Again,
because Ethereum founders can still take control. Essentially, that's why it's
no, because the exchanges are still owned by a person. Sitting there going, I run it on 3 computers. Who gives a fuck? It's still a person. You know, the distributed exchange by Binance is controlled by Binance.
Well, that's not probably not the best example. I think
it is the best example. There is no less decentralized. Everyone is controlled by an individual. There's no such thing as individuals doing this stuff on nodes. It doesn't exist. It's bullshit. Bitcoin doesn't do that. Bitcoin isn't a decentralized network of every node running things. Your node doesn't help the network unless you're a miner. Not just a pool miner, the pool.
So decentralized DeFi is now hitting margin
DeFi
trading
is
on
a
leverage.
complete scam. They are con men. They are criminal assholes taking money, full stop. Nothing.
You think there's no world that we can own a software between me and you, and I can put something up and you could take it or do whatever you want with it, and there's no world we could get that done?
But that's not what's happening. You're not selling software. You're selling a promise that I'll make a promise to make a promise of software.
Sure.
No delivery. Nothing here delivers.
Oracles, like Chainlink. What do you think about that?
What oracles?
They're like establishing, like helping establish, like a. Well, I mean, I'm telling you what they call themselves, but helping establish like some index price.
So what?
Yeah, and I guess
you have an index price.
What would you define Chainlink does? I don't know how much you know.
Scam people. Full stop.
Chainlink is
a scam. We've got a decentralized oracle. Bullshit you do. Sue me. Love you too. The difference is, I can say unlike Roger Ver, I'm saying it, and I won't challenge jurisdiction because I fight in court. I'm not a cowardly, you know what, who runs away. But I chase. So
I think it's safe to say that your opinion on the above has now been stated.
It's called law. It is illegal in Britain. It is illegal in Europe. It is illegal in America. And going out there and going, it's new. Bullshit, it's new. The same scams happened in the 80s and the 90s and now. This is not new at all. Tokens are not new at all.
And final question on that, and I want to pivot off this, but because I heard you earlier saying about, what did you refer, what was the terminology you used for India moving to digital, I guess? What was the term you used?
Dematerialization. The process where people took paper shares and basically made them a computerized token.
Got it. So you think that like a security token type model, that makes sense, but like as long as it's registered with the state or whatever, as long as it's simply...
with the state? The Australian Stock Exchange is not the state.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
London Exchange is not the state. This is where people go wrong. They're sitting there going, the state. You have a contract with the stock exchange to list. New York Stock Exchange is not the US government. The New York Stock Exchange is not the US government. You realize there is no law in clearinghouses. Clearinghouses are all private law, contracts between individuals and companies. Full stop. There is not a law on clearinghouses at all. They are private law. And you sit there going, oh, you can't. Of course you can do private law. Contractual agreements, mutualized agreements, whatever else, is not government. It's individuals.
Well, let's pivot to something that hopefully we could make it more increase the happiness, the tone of the conversation. So I want to hear about what you're working on. So I heard what you don't like. I want to hear about what you do like. I want to hear about what you're building. I want to hear about what nChain's building. I want to hear what excites you. Talk for at least 2 minutes. I'm going to run real quick, but tell everybody, and it'll kick me off camera. But what are you working on? What excites you? What's nChain?
I can't go into all of that. I mean, I still file patents and all the rest. The main thing I do is fairly much plumbing. We make Bitcoin work the way it's meant to be. We're scaling. None of this BS. We can get to whatever we can. The whole scaling thing about Bitcoin was always blocks. You scale because you have more transactions. More transaction equals larger blocks. Very simple equation. Now, that doesn't mean that you give up and move away. The protocol stays the same, but you have nodes have better ways of doing things. Computer science allows us to actually simplify how we send information. We can have transactions on each of the nodes, and we can match just the hash rather than the entirety of things that we're doing. We can have the partial Merkle tree distributed between blocks beforehand. All of that's valid. So at the end of the day, basically the same project I've been doing for the last 11 years, getting Bitcoin working better.
So what, I guess I don't know what you can't tell me. So like, what's excited you the most? Like that, have you figured anything out? And I guess whatever you could say, but like nowadays that you're working on from a business perspective, like what's exciting you the most? Like those core components. Like, are there some? Have you had any realizations lately? Without disclosing everything.
Yes, but can I talk about them? No.
Trying to think of another way to phrase that. Like, what categories of this world, broad, would you say that you're most excited about?
I like making the boring parts of Bitcoin. It's plumbing. I mean, it's not meant to be exciting. It's not meant to get my grandmother interested. It's meant to just be a micropayment system for the base Bitcoin, a token system that works, something that scales, no one running nodes, it's decentralized, we're going to take down government, none of that. It's just like someone walking up to my grandmother and going, hey, grandma, there's TCP. And she'll go, uh-huh, do I care? Yes, but you can get your web page. And she'll go, uh-huh, do I need to know that? Yeah, so that's really what it should be.
My grandmother doesn't care about much of this stuff. The only time she ever, I got her to download Facebook was she was always the gatekeeper of the family affairs, like who's graduated, whose birthday it is, who's getting married. And she said, I will never have a Facebook account. The same way she would never have a computer. And I walked her through these various stages. And then one day she said, hey, do you know it's this person's birthday today? I said, yeah, Grandma, I saw it on Facebook. Oh, did you see ex-cousin got married? Yeah, Grandma, I saw it on Facebook. And then one day I said, hey, Grandma, I think I might know more about the family than you do now. I think like 2 days later, I get a friend request from my grandma on Facebook. She's like, man, I'm the guardian of all the family affairs. I usually know all the secrets. But, hey, I know we're running a little over here, probably a lot over. I would like you to tell me more about what you're working on right now. It sounds like a lot of it's secret, so excited to see it in the future. So I guess, I'll give you the floor a little bit. What's on top of your mind? Like, what do you want anybody that's listening to this, whether it's a student, whether it is a general kind of crypto enthusiast?
I'd like people to think. It's very simple. Stop listening to BS. Stop running around going, it's decentralized, it's going to take down government, and following mantras and crap that people tell you, and start actually thinking. Think, if it does that, what does it replace? And how does it replace it? I mean, sitting there going, everyone will run things. No one, there's no such thing as everyone runs things. I'm sorry, if you had everyone doing that, that becomes what's called a demagoguery, not democracy. And that allows a few people to basically gain power by swaying people and having the mob. That's not what we want. There's no such thing as a system of anarchy. There have been, everyone keeps going, we haven't tried the right, no true Scotsman version of anarchy. I'm sorry, we have tried it. There have been, I know of over 3,100 attempts at anarchist colonies. And I know of 0 that have not involved murder or serious injury. And people go, oh, but they're not anarchist. Bullshit. That's the whole point of not having rules. And when you don't have rules, people get upset because, but I did this thing my way and they did it their way. So then I had to go and kill them. Every time. None of this, oh, it will work this time. And repeating the same crap that has happened for 3,000 years. Anarchy doesn't work. Sorry.
Well, I can't leave on that note, but I do have one. I think maybe be a bit more positive and maybe helpful to some people listening. But so for the students that are, I think for a lot of these students, what I'm realizing, like I never went to college actually, so I'm consider me dumb. I think I'm not, but like, so I don't really know that experience. But I think for a lot of these students, what I'm realizing is that their journey in school is attached to this physical place they go to all the time. And I think a lot of them, I'm realizing, are a bit worried and a bit detracted now that that's not on the table for them. So I guess if you could get a message out to students and say, if they're discouraged or they're down or they're considering, I'm not going to learn anything or my career path's screwed over now, how would you tell them to think about it? Like, does this mean that they have to stop learning? Does it mean that like, even if let's say that schools don't open for 2 years, what advice would you give these 19, 20, 21-year-olds?
I'd say Kong, or what we know as Confucius, Master Kong, Kongxi, basically had the idea that learning is for learning's sake. It is to make us a better individual. And I'd agree with that. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not there to get trained. There are 2 things, and we seem to have forgotten this in education. There is education and there's training. Education is to make us a good, rounded citizen, someone who fits into society, someone who understands morality and virtue. And that's not what we're teaching in unis anymore. We have this BS sort of idea of getting someone a degree for the sake of getting them a degree because then they'll get a job. No, what we need to do is start thinking about training people and start thinking about educating people. the way law used to work, and even other things used to work, is you'd do something like a BA and you'd learn history and liberal arts and all the classical canon. And then you'd go off and get trained. And if you didn't want to go through that and you didn't want to be that part and a manager or whatever else, you would go into an institute of learning and just do the other. But here's something for you. Einstein did philosophy. Einstein did a whole lot of other things other than physics before he did physics. And that's why Einstein sat there and thought about ideas without experiment, without machines, without other people, without groups of 50 people sitting in a room going, how do we think about this? And he came up with things in his head because he learned how to think. And the problem is, we can't see bigger machines.
Hey, I'm losing you a little bit.
Than the biggest computer.
I lost you for about 20 seconds, but there's two people on my team, two of my best friends. They worked for us for many years. One, Ashley Meredith, one, Tyler Olson, and they're both philosophers. They went to school for philosophy, and Ashley's singing our Slack is like in-house philosopher. So we always joke about, I think there will be a reconvergence of technology, and I think they joke sometimes as philosophers that graduated, like, man, where do I get a job? I'm pretty well convinced that there will be this convergence, right? When we start to lose maybe some thought, when we look at AI and who does that car kill when it has to make two decisions and things like that, right? Like how do we actually get back to thinking, constructively rather than just some 23-year-old kid making a decision?
When we stop calling it artificial intelligence and call it machine, really good machine algorithms or something that isn't as catchy, because it's not artificial intelligence. It's artificial, but it's not intelligent at all. The only intelligence comes from people. Full stop.
Yep. All right. Hate to do this. Would love to talk forever. As always, it's a pleasure. Hopefully we can get to do this more. And Craig, really, I've appreciated getting to know you. I appreciate these conversations. I think we're probably on our 5th or 6th hour now, and I think I understand a little bit about who you are. Hopefully, same for me. And appreciate you making the time. I got to run. It's 10:30 p.m. for me.
I'll give you one thing to go out on. If you're going to make a token, think about this before you do. Tokens aren't going to save the world. If you're going to raise capital or whatever else, do it the hard way. The end of the day, you're trying to make something that actually does something for people.
I think that's great advice. So I think my entire computer is about to blow up or something. But anyways, I'm going to run. I'm going to send a follow-up. I'll send a follow-up email to you. A few things I want to talk about. Okay. And appreciate you making the time. And everybody listening, continue to stay in. And we'll have some more fun here with interviews. And thanks again, Craig.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Weak Hands. Here that hits close to home. Weak hands. People who can't handle the tension and sell their crypto holdings for a cheap USD price. The ultimate coin. When it's going down, actually making its price even lower. When it's rebounding, they got cut. Strong hands hold their crypto for life, matey.
Hey, who's that? Mo Crypto. Yo, Mo Crypto, what up?
What's up, man?
What's up?
Kryptonite, Jess, have you guys seen CoinMarketCap today? CoinMarketCap,
Nah.
all in the red, double digits.
What? That's bad, right? That means we're losing money.
No, it's good, man. That means everybody's losing money. You got to buy that dip.
Everyone knows you buy the dip, 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 dip.
Legend gang. Gang, gang. Going bro. We gon' buy that dip. Dipping. I buy the coin on that low. Ain't worried about no FOMO. Coin market cap out to crash on my lap when the bitch bounce back like a pogo. No fiat dough, I got Divi coin. I got Bitcoin, I got Ether. What y'all know about a pump and dump? John McAfee all on my tweeter. In the office with a 2-liter. By ATH, that must be a joke. Wife keep asking if we are broke. She don't know, I got a master no. Even my son told me buy the dip. Ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. Even my son told me buy the dip. Ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, gon' buy the 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 dip. Legend gang, buy the dips, get the gains. Y'all complain, but you dumb motherfuckers should do the same. Crypto, stacking up, private keys, I back 'em up. MacBook, fast as fuck, lock the door, the girl's acting up. I buy the dip when I'm sleeping, I buy the dip when I'm jogging. I buy the dip when I'm buying dip, I buy the dip in my coffin. That's Coin Bros on YouTube, buy the rumors, sell the news. For this crypto, I'm selling shoes on Craigslist, I got shit to move. I buy the dip, dipping, I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 dip. Buy the dip, dipping. 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 BTFD gon' buy the dip. 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 What?
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Hello everyone, I'm Deidre McIntyre. I'm founder of Black People in Cryptocurrency, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm Alan Lee, the compiler developer from ETC Core, tuning in from Toronto, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm a junior computer science major. I am the VP of Education at the Miami University Blockchain Club, and I'm more than ready to reimagine 2020.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Downing, and I'm a computer engineering student at the University of Texas at Austin, and I am ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm Alan Orwick, and I'm a computer science major at the University of Texas and former president of Texas Blockchain, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm Christy Udis. I'm a professor in the blockchain program at Portland State University, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hello, my name is Spencer. I am head of research and development for blockchain at Fordham. I'm a sophomore, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
My name is Adrian Chaika. I am a junior at Miami University, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hello, I'm Zachary Tillman. I'm the outgoing engineering director at Blockchain at IU, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Zach Nelson. I'm the president and co-founder of the University of Blockchain Society in Seattle, Washington, and I'm here to reimagine 2020.
Welcome back to the Reimagine 2020 V2 virtual conference. I'm Roshan Marachkar, the University Program Assistant Director here at Mousebelt, and I'm very excited to welcome back a returning organization, the KCL Blockchain Society. I'm here with Anurag and Lawrence. Why don't you all introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Anurag. I'm a director at the KCL Blockchain Society. I'm entering my final year at university studying political economy. And earlier this year, we founded, and now I run the consulting group at the society.
Hey guys, I'm Lawrence. I'm the Vice President for Business and Consulting at KCL Blockchain Society. I'm a penultimate year law student, and I've been with the society since the very first week in university.
Nice. Anurag, I talked to you last 3 months ago. So what have you sort of been working on, and what have you seen in the world since we talked last?
Yeah, so a lot of things have been happening in the world. And as far as KCL Blockchain, we've been focusing on two things. First, it's been our consulting operations. Given that a lot of sectors are being changed very drastically by COVID, we've seen a lot of interest, and we've been working a lot in the areas of fine art and fashion, given, for example, now the need for digital and people can't see paintings in real life anymore when they want to buy them. And we've also been working in things like capital markets, in that people want their money, they want to not go broke, they don't want to have bankruptcies. And so we try working in that as well. And then beyond consulting, we've also picked up some individual projects outside the society, but we have society support nonetheless. So, for example, Lawrence will go on and talk about one of the ventures he went on, and then I've been working on a COVID-19 immunity management sort of platform. And yeah, in the grand scheme of things, a lot going on. And Lawrence?
Sure. Do you want me to go on about one of the individual?
Yeah, just talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can cut
sure.
this out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Right. So one of the projects outside the consultancy stream that I've been working on recently was the Future of Blockchain competition. It was hosted by Stake Zero in both London and Berlin. And so we actually sent a couple of teams in with a number of really, really exciting projects. The one I personally worked on was a blockchain-based crowdfunding platform that allowed for tiered investments. So money would only be released upon the meeting of specific milestones in the life cycle of a project. And all the backers would be given a vote, and that was weighted based on their investment, whether or not that money would be released. And that actually came first in the Zilliqa challenge. And some other teams we entered worked on a voting platform, QVote, which we've actually used in our own society elections before.
That's pretty cool to hear you guys actually using blockchain in your society. I was going to ask you all, so in some of the projects that you all deal with, I know that consultancy is a huge arm of everything you all do. Do you all focus on regional projects, or do you try to focus on projects from a variety of different locations? Lawrence, I know you're in Germany right now, but yeah, just wanted to get more insight on them.
Yeah, I'd love to share. So as a society, we're actually a very, very diverse batch, and we're also quite multidisciplinary in what we do. And that has just really naturally resulted in also our interests being really widespread and especially international. And so for that reason, you know, we've worked with clients in Asia, trying to expand in the Southeast Asian market, but more recently have also expanded to assist clients in the Latin America region, in countries like Colombia, Honduras, Ecuador, Brazil. And that has been really, really, yeah, exciting and fulfilling as well.
So has that been a recent transition with working with like a lot of international clients, or did you all do that before? And the reason why I ask is because I can assume there's a lot of challenges with, especially working with clients from all over the world. But you know, has it been something you all have already been doing?
So it really has been one of our strengths from the start. I think our very international focus, but that has only become more pronounced as time has gone on. Also, we've collected expertise in these different areas. So a lot of our clients actually, when they expand into new markets, they want to learn more about the sort of legal barriers that they might encounter, so any relevant regulation to their business. And so the more we've done work in these regions, such as Southeast Asia, the more specialized expertise we've collected and been able to then apply to new projects as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point in the sense of like blockchain and crypto is has this sense of openness, but at the same time, depending on where you are regionally, you could have certain limitations. So I think it's interesting balance. Are there any specific projects that you all are excited to share? I know you were talking about how everything is related to finance right now in the blockchain space, but maybe we'll see a growth of other types of projects in different sectors.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right that there's this, for many years now, there's been this hype regarding DeFi and other financial applications of blockchain technology. And while that's certainly very relevant and has huge amounts of potential, it's been really, really interesting to see blockchain technology also applied in less obvious use cases, right? So in the Latin America region, one of our partners, Emerge, has used blockchain technology for social impact projects. So for example, recently, I've been working on an online marketplace that essentially allows students that are unable to afford fees associated to schooling to monetize the art they create, and then using smart contracts have that automatically allocated to educational institutions. And so this sort of more out-of-the-box creative application of blockchain technology has been really, really exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting. I always hear a lot of projects talk about most of the financial applications, but I do think blockchain is that broad in where it has the potential to disrupt a lot of different categories like healthcare and, like you said, social impact. So what do you all think is needed in order for a lot more of these sectors to be disrupted? And what I mean by that is I see disruption where crossing that threshold where people are actually using another alternate form of technology. So maybe it's like contactless payments, and maybe it's like ride sharing or something like that, where you actually make that crossroad. Anurag, what do you think is needed to sort of cross a lot of these thresholds? Like, because of COVID, we see a rise of contactless payments, and now might be a time where maybe payments can actually be disrupted with some of the blockchain applications that people don't just talk about, but that people actually use. Like, I've definitely seen countries like even China require blockchain to be used to track different forms of data, because I mean, people are realizing that, okay, maybe this decentralized data is the only thing that we can trust. Or even right now, how much money has been printed even since the time we talked, right?
Yeah, totally right. I think in a lot of industries, the thing that's needed is perhaps other emerging technologies besides blockchain to also develop. Because a lot of the times in a lot of industries, blockchain is just a different way of sharing information. But at the end of the day, if the input is what determines the output. And so, for example, rise in the Internet of Things is critical for a lot of industries like supply chain, because it's by linking and communicating the data from the Internet of Things that the blockchain gains a lot of value, or you could say its value multiplies almost. In that, although right now it's making a lot of things better, once other emerging technologies, I suppose, further emerge, we're going to see its value rise a lot more in comparison. But like you said, that's not to say it doesn't have any value on its own. Even in the world of fintech, like you said, like one of our partners is, for example, a Chinese institute called TUSPark, and they do a lot of work in this space of digital assets and blockchain, and very much like you said, smart cities technology is a very big thing for them. And like I said, even though blockchain is at the forefront of how they plan to communicate with technologies in their new smart cities, the underlying fact is that what they're communicating is data from other technologies. So it's more about the ecosystem than specifically blockchain these days.
I think, Anurag, what you've said about the ecosystem and then other emerging technologies is absolutely right. It's what we've been seeing, and I think needs to happen even more, is realizing that blockchain alone doesn't necessarily equal sort of breakthroughs or really, really great innovation, but it needs to be cleverly combined with other emerging technologies that have also now, become more developed to really create something that can have a big impact, I think.
Yeah, and then a bit on like where we've seen this in our projects real quick. So for example, like Lawrence was talking about working with Emerge, they're trying to do stuff with geolocation, and there's a lot of projects these days about blockchain journalism. In our other projects, for example, in art, we're seeing 3D scanning firms, their success being very important, because once you can scan art more closely, so there's more information to put on the blockchain, and the whole process just becomes better. So yeah, some examples.
So is this sort of the tipping point you guys think, or the fire that's needed specifically for, I would say, industries, both large and small? Even here at Mousebelt, we've seen a lot of industries join our Blockchain Education Alliance, and all of them are working on interesting projects, is what I can really appreciate, where they're coming out of sort of the ideation phase and they're actually building a lot of pilots, or in some cases actually using blockchain at some level. Do you think that, given some of the problems that we have actively, like voting, I'm sure even in the UK and the US, have both been subject to a lot of voting talk, and the United States Postal Service recently filed a blockchain patent, and I'm sure you all know about the status of the controversy surrounding the USPS. So do you think that corporations are seeing all of this technology in a different way? I'll just give my last thoughts and then see what you guys think. Like, I'll give one example of something we can talk about. MicroStrategy buying $250 million worth of Bitcoin to decrease their risk. And then in other cases, we have, I'll go back to the IBM working with the Maersk to reduce just the cost of shipping. So, does it turn into just saving money, or does it actually turn into like value that you just can't provide using centralized means?
So when you say, is this the tipping point, do you mean more just this point in time, X years after blockchain has become popular, or do you mean COVID specifically?
Yeah, like kind of contributing to everything in general, not just COVID, not like bringing up the MicroStrategy example again. They're doing that to protect against inflation. It might not even be related to COVID. It might be related to other macro factors of different just currencies in the world. So I find that interesting too. Like, now is just a very interesting time where maybe I see a lot of organizations and people looking for using technology to save them, basically, is my last thought. I want to understand what you think about that, either from your perspective as a student, or how you think corporations are thinking about this disruptive technology now.
Yeah. Lawrence, you want to start this one off?
Sure.
Or should I?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll start off, and you can take a minute to think, and then. So.
No, just what I have is better for closing than for opening.
That works. That works for me.
Yeah.
1 second. I've lost my train of thought.
No worries.
Right. Okay. So I think in previous years, a lot of companies with big budgets, they started off on this blockchain journey because it was the cool thing to do. It was something to make the headlines. It had all that promise, and firms didn't want to miss out on saying, they're innovative, they're using new technologies. But now we're at this really, really interesting and I think important point in time where the biggest hype wave is past, and companies are now not looking at the reputational benefits of using blockchain technology, but they're actually realizing the real underlying value that the technology can provide for their business in the long term. And so now more and more companies are thinking, this technology is still around. Clearly there must be some true benefit to it beyond just the hype. And so that has resulted in, I think, a lot more really, really thought out and sustainable use cases, and companies truly implementing blockchain technology in a clever way.
Yeah. And
Go ahead.
now on the public sector side of things, in terms of government, like you mentioned, like you said, yeah, government is paying much more attention to blockchain and DLT innovation than it has in the past. For example, a lot of places looking at CBDCs now. And a few months ago, Lawrence and I actually had the opportunity to speak with the ex-US commissioner of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. And so he leads the US Digital Dollar Foundation. And
wait, that's really cool.
Yeah. And from there, we did our own research, spoke to some other people. And I think although nowadays people do see a lot more value in blockchain, see more value in DLT, and they place trust in it, at the same time, in some places, it becomes a high risk, high reward scenario, in that if you place trust in it and it ends up not succeeding, then blockchain loses a lot of its momentum for the future. And for example, in places like in Latin America, one of their biggest hurdles in deciding should they implement CBDCs is just thinking about the whole trust factor, because in some places there are problems with government trust already. And so that sort of is a big hindrance for things like digital welfare that would help a lot of people. But even though this is the tipping point for the technology, I'd say there's a lot of prerequisites that differ in various regions that would be useful to address before we just jump on the blockchain.
Yeah, so do you think that basically some regions are more suitable to benefit from this technology? And why is it that blockchain has such a high promise of success? I want to say, like, it's kind of like all or nothing, like what you just said. Basically, if blockchain fails, then I do agree in many cases, like, people won't look at it again because it's so hard to even trust in the first place. But then it's like, are people going to start trusting the technology more because the companies they know adopt it? Or will it be like startups and maybe like student groups that provide that trust? I personally think it's going to be more so the student groups, just because of education. There's like part of it is adoption, I think, but a large part of it is educating how the world works right now.
I think that's really interesting, Roshan, because it will, in my opinion, hugely depend on the region we're talking about. I agree that, you know, student groups like ourselves can really shape the dialogue to a large extent.
Wait. Lawrence, let's hit students last. That was the third question he asked. Let's go on order.
So what I was gonna speak about was China. Yeah. I wanted to speak about how China.
I can give you all the students and like the China stuff. And I'll just address the first 2 points about where it'll succeed, just so it's like timely.
That works.
Okay,
perfect.
sure, go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, so on note of where, or with the different places that are suitable, it's an interesting question because for example, if you look at developed countries, because they're so used to innovating usually, there's less of an activation power, if you look at it, in terms of like how much new enthusiasm is needed for a new technology to take place. And so that does that. But then also in developed countries, you see a lot more strength in legacy systems. A lot of industries just don't want to move on after they have something successful. So it's both pros and cons. And then if you look at undeveloped countries, it's not a very simple claim to make there either, because you see a lot of regions trying to jump across generations and trying to skip a technological revolution. For example, you see people in Eastern Asia through like China's involvement with the Belt and Road Initiative, trying to skip from 3G up to 5G, or from, in some places they don't even have internet, and now there's posters for 5G coming. So
yeah.
And then on the second point about like why blockchain is so successful in some industries, I think at the end of the day, it is just an important technology. It affects a lot of things, and insofar as what it does at its core, it's very simple. It shares information in a trustless manner and potentially more fast. Everything that requires the flow of data is going to benefit from that. And so I think it's success prone just because there's a lot of things out there. A lot of things would benefit from being faster. And insofar as this can make it happen, then it gets a lot of credit. And Lawrence can talk a bit more about the role of student groups and the youth and propelling this.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's a lot of touch points. So yeah, thanks for your unique insight there, because yeah, I just always thought it's interesting. Like there's so much promise on this technology. I get that it's disruptive, but there's a lot of disruptive technology, but this one has like a lot riding on it, right? It's like this stuff has to work, and it's totally what you said. I mean, if it's a trustless system, the trust is at the foundation. It's not like others. Lawrence, I'll let you go ahead.
Anurag, you can actually speak about the student groups as well if you want. I just really wanted to highlight the example of China. You can cut this and I'll jump right back in. So one of for me personally, one of the most interesting, I think, future promises when it comes to widespread adoption of blockchain technology, or use case scenarios that use blockchain technology, is CBDCs in China specifically, just because the Chinese government has realized that they can utilize the promise of CBDCs to actually strengthen their grip and their oversight on transactions within the country. So China has always been at the very forefront of sort of digital transactions, digital money. The adoption rates of WeChat Pay, Alipay are absolutely staggering. The billions transacted every single day using simple QR codes on your smartphone. That is the perfect breeding ground for widespread adoption of CBDCs as well. But with that, I think come concerns that this promising technology that's so renowned for traditionally being decentralized and putting power not in the hands of one central agency, but really dispersed, suddenly also stands for this CBDC that's fully controlled and analyzed and weaponized, perhaps even, by the central government. And that's, I think, something that will be really, really interesting to witness, and something that needs to be watched with caution.
Yeah.
Roshan, is it coming off as bit specifically about China?
Can you repeat that?
Is it coming off as if the weaponizing bit about data is specifically about China?
No, I don't think so. Because like what I was going to ask you both, just a short question, is like, say you had a company or organization that wanted to use blockchain for, I don't want to say directly nefarious means, but maybe to gain an edge in a maybe unethical manner, but they're trying to use blockchain and it would produce a lot of benefits. How would you all go about that from maybe like a consultancy side? Like, what would you actually advise them, you know, being kind of, basically not as unbiased as possible? Because this technology is like, because no one controls it, I always respect all angles to it, you know. North Korea does mine Bitcoin to fund their operations. I mean, it's a effect of the protocol working the way that it's intended to. So just curious, like, how would you all handle these situations, and have you all handled any of these types of situations?
Yeah, so a sizable amount of our work over the summer has been in the areas of, for example, anti-money laundering regulation, and also looking at like different making regular forms of collateral securities, all that very fun stuff. And at the end of the day, as a student consulting group, will
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit, but keep going.
That heed the different recommendations, but I mean that's not always possible. They'll have their own internal calculus that we might not be aware of. Okay, well, I was gonna end it there anyways and hand it over to Luke, to Lawrence.
No, I don't think I have much to add on this. You're the director. This is I feel.
No, like Roshan, like we tell them what we want them to do, and they do it or they don't. Like there's not really much to say here.
Okay. I'm saying, what if one of them came to you with like a unethical type of project, like not straight up, but maybe they wanted to use it in a way where you knew they could wield more power or something like that? Because I definitely see organizations out there who stayed away from blockchain before, but what Lawrence mentioned, right? Like, can you turn it around and use the very technology that's supposed to democratize trust, but then can you privatize that, add blockchain on top of that, and now it's suddenly it is a weapon. It might be worse than something that's centralized because you don't have control over it.
Yeah, so I suppose best to answer in two parts. So first talk about the whole idea of weaponizing, and second, what we try to do. So first on weaponizing, I find that a lot of times when like these sort of projects go wrong, sometimes the intent isn't to do wrong. It's just the result of not having a properly set up infrastructure. For example, maybe it's an energy, maybe it's a network that monitors green energy usage or energy usage in general across like a neighborhood. And maybe the really badly, you were able to figure out, oh, there's only one really big building in this neighborhood. There's only one really big power bill. It's probably them. And you can make those sort of intuitions. And so I think a lot of the time it's just a problem that it's not well fleshed out enough. But you're right, a lot of people do come through with nefarious intent. We see countries trying to get around sanctions through blockchain, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess on the point of how we sort of navigate, it's probably best to like talk about what we don't do in the consulting group. We actively pursue projects that our members are deeply interested in, or that we think the founders just doing something actually really innovative and it's worth joining along. It's very infrequent that a company will reach out that we haven't really thought of before and will engage with them, usually because we just rather prioritize doing things that we think will define the future or we've seen some sort of inkling of success for. And so far we're right, but maybe at some point we'll act differently.
And I brought this specific question up because I remembered a situation where I believe someone in the US went and gave a presentation. I think it was in North Korea, and they got arrested here or something like that.
It was in like I think it was in China, and then they got contacted from like some spies or something.
Exactly, China or North Korea. But the premise was actually just sharing information, not even building anything or really providing any specific layout for things. But I just thought it was interesting that just for education, a lot of organizations out there are scared. And I think the reason why, again, is because this technology is supposed to replace a lot of them. I know you all work on a lot of projects. What would you say is sort of next for KCL blockchain? What sort of projects do you all want to work on in the future? And are you sort of changing that based on how the world is just turning out to be in terms of more virtual? I'm sure you all are already a virtual group operating everywhere, but is that going to change the projects that you all are working on?
Yeah, Here, Lawrence, I can address the first. I'm gonna say a little bit about like the whole like China and like other countries doing stuff like potentially nefarious, and then can you talk about the future?
The future of the society, like of our what we do as our consulting stream, or
Yeah, sure. Like, what do you all want to accomplish in the future? You know, if there are any organizations out there, companies watching, like, what would you tell them that you know, you want to work with them on?
Here, Lawrence, can you talk about the future of the society, like in terms of like, oh, like we're pushing out like our journal and like all that stuff, and then I can say like a sentence at the end about like the different industries you want.
Yeah, sure. But do you want to? So do I start or do you start?
Right. I'll do something about like the. I forget what the whole like the. But I got it. All right. Cool.
Got it.
I do work with you different countries.
Can't hear you that well. Maybe you want to repeat your segment. Yeah, Anurag, can't hear you too well. Do you want to repeat your segment maybe?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Should I rejoin? Or are we good?
No, you're good. You can just repeat what you were saying. Like, what's the future of KCL blockchain, and what types of projects do you all want to work on?
Yeah. Okay. So one element of the future, or one element of the society's work that we aim to do more of in the future is our work with governments and in the public sector. So like I said before, we do work with a few different governments. For example, we're one of the partners on the Smart Dubai, which is department of like the Dubai government, for their like Smart Cities Council. We work with a pretty big state-backed fund in China, helping them look at the UK and different innovations there. And like you said before, there's a lot of countries where sometimes like the intent isn't clear for the things they do. By the end of the day, at least our goal is to only engage with things where we can assess that there's a clear educational benefit. And as far as we can tell, based on the other partnerships and so forth, that everything is happening, let's say, above the line. Lawrence?
Sure. So as a society more generally, some of the things that we'll be looking to grow further is our education, sort of the education we provide to our members to really drive forward thought leadership in the blockchain space as well amongst sort of the student community, and then also just more publications as well. So besides physical events, workshops that we've run in the past, we also want to further expand our actually written publication. So in terms of education, we launched our curriculum to new members last year for the first time, and that was a huge success. People really appreciated learning about the technology from people that were from a similar background, right? From fellow students to learn about a technology that their fellow students use every day in the projects that they do in the society. So that was a huge success, and we're hoping to build on that and expand that further. In terms of thought leadership and our written publication, we're soon going to publish the second edition of our journal called Oracle. So we have lots of really passionate, interesting writers pushing out their articles really about pretty much anything that you can think of. It's a really diverse publication, just like our society, and that's going to be really interesting going forward. And then finally, we've built really fantastic partnerships over this past year or so, working on just great projects, and all of these are, have grown from sort of one-time projects that we worked on together into these beautiful long-term partnerships, and it's going to be, I think, brilliant to capitalize on that going forward and just think bigger and better.
Yeah, and I suppose to go like hyper specific for to close off. Up until now, a lot of our work has focused, like I said in the very beginning, in the capital markets and fintech space, because we have a very close relationship with the guys at R3 who run Corda. And we've also been working a lot in the fine art and fashion space, just because we're positioned in London. We're all interested in the art, and I guess some people will call them the finer things. And so we like focusing on that sort of stuff, but that's not to say that we exclusively do that, right? Like, for example, we work with an AI firm which does nothing with blockchain, but it's an emerging technology. We really like that they want to pursue educational technology. We do stuff in the public sector, helping out people managing COVID, stuff like that. And I suppose for the future, right now we've had we're grateful that all of our partners have either been the #1 in the industry or the first to have done something in the industry. And for the future, I think the one sector that we all agree is going to become more important is that of supply chain. So much so that we even see a lot of companies who do nothing in supply chain now trying to come up with some sort of supply chain solution. And that's probably the biggest place we're going to put focus on for the coming year.
Yeah, thank you all so much for sharing your insight. I think it was really interesting to talk to you all, Anurag, you after a couple months, because a lot of these insights that you guys are sharing, it's not as obvious or as intuitive for the people listening out there for them to just read about these things on the news. I think just like how the internet was created, from in universities all around the US, I think that student groups, consultancies like you sort of are filling that new gap. So before we end off this segment, what is one thing you guys are excited about just in the next year of just the space? Like, where do you think we'll be in a year? And we'll get your last thoughts.
I'm quite excited for, specifically in terms of blockchain, I'm quite excited for the future of blockchain in terms of welfare payments and sort of, yeah, just like governmental programs run on blockchain. I think usually government is one of the slowest bodies to implement something.
Yeah.
And so it'd be quite interesting to see now them all of a sudden jump and use blockchain. And yeah, Lawrence?
So for me, similar to welfare payments, I'm also really, really excited about blockchain being used for more impactful projects, right? So I previously mentioned the work in Latin America, where the people that benefit from this technology are often traditionally underserved, uneducated, and so it can play a role there in just addressing issues with financial inclusion. And we're seeing that not only in Latin America, but also in countries like Southeast Asia, where remittance payments are just becoming so much cheaper and easier using blockchain technology. And so many more people are just finally accessing financial services. And that for me is really great to see.
Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere in the world where we've seen isn't doing this. For example, the United Nations is working on an intergovernmental platform as we speak. So I definitely think in the coming year, like, a lot of this will become reality, and yeah, have a very different conversation this time next year.
Yeah, I'm excited to keep in touch with you all and keep hearing about updates month to month. Like, every month you guys have new updates. What's the best place people out there can reach out to you for collaboration and just learning more about the KCL blockchain?
I'll let you take that, Anurag. Go ahead.
Say the question again.
The best place people can reach out to you to learn more about KCL blockchain and for any collaborations.
Well, our website is just kclblockchain.com, very simple. But the best way to contact is either just Anurag at kclblockchain.com or Lawrence at kclblockchain.com. We try to keep it simple with that.
Okay, thank you all, and thank you all for tuning in to this university segment. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Been a pleasure, Roshan. Thank you.
And now, A lesson from the Crypto Glossary. Sats. Sats, shortened for Satoshi, is the smallest unit of Bitcoin stored on the blockchain. Satoshi is 100 millionth Bitcoin, 0.000000001 BTC. Whoa, mama, that's a lot of zeros.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't. Yeah, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Had my brother hit me up on the phone, sparked my interest. What up, bro? Told me to quit my job, I should invest. I'ma do it. Told my boss I ain't coming back, just to impress my co-workers. Did my brother just fuck me over? Is that incest? Weird. 1% daily I was getting back. Already lost all my ether on the parody hack. Now my girl's all stressed, so I told her relax. I'm just waiting on Mount Gox to mail me back. Still waiting. All these motherfucking scams got me saying, damn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance.
Damn.
Big Connect promised me 100 grand.
Liar.
Borrow money from my mama just to lend again.
Sorry,
then these motherfuckers hit me with an excess scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I fucked that up with a bad investment. BitConnect put me in debt. Had full faith in what I spent. Had a sublease just to pay my rent. It's like a foreign language, how do I vent? Got me tapped out on what I spent. Might lose my crib and have to pitch a tent. I just hit a wall, caught a president. Thought crypto was heaven sent. Still holding on like James Bond, trying to moonshot Neil Armstrong. The market cap was right on track. Used to Uber, now I'm walking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I still hold her, no looking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance.
Damn.
Big Connect promised me 100 grand.
Liar.
Borrow money from my mama just to lend again.
Sorry,
then these motherfuckers hit me with an excess scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance.
Damn.
Big Connect promised me 100 grand.
Liar.
Borrow money from my mama just to lend again.
Sorry,
then these motherfuckers hit me with an excess scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an extra scam. Damn!
My name is Michelle Neitz. I'm a professor of law in San Francisco at Golden Gate University School of Law. I also teach law at Hastings and as a visiting faculty there. And my interest in blockchain started a couple years ago, and I'm happy to talk about the blockchain law class I taught last spring, which was the first blockchain law class taught at a law school in San Francisco. And I've also been a member with Ben of the California Blockchain Working Group. So I'm excited to be here.
Hi, my name is Ben Bartlett, and thanks for having me. I'm on the City Council in Berkeley, and I'm a partner in Tech at Bartlett LLP. And I'm fascinated by blockchain technology, and I have been for a few years now. And I made my mark in the field, crafting legislation to create blockchain-based microbonds for the city of Berkeley. And then that led to working with people in the industry, and then most recently serving on the California Blockchain Working Group, where I worked with Michelle to deliver some policy recommendations to the state of California.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second edition of Reimagine 2020. I'm your host today, Adam, with a couple colleagues of mine in the space. Very happy to have them join us and take time out of their day. If you happen to miss the first conference back in May, Reimagine kicked this off with 75 plus interviews, various discussions, over 10 panels. Feel free to tune into ri2020.io, or you can visit Reimagine 2020, the YouTube channel, where you can catch all 4 interviews. But at the moment, let me go ahead and welcome back Professor Neitz. I had her on the first time. If you want to know her background or a little bit more, again, visit ri2020.io. You can catch her full panel there. Professor, nice to have you back. Thank you for joining.
It's great to be here. I love Mousebelt, and I love what you guys are doing, especially during this tough time. So thanks for doing it.
We got to do what we got to do. And Ben, I know you got your hands full here. You're on mute, but welcome to the show. Glad to have you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Really excited, and my daughter in car is happy as well. Hopefully not too happy.
Awesome. Well, I mean, during COVID, we got to do what we got to do. This is kind of a time capsule, right? So I think, 50 years down the road, your daughter might see this and say, hey, I was quarantined. At the same time, I was doing blockchain interviews. Like, it's all good.
Right. We'll make a coin.
Awesome. So just to kick things off here, I've known you guys now for quite some time here. We've all been chatting. I come from the industry side. You guys come from the legal side. So this is a great discussion, great topic, various themes here. But I think I wanted to focus on a couple things. I want to know, your guys' perspectives and opinions. Professor, you're teaching it. What's going on the education side? And both of you together have been with the state of California, working with the Blockchain Working Group, for the last, 12 months or quite some time, putting out the report recently, which has been great. So many use cases, so many applications that you collectively have put together. So, Professor, give me a quick, what are you doing now? What are your motivations on doing this? I know you kicked off the class at your respective school. How are things going so far?
So the class was really fun, and I talked a bit about it in May, and as the class has wrapped up, I've actually received inquiries from students over the summer who are asking me if I'm going to teach it again. I might have a wait list again. So I think educators need to know that the interest among our students is there, especially in law schools. You know, this is an industry, and Ben can talk to this, that really needs good lawyers. And really needs people who will be creative in helping the government to advance regulation. And so I think that should start in the schools. And I think this is where I really feel an affinity for Mousebelt, because you're trying to get blockchain education more widespread, and I'm trying to do the same thing in schools. And so, I mean, there are more schools, more law schools who are teaching this. I think 5 years from now, every law school is going to be offering at least an emerging tech law class that includes blockchain. And so it's been kind of fun to be on the front lines of it and to see the interest develop.
And you know what I noticed too that I love, and I've had various multiple discussions, and your whole team came, you know, faculty and your staff came to visit, and we had that meeting. And one thing that I took away really was just the support you had. Can you just shed some light a little bit on it seems like they fully supported you on running a program, obviously COVID hit, so it switched some things up this past year, but it seems like they gave you a green light to kind of do your own thing with some of your assistants there, that your TAs. Can you kind of talk about like the communication? It seemed like it was very positive.
Yes, Golden Gate School of Law was really excited about this idea. And once they realized there was student interest in it, that made a huge difference. And so they very much supported me. We've been talking about doing hybrid classes between business and law related to blockchain. There's a lot of creative energy that could really flow out of a successful class. And we did end up switching in March to being solely online, as everyone did. And the very last class that I taught in person, we ended up doing it via Zoom, but I was already on campus that day, the last day before we shut down. We had a very special guest lecturer in the class who was Mr. Ben Bartlett, who came and spoke to my students. And it was really just such a nice thing for him to do as the world was like falling down around us that week. You know, I mean, it's fallen down a little more now, obviously, but that's what was so fun for me, is to really kind of bring friends in and to help my students recognize that networking is huge and meeting people is huge. And even more importantly, everybody I've met in the blockchain space has just been so friendly, and you know, lawyers are not always the friendliest people maybe, but that is not true for blockchain lawyers. It's just been a really neat group of people that I've been able to meet through this. So I encourage my students, get out there, get in touch with people, attend conferences like this where, you know, reach out to people. And I think there's a real community, especially in San Francisco and the Bay Area, that's been built around this that would welcome any students who were interested.
And you're leading the way, right, with this blockchain, like this whole blockchain movement, right, of integrating this into curriculum. What's the inspiration there for you? I guess, when did that come about for you to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go to the dean, I'm going to go to my, you know, to the people that kind of put these courses together and present blockchain? And what did they think, actually?
Well, I first thought about this in late 2017. And when I kind of did a little preliminary research, I felt like there wasn't enough to teach. Like there just wasn't enough. It was all speculation, you know, like Silk Road was all over the place. And I just thought, I'm not going to get approval for a class on that, right? And I don't know what I would fill it with. So I kind of kept an eye on the industry, but I didn't dive in really deep until about early 2018. When I started kind of 2018. And that's when I really started like kind of thinking, all right, there's more laws, states are becoming engaged in this. I think this is something where there will be jobs for lawyers. That was my guiding force, like, because I think for professors who want to teach this, I think the argument to make to your administrators is there's jobs out there for our grads, right? Totally. And we need to know this in order to get those jobs. And that's the argument I made, and the law school really agreed that there is enough of an industry here that we can train people for it.
I don't know what the rates have gone up or down, but at one point it was like $1,000 an hour because, like you said, it was more hands-on, and you were spent most of your time probably going through the nitty-gritty of, you know, because ICOs and tokens and utility token versus security at that point, and then like structures of decentralized operations. It's all kind of crazy. So no, I'm just happy, that we met, and we've been able to engage, and like, you invited me to a class, and I was
just gonna say, my very first guest lecturer was you. And you came on such short notice. It was the first week of the semester. I feel like people should know this. The first week of the semester, my students were asking me all kinds of technical questions. And I thought, I need a developer. I need somebody in here who can answer these sorts of technical questions. And I reached out to you, Adam, and you came in with Zane, who charted the smart contract. He coded the smart contract on the whiteboard in the classroom. And my students, like half of them were like, this is amazing. And half of them were like, oh my God, I'm terrified. Am I gonna, is this on the exam? Like, oh my, what am I gonna do with this? So that was such a big help, because I think that meeting the two of you is what law school should be, right? We should be meeting people in the industry. We should be meeting practicing attorneys. We should be getting out of the building and really getting out there into the world and the community as students.
No, definitely. That was a great time. I called the lead dev for all of you, watching here. Brought in the lead dev for Ethereum Classic, and that was just a good turnout. He had a good time. We had a good time. So let's go over here to Ben.
I'm asking you again in January, so get ready, both of you.
Oh yeah, we're happy. So Ben, welcome to the show, man. We've been chatting for a couple of years now, and you've been working on some projects, which we'll get into in a little bit. But how did you get into the space? And as of more recently, in the last couple of years, what have you been doing actually?
Well, thank you, Adam, and it's good to hear Michelle, because it's similar sort of trajectory, I guess. But so I'd heard about blockchain technology and crypto and Bitcoin really years ago, but I didn't quite understand it.
So yeah, you've had this class. Another thing too. What kind of interests? I mean, it seems like you have a wait list for some of these students.
Yes. So I think here's the challenge for law students. For a lot of students, they're really kind of interested in technology, and they may have a coding background, and they may understand way more of the technology than their professors do. But for other students who went to law school because they don't like math that much, and there's a fair number of folks in law schools who do that, it's very intimidating to think about learning a technology that has a high learning curve like blockchain does. And so I have found this with students and with legislators, that the high learning curve is an impediment, and people feel like they, I don't know, as Ben was just saying, if you feel like you don't understand it, but you're sort of interested in it on the margins, it is helpful to have a class that just will have like a deep dive in, and it's sink or swim, and you've got to figure it out. And that I think has helped some of our students.
That's great. And Ben, as you were kind of, diving into your experience and how you started to get involved, go ahead and continue on there.
Well, yeah, we were at one of my old job, we were trying to raise funds for electric vehicle infrastructure. So how to pay for thousands of charging stations, right? And we kept running into different financing issues, and it was complicated. We were looking for something else, and I read about these ICOs that were happening at the time. This must have been kind of the start of the Ethereum jump off, right? The ICO wave. And okay, well, why can't we do that? So I explored it, and that's when I first learned about how they work and what it's all about. But I wasn't able to get traction there because I was still too far removed from the ability to do it. And then I kind of just forgot about it until I was in office a year or two later. We decided to utilize technology to create bonds, and let the blockchain technology be a platform to issue digital bonds, and we call them microbonds. And that right there took me so deep into learning about the industry and connecting with people like you and everyone else, and learning about it and crafting really first of its kind legislation. And that really was great. It got me into I guess the conversation around the world as I was consulting other countries and corporations and entities in various countries in America, and then from there, it's it really became a passion. I helped form I joined a law group and kind of rebranded it, and all devoted to leveraging technology to do these digital offerings and to help grow the technology, and whenever possible, steer it towards higher uses than our current use of technology. Like environmental finance in particular, and then was appointed, thankfully, to the California Blockchain Working Group, where I had the honor of working with Michelle, and I worked hard on that. We all did, and I was able to write I think 11 different recommendations in the report around different financial elements and tools to help really help change the living situation for people, because the technology is meant to help people, and I think that the current technology scheme has drifted from that somewhat. And so if this is the new internet and if this is the new money, I feel it's important that we apply a human-centered vision to it, and that's really what my work's about.
And so you guys are both part of this working group. Did you guys have what was your guys' role within this? So let me rewind here for all of you watching. My guest speakers here are part of the California State Blockchain Working Group. And how long have you guys been working on this, the report for? A couple of years, 12 months, or?
So I think, Michelle, what do you say, 13, 14 months? We just finished.
Yeah.
We started in August.
Okay, great. So yeah, about a year. Great, and I have some beginners watching. I have some novice, audience. I have some experts ranging from developers and entrepreneurs. And the wave right now is the DeFi space, and we keep hearing Bitcoin, and which is not the end. It's not a one-size-fit like campaign, right? Blockchain it's a technology that touches corporations. We're leveraging it for the state, which we'll get into. It's kind of developed this whole cryptocurrency space, and then financial services and the whole healthcare, energy sector, all the above, right? And so what I want to highlight on our discussion today is just your hard work working with the state, and just showcasing that the technology, we see all the bells and whistles and the shiny objects, and then on the back end too, working with officials and public officials and agencies on how to implement and integrate this thing, because right now you just printed out the report, and we'll touch on, we're still trying to identify use cases, right? And how do we build it, and how much does it cost to do these things, which it can get pretty pricey, and you don't want to waste money and funds like that. So did both of you, now to go back to the report that was just published I think in July, did you both have this, what were your roles, individual respective roles for being in the group? And we'll start with you, Professor.
Well, it was a really cool group of people. Like I just really felt excited to be there. And for me, it was like going to a class every time we had a meeting. I walked out knowing so much more than I did when I walked in. And so that was really fun, because it was a bunch of really creative people with expertise in different areas. And so my role was one of the 3 legal representatives on the group. And I was tasked with really thinking about what would the regulation actually look like related to specific areas. So when you have a group of 20 people, the meetings went long, and you can't always reach a deep dive or consensus on every single issue that we wanted to consider. And so I think one of the unique things about our report is the breadth of it, and how many issues we thought about that other states have not even considered yet. And that's why I do think our report is a pretty exciting document and can really serve as a role model for other states who haven't been able to do that type of research. So I was assigned 3 main areas. One was my favorite, which was ethical considerations, because I've written about ethics in blockchain, and really asking kind of what would be the guiding principles that would enable us to implement blockchain in an ethical way in our state. Thinking about things like equity and accessibility, and how can we really make blockchain a fair technology for both users and developers and states who choose to use it, especially in California. I also wrote the chapter about voting, which was a bit contentious, as you would imagine in 2020, right? Should we use blockchain for voting? And eventually we decided that the technology is not there yet for a high stakes election like all of our statewide elections in California would be.
And what do you mean by that? The technology in sense of the infrastructure, or like technology and performance, or both?
There's just too many vulnerabilities still in the technology, I think. And the Secretary of State said to me, not the Secretary of State, someone from their department who was in charge of voting for the state said, please don't let them advocate voting yet on the blockchain, because even online voting for us has so many vulnerabilities that we have not yet begun to understand. And if you throw blockchain onto it as well, there's just too many points at which a hack could happen.
Do they all agree? Do they all agree though that the tech, like we'll talking about blockchain, so that the technology at some point will it makes sense?
It would be amazing if it could work. Like I think it would be, honestly, I think the reasons to do blockchain voting also have to do with equity and access. And, you know, folks who are homebound and for whom just being able to pull up a phone and vote would enable them to feel like they're participating more in the electoral process. People like, I mean, young people, right, who are in school, or people who are working shift work, who aren't able to get the time off to go and vote, blockchain voting would be amazing. And so theoretically, I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
Practically speaking, and we, you know, I did talk to professors, a professor at Lawrence Livermore, and I kind of reached out. I mean, there are like Votes is a company that's really working to try to make this happen. I think the sort of overarching decision was it's just not ready yet, right?
Sure. But they're open to it. But they're open to it. They see this future of integrating like online voting and. You know.
Right. I mean, I think 10 years from now, you know, I hope that we'll be able to get there. You know, the U.S., like the post office is looking into a blockchain patent for mail-in ballots right now. I mean, there's interest in the government to do it.
The post office has been working on it since I think like 2017, 16. Not the voting aspect, but they've been looking, literally the USPS has been looking into blockchain for a few years. I had a call with them, I don't know, 8 months ago. Offering them support, really. I was like, can we help you guys? Because it looks like you might need a little bit of technical support there. But
I need to call them back, Adam.
Try to get them on
They might need to talk to you again.
I try to get them on this conference, but maybe next time. Didn't mean to cut you off. So yeah, it looks like you're working on the voting aspects and they're open to it, and you foresee the technology like in, you know, helping us out on the voting aspect where you don't have to physically go, you know, drop your ballot in or mail it in or whatever.
I mean, when our kids are 18, how cool will it be for them to be able to vote on their phones? Because they're going to be doing everything else on their phones.
Talk about just kind of being involved. Obviously, hopefully the idea would be is to increase votes. Like right now, not everybody votes. So that might increase, you know, you might feel like you have some sense of skin in the game. They should feel that now. But to be able to do it from your phone, you know, you're getting everybody involved here.
Right. And I mean, young people are a block that don't often vote, even though their votes can make such a difference. And so I do see it in the future. I think right now it's a very high stakes experiment, especially in our polarized climate, you know. And so my co-author ended up having to leave the group, but his initial thought on this was, well, what about like a BART board election or like a school board election, like something that's a little bit less high stakes than a statewide election or a city council election where there's just so much more at stake. So I think what we're going to see are small pilots to try to scale the technology. Perfect. And what about you, Ben? Let's get to you a little bit on your role within the group. And I know you just said you wrote, you know, a few of the applications and POCs and pilots. So yeah, shed some light on what your role was and how you got involved.
Oh, sure. Thank you. And I want just to comment on the voting piece. You know, that was something, of course, we were all super excited about. And as Michelle did the research with her team, it did look like, you know, not really the right time. But that was something we really were hopeful for. And I do believe that we will be there. And Michelle, I saw that the USPS just filed a patent this week. Mm-hmm. So I guess we'll be getting there soon. And it's important to realize too, right? This is something that if you pay close attention to this race, the presidential race, there's two streams of thought in the country. There's one stream that says, just let everyone vote right away. Another one says people have to earn the vote. You want people that care and people that do research and people who are informed to vote. So I think we're going to have to deal with that conversation when it comes to ubiquitous cell phone-based voting. There'll be a lot of pushback. It'll be interesting to see, but I'm sure that democracy will win. You know, so my experience on the working group, I was really excited about it because I've never been on anything that high level before. This was, you know, a state-created think tank.
Yeah.
Essentially, right? And with all these big shots like Michelle and, you know, and the head of Hyperledger and all these big people who are like supreme experts in the field. So, I mean, I was excited to learn from them and to learn how, and then from the state people, the state apparatus, they had the top people that can, I guess, convene and synthesize disparate viewpoints into reports. So observing the way they worked with this motley group was a real learning experience. I learned a lot. As Michelle said, we covered all these topics. The breadth of what we covered was amazing, from healthcare to energy to finance to voting. And so I focused on the elements that kind of drove me there. The wealth building, the poverty creation, the poverty elimination, and wealth building elements that come with new money. They can come, you know, because we know from the ICO revolution that for the first time, the geographic stranglehold on investment being centered around the Bay Area, and particularly the west edge of the Bay Area, the Stanford area, now is blowing apart, and projects and people and founders and were funded all over the world. And that alone, if you look at the map of the money distribution, you can see why blockchain is important. And and then building on top of that, all the smart contracts, and you're just enabling more people to get in the game. So so I focused on all those elements, and so I wrote a number of pieces on there with people, and Michelle was helpful as well too. And so, you know, I focused on municipal finance, public finance, a blockchain innovation zone to spur new ideas and creativity if they're working towards a public good. Worked on corporate personhood for DAOs, distributed autonomous organizations. These are these automated DeFi entities that they're limited by what they can do because they don't have any liability shields or ability to really buy insurance or move as a group because there's no corporation behind them. So it allowing them to become corporations, as long as they're benefit corporations, right, and working for the public good. And then what I'm really proud of that I've been working on developing and releasing and getting buy-in, this concept of a Cal coin, a state distribution platform for benefits and other things. So those are the big ones I'm really proud of.
Nice, and maybe we can dig in on a couple of them, or one of them that you're, you know, we're really kind of putting some effort into, even more, right, beyond kind of the report. And one thing that I kind of want to highlight as well, as I'm listening to the both of you, and for our audience, like paying attention here and tuning in, is that we're all still learning. We're still trying to understand, right? I think some people, even for me, I was like, was I late to the game, right? It was only like 2017. Even now, it's like, you know, am I too late at certain times? But the whole grand scheme of things, we're just in this bubble here, and we kind of see that things move fast, especially in the blockchain space. Things are moving quick. Innovation is happening, you know, at a rapid pace. And so, you know, for everybody watching, like, don't think that you're too late, right? It's just, we all do, and I've had all these interviews going on, and still to this day, everybody's reading blogs, everybody's reading articles, white papers, trying to look up, you know, blockchain is a buzzword, but really distributed systems has been around a long time. Cryptography's been around a long time. And now it's just kind of all coming together. So I think the research, there's still so much to do, so much to read up, and we're all still learning. So for those watching, as you can tell, you know, we have, you know, massive groups of intelligent individuals trying to understand how to use it, how to implement it, how to, you know, make sure that, you know, it's ethically, like, morally okay for society. And then you're trying to, you know, help with the wealth gap and access to capital and money. So, you know, let's kind of jump into some of the things that you know, some of this report. I know we touched on a few topics here, but aside from that, you know, is there anything that you want to talk about, Professor, like that you want to shed some light on during this experience right now?
Sure. I do want to follow up and ask Ben about Calcoin, because I will say he gets the credit for the name, which is the coolest name of any cryptocurrency around. So I want to make it happen just for the name. But I think a weird thing, here's what I want to ask developers to start doing. Think outside of the box of crypto. States are looking at this in areas that are not quite as sexy as crypto, right? Like marriage records and birth certificates. I mean, that's an area that California is already moving forward in. One of the state divisions that I found to be the most excited to work with us was part of the Secretary of State Archives Division, because they're looking to digitize archives. And if they were to have multiple parties, you know, within the state, either county records, or if they were, let's say the West Coast states were to build a consortium and put all of their records on a blockchain where anyone could access, like that is actually providing educational access to our history for people, for students, for, you know, scholars, for politicians, for anybody. And so, but you're not going to read about that. Like, it's not blowing up on Twitter, right? Like there's a role for archives with blockchain. And so I do think that one of the things I'm taking away out of the learning group is that, or the working group, is that there's room for blockchain in all kinds of areas. You just got to be creative and figure out what the use case would be. And if you can present it well, states are going to listen to you, and the federal government is going to listen to you, because we're all still figuring this out. But with that, I do want to ask you about Calcoin, Ben, because I don't want us to, I want people to know this exciting idea and that you've created.
Oh, thank you. So the and you're exactly right, by the way. Just looking at anything in the current landscape, if it can be made more efficient, blockchain might have an application. So with the Calcoin, you know, we were looking for essentially a way to speed distribution of aid. Because during that time, COVID was hitting, the federal aid was coming down, the CARES Act, and different elements. And what was happening was that the friction involved was the same friction we talk about all the time in blockchain, that blockchain is trying to address. And so the friction was there, the fees were there, and so as I looked at that, I was like, well, you know what? There's no reason why 1.5 million people 6 weeks later are still waiting for their unemployment benefits. When we know you can do an instant transfer via this technology. We do it all the time. And so we thought it through, and because the ledger can hold any digital record, it can even hold beyond money. It can hold housing vouchers, pieces of paper. You know, it can have COVID test results, things like that. And so the idea is to have a state apparatus to distribute benefits to people without being tied to a computer or a phone, to something they can access in the cloud via their own identity and use it. And that, of course, addresses the fraud elements, because you can program things and where they go and how they're spent. You can track better what's going on to make sure your people are being helped, and you can engage in. You can even merge that with the unbanking solutions for the unbanked. And the working group, we talk a lot about the unbanked on this period as well. And so you could even merge that with helping these struggling people get financial literacy and get access to financial products via this distributed, super cheap way to do it. And so yeah, it's super exciting. We baked it through and looked at some other places. So New York had a public Venmo that they're trying to do, and so we're kind of in line with that, and the Fed coin that's talking about, and the China coin. And so the platform is meant to be adaptable to many situations, but right away it's meant to address the fact that every dollar of aid, I think only 5 cents goes to the person, with all the hands involved, right? And so this is meant to get more aid to where it's needed, because in this pandemic recovery era, budgets will be constrained. It's going to be a lot harder, and need will be even greater. So we got to maximize every dollar of aid, and this is one way to do it. And so I've been out there pushing it and talking about it. And I have a major bank looking at it right now.
Oh, really?
But the first bank wanted to do it. They were all in, but they had to pass because they're not covered by the OCC charter, which now says banks can hold crypto. This is a state chartered bank, which is covered by the FDIC. And the FDIC does not insure crypto, so they had to pass on it. But they kicked it over to another larger national bank that is covered with this special designation called OCC, under the OCC, Office of the Currency Controller.
Comptroller and Currency.
Yeah, Comptroller and Currency. And, so they're right now discussing it, their executives.
And what are some of the barriers here? Like, what are some of the challenges that you're seeing to get this fully, to gain some more traction? Obviously, you're gaining traction, but what are some of the feedback that you're getting? Positive, negative?
Well, so far it's been positive. It's just, one, do they have you'd have to go through a bank because banks are the conduits for aid distribution. So they have to want to streamline, right, for one. But I make the case that they now are picking up new customers. And they also can meet these, they have these requirements under law to lend into poor areas. And now those requirements are even more pronounced as more people are poor. And this provides a mechanism through distributed finance methodology to reach those people and get them debt products as well as aid. So they like that, and they see the value in that as well. So I think that it's just the only obstacle has been really the fear of holding digital assets. Yeah. And so do these have to be assets? And that's such a tricky thing to explain to a novice to this industry, right? That we're gonna have to just keep it real simple.
I forgot what I was going to say. No, but you're totally right. The fear of holding assets, and we're talking about custody.
Yeah, custody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's the bank is responsible for this digital asset, and so far the FDIC has not announced that it will cover losses of those materials. And so certain banks are good. Certain banks are chartered FDIC. Other banks are chartered under this Office of the Currency Comptroller. And they have permission now to carry them. So I need one of those banks.
And seems like you're on your way. No, that's interesting.
It would be interesting. Can I just add,
Go ahead.
So when I first heard about this in July, my first thought, and I can't help myself as a former litigator, was, here come the lawyers, right? Like, this is going to be one breach and, one hack, and those banks are going to face such liability. So I wonder if within the innovation zone, there would be a way to shield liability, or to have some sort of sharing of liability happening just to get it off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that we talked about, if you remember, and I'm not sure if it made it to the report, but we should talk about it with the community, is our insurance pools and things like that, where members of the community contribute to an insurance pool to cover losses, and the state, of course, in the innovation zone, allowing this risk taking, provided there's insurance and clear communication with people whose tokens you're holding or investors' money you're with, things like that. You're exactly right.
You know what? And it's funny you bring up this insurance pool and insurance, because I was literally talking. You guys have talked with my co-founder and CTO Galen. And I brought up the same thing about insurance, just from the aspect of the perspective of adoption, increasing adoption and utility and usage. And I feel like one of the things that, people would be more willing to use crypto in a way is insurance. I think that's one, we all count on our bank, like we have fraud or there's an issue, people steal money and the bank goes down, we're covered. And I think some of that peace of mind in some kind of product, whether I know there's insurance on smart contracts, for a period of time, and making sure the escrow accounts are fine. But I was also talking about insurance of custody and private keys or the assets that are involved, because I think that's one way that people will use it, or maybe enterprise, banks or enterprises, corporations will be more willing to, like you brought up the litigation part, or just kind of the issues surrounding if there's a hack, they want to be covered as well. And I think there needs to be some some middle ground there to kind of satisfy both sides of the coin here.
Well, one key thing I think that is going to have to happen is the transfer agent concept, and so we worked with this with our municipal bond program, and I think that's probably the way it's going to be most effective. Is essentially some entity or digital program has a registered ownership of each token, and if it gets stolen, it gets dissolved and reassembled in its rightful wallet. And I think getting to that point of signature and identity is probably going to be integral, because people can't be losing money like this with these hackers. Like we know right now at our banks, our big banks, where you probably have a bank account. If someone robs that bank and takes the money out, it's going to be replaced. If it gets hacked, if I take my bank card to the store and they copy the numbers and go run up a shopping spree, the money's going to get replaced to me. So that same functionality has to happen for people, otherwise it's not going to work.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And even within this report, we touched on records, right? That's kind of like some low-hanging fruit. We're talking about this CalCoin, which is kind of even more complicated or more involved, like structure. What's in between? Like, are there any other areas outside of voting that like require? I'm sure everything requires some technology and some innovation, but were there other topics that were like, hey, this area, there's an opportunity within, I've seen on the report like real estate, agriculture, the energy sector. Were there any like more weighted? The technology's not there. We got to start with the low-hanging fruit. But what were some of the priorities that you guys saw, or that the state was like, you know what, like we need to save costs here or generate revenue here? Was there any of that discussion going on?
Michelle, you had some good ones.
Yeah, I think the energy and natural resources one is really exciting and the reason I think that is because it goes along with our long-standing policies in California of conservation, right? And so for me as a professor, it's always really exciting to see regulation following policy, like to be able to have the thoughtful discussion about the policy first and then have the regulation follow, because that ends up being successful regulation. When you do it the other way around, again, here come the lawyers, right? Like this is it. So you can tell when there's been thought put into it. So in my mind, the two biggest areas we're going to see exploding with blockchain in California are going to be the low-hanging fruit ones, right? Yep. But also healthcare. The healthcare thing is huge. I mean, the amount of R&D that's going into pharmaceutical blockchain development is pretty extraordinary, and it can affect everything from insurance to supply chain for drug management. There's just a lot of aspects of the healthcare industry, and frankly, it's going to be well funded right now because we're in the middle of a global pandemic. So whatever we can do to try to, as Ben was saying, track COVID results, right? Once the vaccine is out there, how are we going to know where the vaccine has been properly delivered or whether it's been siphoned off? That's basic supply chain management, and that can all be done through a blockchain.
And regarding the healthcare, like, is there a lot of support there? Because I just had an interview with Florian, who was in the healthcare space, and there's a lot of like dynamics in there, which is interesting. But and you're talking about some supply chain with pharmaceuticals. We're also talking about siloed data and information between insurance providers and doctors and hospitals. Is that what we're talking about as well? You're talking about some of those things?
It touches on all of it.
Yeah.
Right? So like the supply chain stuff that proof of concept has already been done.
Exactly.
It's already up and running.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, it's being used internationally, right? In refugee camps. I mean, that's done. So we can just pick that up and move it over to help with COVID. And I know that there's people working on this right now. So that to me is very exciting. The other thing, and this is just my own personal opinion because I worked on it, part of civic engagement is not just voting, right? So I know that there are engineers right now who are looking at the Black Lives Matter movement and the racial and gender justice movements that are happening right now and thinking creatively about one example I've heard, maybe we can use blockchain to track police reporting, right? Maybe we can use blockchain to track arrests that are going on. I mean, there's just, it's incredible.
I just had an interview in the same thing. So we were talking about the issue is trying to get the stakeholders, right? So for those watching, like blockchain is a peer-to-peer thing, like a trustless thing. It's good for multiple parties that are involved in some kind of consortium or partnership that don't trust each other, and we're using this technology to get bypast that. But you bring up a good point, and they've been working on this, just call it distributed ledger, for like records and history of reports for other agencies within the counties and stuff, to see like what you just brought up, kind of like the policing efforts and records. And so thanks for bringing that up, because I'm having some discussions around that. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm glad there's, all these discussions are going on, and you're at the heart of it, advocating for some of this technology as a use case, as an application, for the social good.
That's where the principles, like having ethical principles, really comes into play, because that movement happened. I mean, it was starting to happen, but we didn't devote a whole section of the report to it, right? Because the report was basically written in April and May. And so, but if we have principles in the report that say, these are our guiding principles, we want to focus on sustainability. That's going to bring in healthcare and energy conservation. If we want to focus on equity and accessible distribution, and making, our society a more fair and just place, then when a new use case pops up like it did this summer, you can say, all right, we know what this technology can do. Let's try to apply it to this use case. So to me, that's why the report will last, is because it's not just a snapshot of what the use cases could be. It's also, let's think about what our overarching goals for California will be.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right.
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I love the healthcare piece. That's definitely where we're headed. It's a system that's so complicated, with so much, friction again, right, between all the players and the payments. You can automate payments this way. You can store records. It's very difficult to get your records pulled up when you go visit anyone on the healthcare providing chain.
And I even think on the patient side, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the back end operations of siloed data and information, and the hassle of everybody. Only certain people have the records, and it's all paper. We're trying to digitize that, of course. But even on the patient side, there's some ownership. So a little bit of privacy, a little bit of control that benefits. Both spectrums of the the vendors and suppliers, the insurance providers, and then also the patients, to have a little sense of control, which leads into, we don't have time for it, but leads into another surveys of trying to extract data for the pharmaceutical companies to have appropriate kind of accurate information on these technical trials. I can't think of the word, technical trials and all that, right?
Right, and we're going to have to lower costs and expand coverage. So you have pronounced need, but less money. So this is in my mind, this and the financing are going to be the largest plays right now in the industry. So you see the DeFi, right, approaching the financial world, and I guarantee the healthcare market will be a huge growth opportunity for blockchain professionals.
Well, the other thing that I've had with another healthcare individual in the blockchain space is that, and one of the questions I asked was, there's so many applications, and it just seems so obvious, right? But I think the regulation and the policy hasn't caught up yet, because I do see these healthcare applications on blockchain and tackling some of these issues. But what I had asked was, I was just curious, and I assumed that it was regulation and policy kind of stunting that growth a little bit. Trying to figure out how to appropriately apply legislature to it, because I've seen all these startups and projects, and I know, but I haven't seen the masses adopt it yet, and I think there's a gap there still.
Yeah, and honestly, and maybe Michelle can speak to this, but with healthcare, the laws are not that onerous. There's HIPAA, right? It's privacy. You just have to take reasonable efforts to ensure the privacy of the data you're working with, the patient information. Because we have telemedicine now. We've had it for years, right? You can get your tonsils looked at right now on your phone by somebody in another part of the world, and that's fine. So this is the same idea. It's just getting buy-in from the incumbent industries because they make a lot of money the way it is.
Well, that was the other part of the discussion. And, you know, it's probably for another time, but the business models were like, we're applying this technology, you know, Web 3.0 to Web 2.0, and like they don't jive, right? Like, you know, we're in this transformation period, but you're right. And I think the way we think about the blockchain space doesn't match up with how industry operates on like, how many patients do I need to see, you know, to cover the bills and like, you know, make revenue and stuff like that, right, Ben?
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, but all of this is made easier by new money to invest, right? Because the establishment likes it the way it is, but the new markets and the new people can fund the new iterations, new business models. But that's an issue because the investment is subject to federal legislation. And I wanted to ask Michelle, because that's your expertise, what are we working with here? Are we going to be able to start investing in stuff more easily?
If Hester Pierce has her way, then we will, who's the SEC commissioner, who they call Crypto Mom. But, you know, she's kind of a lone voice at the moment. But I think we're always slower in law and regulation than technology is, right? And I think a real problem was that it was something like 80% of ICOs were fraudulent.
Yeah.
So the problem as a regulator then is you just are tempted to write the whole thing off and say, we're just not going to do this because the risk to public protection is just too high. And so, but there are, you know, I saw today actually that Germany is going to allow these digitized securities. So I think that the other countries might move faster than us. But I do think that we're going to be in a position where the agencies are going to have to collaborate. And this is actually something I was telling you folks before we started recording this, that I just finished an article that I wrote this summer, a law review article on the regulation of blockchain and the way that these agencies are just tripping over themselves to try to be first or to try to come up with a cohesive way to regulate, right? And so you have, you know, the Fed is talking about its digital dollar, and then you have the SEC trying to put out fires basically with its regulation and regulating through enforcement. And then you have Congress just, you know, who is just releasing new blockchain bills from the sky every other day. But there is no cohesive regulatory scheme. And people are fleeing the United States as a result of this. Investors are leaving because you could go to another country that has where you can actually tell your clients as a lawyer the answer is going to be. And when you can't say that, you know, well, if the SEC decides that we're an asset, you know, they're going to regulate us this way. But if they decide that we fall under this other agency, then we might be regulated, you know, for a commodity, then we're going to be regulated this. Like, to have to say that to a client is really hard. And most clients are going to say, you know what, I'm just pulling up stakes. I'm going to Singapore or I'm going to Switzerland. So, so I'm advocating that we come up with some sort of I'm laying out principles. Here are the 5 pillars that you guys have to think about. And I'm planning to send the article to legislators when it's done, because I'm hoping we just need to have a cohesive voice, I think, in this. It will help the industry. Even if it's not uniformity, it will still help the industry.
So you're writing something right now on that?
Yeah, I actually have offers of publication on it right now, and I'll let you know where it lands. It's going to be a law review article that I'll put out on Twitter and everywhere when it's on social media when it's ready. That's great.
And I know we got a few minutes here. We're kind of running up on time, but last couple questions maybe. What do you work with other states? I know there's Wyoming. I know there's Washington. I think Ben brought up, like, you know, New York was trying to do like a public Venmo thing. Do you guys collaborate or work with the other states? Follow them? Do they follow you? Is any communication amongst the communities?
So actually, yes, a lot. Ever since we drafted the blockchain bonds, people from around the states reached, and they've been following us ever since. And so yes, we do reach out. And the California report I made a concerted effort to get it in the hands of people in different states. So yes, they do watch, and there is a communication going on.
Nice.
Sorry.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I think blockchain in general, right, is a community-driven ecosystem of collaborators. So I would assume, I don't know if you wanted to say anything, Professor, on that, but that's good to hear that there is some kind of communication going on, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the interjurisdictional competition aspect of blockchain is really fun to watch. The same thing happened with LLCs when that business entity was created. States started fighting to be the place where you'd want to incorporate or want to file for your LLC, and so we're seeing the same thing now. So it's not just international competition going on. It's, California versus Wyoming versus New York. And so, but to the extent that we can cooperate, I think the whole industry will be better off. I really
What
do.
other states? The funny thing is when I joined your class for the guest lecture, I think that's what your students were presenting, because I heard Kentucky and I heard, I'm kind of surprised. Are there any outside of California, Washington, Wyoming, New York, any other kind of surprising states that I'm missing?
Hawaii is there. Not surprising that Texas has done, Texas is following Wyoming. A Texas legislator that I actually quoted in my article actually says, we're copying Wyoming. And then but then on top of that, we're Texas with a bigger economy. So we feel like maybe people want to come here because they could have our economy plus a Wyoming scheme. And what's interesting, that was a fun class. I had each student adopt a state. I'm going to have to rewrite my whole syllabus for next semester, right?
And what are we talking about as far as adoption? Like right now we talked about, I guess we narrowed it down specifically on this report and use cases and how to use it. What else is there? We're in California, so maybe it doesn't apply because people want to come to Silicon Valley, the Bay Area and work here. But what other benefits are the Texases and the Wyomings offering to drive business? Just crypto-friendly operations and structure and fees or something like that? What else is, we talked about the use case report right now. What other motivations do those states have just to bring in crypto business, start the new Silicon Valley of crypto of Wyoming?
Yes, so Wyoming's doing some really cool stuff. They are allowing folks to charter their own banks in Wyoming.
Yeah.
To compete with the New York BIT license, right? So that you can just navigate, which the BIT license is going to get modified, but they're really competing in a cool way with it. I think the two since I know we're running short on time, the two general answers I would give are taxes, right? You can encourage behavior through taxation.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff going on and related to, we won't tax you if you come to our state. And then the other thing is trying to have a crypto-friendly regulations, as you talked about, incentives.
And are we talking about sandbox still, regulatory sandboxes and we'll work with you more two to tango?
Come and experiment. We won't tax you.
Yeah.
And we'll let you sell stuff to the public,
Yeah.
Trying to avoid securities laws. We'll let you do stuff in our state that you may not be able to do elsewhere. Which could be really cool and great stuff. We're hoping to do that a bit in California where great stuff could come out of it. This was actually Ben's idea on our working group to have some sort of a regulatory sandbox, what we're now calling the innovation zone. So yeah, it's a really fun area to work in, I will say. It's been really great.
Yeah, and there's a measure right now up for consideration at the state, right? So what is it? It involves tokens and status. Do you know? You're familiar with Michelle?
No, I haven't seen it. Has it?
Yeah.
Who
So
introduced it?
it's from Ian Calderon.
From Ian, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's stemming from our report.
I need to look this up. Well, it has been my first week of the semester. I will say it's been a little drowning, but I will check it out. That's a really, I think Ian is great and he's leaving, unfortunately, the state legislature. But we need Ben to run for higher office so that he can push us in this way.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. One step at a time. But I'm pretty sure it just gives it's a holiday. A period of time in which you can operate without being declared a security by the state of California, something like that. So like a sandbox kind of idea around one particular activity. So that's exciting. I just saw it flash across my phone. I haven't a chance to read it yet.
Oh, did it just happen?
Okay. Apparently it's right now. It's under consideration.
Okay, great. I feel a little better about knowing about it if it's just happening. Okay, good.
Ben, do you talk about this stuff with your public around your local community?
Yeah, I do, but it's hard because they don't understand it. So I talk about the impacts and the effects of it, right? And the blockchain bonds it's a community finance tool. So I put it in human terms, which I think the industry needs to do anyway for people. Is get off the arcane, weird, the tech talk, right? And talk about the human-centered elements at play. So cryptographic microbonds are actually a community finance tool, right? So speaking of in real terms like that, I found it to be more effective with policymakers, people, and businesses.
No, totally. I mean, I think you have to kind of, bring some metaphors and how can you relate it to traditional terms and like what we again, this is Web 3.0 versus 2.0. We're all used to this, and I think that definitely helps. So I think we're running up on time here. We'll let you guys go. First and foremost, thank you both, Professor and Ben, for joining me today, taking time out of your busy schedules to talk about the California Blockchain State Working Report, and then shedding some light on the use cases, shedding the light on how it's going to affect our way of life here in California, and then also touching base on the other states that are competing to what we're doing here in California, the same thing, right? So thank you guys for talking about that and discussing that, and for the audience, it's not just cryptocurrency. We're talking about distributed ledgers. We're talking about old marriage records and birth certificates. I mean, it's touching everything. So first and foremost, thank you both for joining today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Adam.
And for all of you that want to catch the full interview, please visit ri2020.io, or you can visit the Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel. So that's it for today. Again, thank you guys and enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you guys soon, hopefully.
Take care. Keep cool.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Bag Holder. This term has come from Wall Street. It means that the trader kept altcoins in his portfolio for too long and they went down in value.
Reading Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag still to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got $1 million coins like the real McCoy. I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from a squad on the block. Chain with a hold alive. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin Ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape. Ashy sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Disco out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Having mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, crypto fam. Welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, crypto fam. Heart racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, crypto fam. Welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, crypto fam. Heart racing like ambulance.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hey everybody, it is Patrick McLean, one of your hosts for Reimagine 2020. As you guys know, we've been going for around 72 hours now. I don't know what point you're catching this. We're super lucky to have a lot of interesting conversations, right? So whether it's with students, whether it's with blockchain infrastructure companies, industry, kind of how they're utilizing it, or, guests that I'm really excited to hear from right now, kind of how people are using it at the, governmental level, how it's really impacting societies around the world. So before I butcher it, and I want to try not to butcher her name, but Chopay, hopefully I got that right. If you want to introduce yourself, where are you at right now? How's your day going, and how's life?
Hi everyone. So my name is Shokwe Williams Elegbe. I'm a law professor in Stellenbosch University, which is in Cape Town in South Africa. So I'm based here in Cape Town. It's a beautiful day today. We're still at the tail end of our winter, so it's a little bit cold, which is why I'm wearing a jumper. So I teach law, but the area of law that I focus on is public procurement law, which is government contracts law. And of course, if you read anything in the midst of this pandemic, everything about government contracts seems to involve some kind of corruption. So my area of interest is government contracts law and anti-corruption, I should say. And so that's basically what I do in my day job. I teach government contracts law, I teach anti-corruption law. I do consulting, trying to figure out ways that we can make government contracts less corrupt, and have better outcomes for citizens.
Definitely. And I want to kind of ask more questions about how you're really looking to apply blockchain. But before we go there, one of the things I always find interesting when we started help reaching out to universities, at first I expected a lot of primarily blockchain developers, which there are kind of at universities around the world, and there are blockchain clubs. And then, what I started noticing was that there was a lot of law students actually that were kind of crossing across the table. And that was one thing I wasn't actually projecting. So can you maybe talk a little bit where do you think those lines are? What kind of drew you to be interested in blockchain as you were studying law, and where do you think those parallels are? Like, do you think it's going to be something more and more interesting for a variety of fields or studies?
Right. Okay. So there wasn't any blockchain when I was studying law, because I studied law 25 years ago. So there wasn't any blockchain. And yeah, so but my interest in blockchain, I think, came from the anti-corruption work that I do. So of course, for governments, a lot of the discussion around reducing corruption in procurement or in the public sector generally has focused for the last, I'll say, 15, 20 years, has focused on the use of technology. So in public procurement, we talk about e-procurement platforms. We talk about measures that we can use to limit the interaction between public officials and and government contractors to limit the opportunities for corruption. So when there was or when the information on blockchain became, or when the noise, I should say, about blockchain became overwhelming, and of course everyone was saying that this is basically the best thing since sliced bread. It will eliminate the middleman. It will eliminate issues of discretion and corruption, etc., etc. I began to look at it from a legal perspective. As I said, I'm a law professor, so obviously trying to understand, okay, what really is blockchain? What are the benefits that it can provide? How can it be used in the government procurement space to really, make a change, make differences? I said already that I'm in South Africa, and of course, a lot of African countries have issues with corruption in their public sector, especially with corruption in government contracts. So that was really my interest, was like, how can we use this technology? How can it be used in a way that can help us to improve the outcomes we have in public procurement and reduce corruption at the same time? So that was the angle that I came to it from.
All right. So and I'm always surprised when I see people kind of approach blockchain, whether it's a large corporation or, I think we've even gone through startup phases where a lot of startups kind of tried to apply it to their technology, whether it was actually the best use case or not. So I think sometimes, at least in the past, it's been thrown around as a buzzword. So where did you kind of land on that, from hearing like this is the best thing from sliced bread and it's going to cure every problem, and then kind of fell down to maybe earth a little bit and seeing how it's actually applied? What was that journey like for you? What did you learn along the way?
Okay, so what I learned along the way, I'd say, so definitely as a technology, it could be very useful, but I would say that it hasn't so far lived up to its potential, and there are a number of reasons for this, depending on which sector you're in. So in government contracts, there is one of the challenges we have is that there are a lot of phases, there are a lot of stages, and there's a lot of official documentation that needs to be used. Now, converting that kind of information into the blockchain has been one of the barriers to using blockchain in procurement. So we haven't really seen it being adopted as the technology for public procurement. What we have seen is that it's being used for micro phases in the procurement process. So I'll give an example. In Costa Rica, they use blockchain. They've integrated blockchain into their, I'll say, regular electronic procurement platform in order to secure some documents, because they found that on that e-procurement platform they had, people could still tamper with certain documents, for unethical reasons. So they essentially just secured some of the documentation that was crucial on a blockchain part, into their e-procurement technology. So there have been different, as I said, different reasons why we haven't seen wholesale adoption of blockchain across the entire procurement value chain, if you want to say that. So part of it is because there's a lot of documentation that has to be used. And part of it is the fact that there are many stages in a procurement process, and some of those stages are regulated by law in a way that does not make it amenable to, to a fully automated, fully online event. Another reason why we haven't seen the wholesale adoption, and I'll say this for South Africa, I don't know if it applies to other countries, but in South Africa, there isn't any or the procurement laws don't allow for any kind of electronic decision adjudication. So any litigation that doesn't go to the high courts in procurement is just not allowed. So if there's a procurement dispute, it has to go to the high courts. You can't have any kind of mechanism whereby disputes are settled in an electronic format. So that's just not allowed. So it also means that whatever you do on the blockchain has to be able to be translated to real world litigation.
And in that case, you're talking about like a physical signature almost. I mean,
yeah. So you're not just signatures, but you're talking about the fact that if you're going to, of course, if disputes, I mean, I suppose there are workarounds, but if a dispute is going to court on a matter that was wholly electronic, you have to be able to have access to those documents because that's what the judges are going to look at. So the evidence has to be able to be translated into a form that lawyers and judges can read.
And it has to be able to be printed out almost.
Yes, you have. So when it comes to you can contemplate a system where we do everything on a blockchain platform or any other kind of technological platform, but once there's a dispute, then everything has to be taken off this platform and brought into people's hands. So it kind of makes it less efficient than you would have it be. So there's just no space for dispute resolution that can take place, within the technology. There's no scope for that.
So it almost sounds at this moment, at least I guess in South Africa, I'd say it's meant to be complementary almost, like not the. Yeah. Got it. All right. Yeah. So, well, I mean, how are you thinking about that then as a lawyer? I mean, do you think that there is a long tail approach that is like changing the laws almost to adapt to this digital format?
Yeah. So So there are two things. So changing the law would be necessary because, as I said, the law just does not allow certain things. So the long game would be that there would be pressure on adapting the laws or changing the laws so that there's more scope for using technology broadly, not just blockchain, but technology broadly. So that's number one.
Well, and not to cut you off, but I think I was actually thinking about that when you were saying it. I think even if you go back to like DocuSign, right? I think DocuSign had to go through the same process. It was like, even in the States, at what point did courts accept a digitally signed version versus a physically signed version?
Yeah. So that's a good analogy. So it will be that, when we've moved quite a bit. I mean, we accept electronic signatures. We're even now allowing people to register their properties through technology without actually using physical documents. So there's been movement. But in government procurement, one of the problems we have is that because it's so highly regulated, there's so many blocks there's so many blocks and there's also resistance. So as I said, the first thing would be like changing the law to make the law more amenable to the use of technology. And then the second thing would be on the practical side, in South Africa, and I suppose in a few other developing countries, we're not very good in terms of our data management and our use of data. So the kind of data that you need to make technology platforms useful, we don't actually properly collate or manage that data. So even changing our data management practices, making that an important part of the work that we do in the public sector, I think is important because, if you're using any technology platform, the data is everything. The data you're putting into it is, makes it work. And if we don't have that data, if we're not collating that data, if we don't know what to do with that data, then we're having the garbage in, garbage out, situation. So those are the two things that I think need to be addressed in this context. So one would be the legislation, making sure that the legal framework is actually favorable to the use of technology. And the second would be actually changing the public sector practices in relation to data.
Got it. So I guess let's talk about what you're doing specifically then. So then you kind of have some ideas of how to approach this. Can you talk about like some of the actions you're taking, maybe some of the pilots that you're working on, etc.?
Yes. Okay. So so it's still, I mean, even though there are challenges, there's, anything that is new, that is cutting edge, has to go through has to go through the fire, right? And be refined. So I'm still very optimistic. And in South Africa right now, there are two blockchain pilots that I'm part of. And both of them are in public procurement. So one of them is with a little, what we call a municipality. So it's like local governments, basically, to try to see, and the aim of that first pilot is to try to see if we're going to actually put procurement on the blockchain, what does that look like? What are the obstacles that we would face? How would we, and then more importantly, how would we make sure that we are compliant with the legislation, with the laws on how to conduct procurement? I said already, the procurement in South Africa is really highly regulated. So just to put into context, there are about 40 different laws that address public procurement in South Africa. So it's a lot. So making sure that, and those laws, some of them conflict in the real world. So making sure that we can do that on a blockchain is itself a challenge. So we have this pilot in a municipality which we call Swellendam. So it's a really tiny municipality, and we went for that municipality because it's small. Because it's small. It means that we can actually have more freedom to move and to explore. And to see what it is that we can do. So we've been trying to make sure that we could move the procurement documentation that needs to be used, that we could put that on a blockchain to see what the whole focus, of course, has been on building the platform, making sure that the back end works, which is everything. So we were supposed to go live in July, but we had some delays because of COVID-19. So that's kind of, it's still in the works, but things slowed down because in South Africa, we had a really hard lockdown, and that was only eased a couple of weeks ago. So we're only kind of getting back, not even to normal, but to working again. So that's the first one. So with that, the idea with that, as I said, is just to see what it would look like, what would be the obstacles we come against, and which obstacles we can actually deal with, and which would actually mean that we would need legislative reform. So that's the first one. And I said that's been going on. Actually, it's been on since last year because it was self-funded. So we've been building this platform organically. So that's the first one. Then the second one is a bit more exciting because it's funded by an international donor, and it includes, so it's again another pilot, but now with one of the biggest government departments in South Africa. So basically the government department that has the biggest budget. So we're really at two ends of the spectrum, dealing with the tiniest local government office and then one of the biggest government departments. So again, this one is supposed to start in October. And again, the idea is to see what can we do, especially with this department. As I said, they have the biggest budget and they have the most corruption. So it's just to see what can we do. And with the pandemic, the amount of corruption that's gone on has just been heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. So the idea again is for this one is to see how can we make it better in this department? How can we put their processes on a platform that will minimize the risks for corruption, minimize the amount of money that is being lost, and minimize some of minimize the waste and the inefficiencies that we currently have. So that is very exciting because it's such a big department. It's going to be, make national and even international news once it goes live. So fingers crossed that it goes well. That is not, that it makes good international news and not negative news. But both are very exciting. So my role, especially in the larger one, is to make sure that whatever they do does not breach South African law. Because of course you can't have a platform that is illegal, right. Or that makes your processes illegal. So as I said, just making sure that we are legally compliant, as well as being technologically efficient is going to be the thing. So it's quite exciting. A lot of challenges, but it's still very exciting. And yeah, I think the future is bright.
Well, I want to ask you a question about kind of homegrown. You know, is there any participation like at the university level or interest actually people on the ground? But before I get to that, you know, one point that you said, I'm curious, right? So I imagine there's a little bit of pushback, right? Because you have to work with departments that have the most corruption with the biggest budgets, but you're introducing something to stop their corruption. So do you find that that is like kind of a vicious cycle? Like, are they really motivated to help you or only certain people?
Certain people. There is a lot of resistance. There's a lot of pushback because, you know, essentially you're going to be taking food out of their mouths, even though it's not their food. But you're going to be taking food out of them. So there is a lot of resistance, and that adds a layer of complexity. But the thing is that once you have the cooperation of certain key people, then the effect of the resistance is much less. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, like you said, like you guys have already been installing, and I'm sure this is similar for many, you know, different countries, but it sounds like you guys have already been implementing digital solutions, whether it was on blockchain, right, to kind of help with the procurement process. So, I mean, I would imagine that it's not foreign to say that there's going to be some technology layer to facilitate things. So at some points, the people almost want to wrap their arms around it so they can control it a little bit more rather than fighting it. Like,
yeah, true.
Got it.
So yeah, so no, the use of technology is not, you know, the use of technology is not new, but it's just the kind of audit trail that the blockchain leaves that you don't get with other platforms is kind of what makes it, you know, what makes it different. And I think I suppose a positive is that because many regular folk don't really understand what the blockchain is, it's easier in some cases to deploy, because
is there any conception, like, do they think Bitcoin, do they think currency? Do you ever run into that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, all the time. So people only know Bitcoin or digital currencies. So they know, or cryptocurrencies. So they have that, but they don't really get what the platform, what the technology itself is about beyond the scope of cryptocurrencies. And yeah, so and then you asked the question about the university. So we have, as I think you've said already, in many universities you have blockchain clubs. Now, my university just last year set up a school for data science and computational thinking. So it's a cross-faculty center rather, or school, which, you know, does programs in this area, you know, blockchain, AI, you know, big data. So teaching that basically, because there is a gap. Many universities haven't, or at least maybe this side of the world, haven't been able to really pivot to provide the kind of content that young people need at the university level in relation to these technologies. So there is a gap, and it means that young people have to find that knowledge for themselves. It's not something that you can pick up in a university because, you know, we're just not teaching it, but we're starting to now. So it's still very new. It's still very new. Even, I mean, when I started researching in blockchain and I started talking to my classes about it, I was really surprised to find that, you know, I mean, I think of myself as an old fogey, but the students didn't know anything about blockchain. I thought that they would be explaining it to me like properly in class, but many of them knew.
Almost no one knows anything about blockchain.
yeah, it's weird. So they had heard about Bitcoin and they had a vague idea what it was, but in terms of what the technology actually was, many of them didn't know. And I thought, you know, you guys are online from the moment you wake up. Surely you've seen this, you know, you've seen this somewhere. So there is still there's still a lot of confusion about it, and not a lot of awareness about the technology itself beyond crypto.
Got it. And I think kind of zoom out, maybe not so much even about blockchain use cases. You know, something I'm always intrigued. You know, I know many different parts of Africa, right? We were talking before this. Like, I used to live in East Africa for a bit, right? So I saw like M-Pesa kind of there a decade ago, right? And so I'm always intrigued, like, how quickly, and I think a lot of international audience doesn't really quite understand, at least from the perspective that I've seen, which is how quick Africa kind of adopts technology in certain cases, even faster than most countries, I think. What are the general feeling? And again, I know South Africa isn't the same as East Africa or West Africa, but like, can you speak to kind of your general experience, just general blockchain adoption, whether it's on the currency side, et cetera? You know, what's the sentiment, I guess, in South Africa, or if you want to speak to Nigeria, where you're from?
Okay, so on the crypto side, there's definitely been a lot of adoption, and that has even increased with the pandemic, but mainly for speculative and investment purposes. So of course there isn't adoption of crypto as as a means of exchange, at least not widely done. So but there are definitely people investing in it, and holding on to it to as a form of investment. So that's there. In terms of blockchain, not so much, not in the public sector, not in the public sector at all. In the private sector, I'm not sure that we've heard of a few platforms being sold here and there or being used, but I can't say, I don't think it's that prevalent at all. So not blockchain as a technology, but crypto, yes, there's a lot more acceptance of that, understanding of what that means, and people, ordinary people having their crypto wallets and holding on to that is definitely not unusual. But the technology itself, for other things, not really.
Got it. Well, hey, this is actually one of those conversations that I wish I had more time. I have another one in a minute, and I think we're running a little bit over here. But before we go, there's a lot of students watching this. I know government people watching this, etc. What would you tell, so if you're a student today, like going to school for law or something like that, how would you tell students, if you were just starting school again today, how would you tell students to kind of think about integrating blockchain into their mindset? And then maybe a little zoomed out, other countries or kind of public policy people working through blockchain, what might be some advice you have for them as they think about approaching it?
Okay, so for students, I would definitely say they should be interested in anything to do with technology, irrespective of what they're studying. So if you're studying law, you must understand how technology affects law. You must understand how AI influences the law now. And so you must definitely take an interest in blockchain, in technology, in coding. You must have an interest, otherwise you will be an old fogey before you graduate. You will be obsolete before you graduate. So you don't have an option anymore. And for the same thing, I would say to people in the public sector, technology is here. We either adopt it and make it useful to us, or it will overwhelm us. It will then be that we are stragglers, and we continue to be inefficient in a world that has moved on. So I would definitely say that in the public sector, they should examine closely how technologies like blockchain, how technologies like AI can make life better, can make life more efficient, can make life less expensive. Because that's the point. Technology is supposed to make our lives better, and the public sector has a mandate to actually make citizens' lives better. So there is a convergence of interests, and they need to be thinking about it and thinking about how technology can work for all of us.
Very well said. Well, we definitely appreciate your time, and for everybody watching, keep tuning in. Let's continue to have some really great conversations, and hopefully you guys are learning a lot, and we'll keep this thing going. It's very nice to talk with you, Shope.
Thank you so much. It was great to talk to you as well.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past, where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer, and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't in stop. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McAfee told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick? What? No, hell no. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR tenant for that fast payment. Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto. Look at the camera, say we talking crypto. We talking crypto.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Hey everybody, it is Patrick McLean here. As you know, one of your hosts for Reimagine 2020. We're going for 72 hours, as everyone knows. Get super lucky. I was just talking with the guy that you're going to hear from, Paul. I'll let him introduce himself in a second, but we were kind of talking about conferences and what the future of conferences looks like. I would say if there's any benefit to, I think, where the world is a little bit right now, or virtual conferences, that we get to talk to a lot of interesting people, right? And we can close some of those gaps sometimes, and maybe where we wouldn't be able to have certain conversations that we, otherwise would be some barriers either in flying or hotel rooms or costs or whatever. So before I go on too long, I want to introduce Paul. Paul, how do you pronounce your last name?
Oh, it's just Puey, P-U-E-Y, kind of spelled phonetic like P-W-A-Y. So Paul Puey.
Awesome. So first off, how's your day? Where are you at? And what's exciting you about crypto today?
I'm here in gorgeous San Diego. While, many people are locked down around the world, we are as well, especially here in the US. Although, I'm in a beautiful spot to be able to get outside, ride my bike. I did like a 40-mile ride yesterday, get out into the water, do some paddle boarding and kayaking. So I feel like amidst the different parts of the world that are locked down, I feel really fortunate. And so we're in a good spot. Great time over here while still being able to get some work done, right? Occasionally got to put yourself into the room and get into the meetings, get the code done. But it's been a weird ride with respect to how COVID has kind of hit our industry, both the positives and the negatives, both the industry from the viewpoint of crypto, as well as, like you were mentioning, the industry with respect to conferences and physical meetups and whatnot. And definitely something we could talk about and see what the industry has as an insight versus my own.
No, definitely. San Diego is a good place to be, like you said. Usually beautiful weather. I think you mentioned it was overcast earlier, but you're doing it right. If you're going on, you said 40-mile bike ride.
Yeah. It's a bit on the stretch for me. I'm not a huge biker, but it got me the exercise I needed on a weekend. Since I'm going to be mostly in the room in these Zoom calls throughout the week, you got to get outside on the weekends, at least evenings and weekends, get outside a little bit.
Good advice. And for all the students listening, this is what keeps you sane as you go into your years of working in business.
It's the balance. Yep.
So, all right, let's talk about that a little bit, maybe. Like, before we get into like Edge Wallet, and I think, maybe your place in this space and the variety of things that you work on, how did you what led you up to crypto? So what were your passions before? What did you do for work? And what was that kind of moment where blockchain resonated with you?
Got it. So let's see, not trying to take up the entire interview here, but I was definitely technical at heart from a young age. I had been learning how to program since, or before junior high, and computers and technology and games were a big passion of mine. After I graduated with a degree in engineering, software, hardware engineering, and went straight to Silicon Valley, worked for a couple different graphics companies, graphics hardware companies, one that almost nobody knows about now to this day because they're gone, Chromatic Research. And then quickly after that, a company that a lot of people know about, NVIDIA Corporation. So I worked for NVIDIA for a little less than a decade, working with super bright, smart people solving difficult problems. I think graphics, especially 3D graphics, falls into the category of computer science where you have really hard problems and you get really smart people working on them. And I think cryptography is another one of those categories. AI being yet another one of those categories. Really math intensive, hard problems to solve. The beauty of what I did at NVIDIA is you can kind of visually see it. People can really appreciate it even if they have no understanding of how the graphics work. They're just like, oh my God, wow, what beautiful imagery. I worked there and actually kind of burnt out a bit. Got physical issues, repetitive strain, working at the computer for long hours, mostly because I just really loved what I was doing. I was pretty much a workaholic in technology and needed to take a break. And then actually went completely 180 and worked in small business, having almost nothing to do with computers. I operated and ran and worked at bar, restaurant, nightclub, and most recently even a climbing gym. I was really into the outdoors and getting outside and getting in shape. And that kind of was an interesting turning point in my life because I started to see technology kind of on the opposite side, not the person writing the technology, but the person using it. And a slight bridge into that was also starting to see how people interacted with money, especially at the small business side, how we dealt with payment networks, how you deal with PCI compliance. If people don't know what that is, that's the compliance for any business that accepts credit card payments. And so being the kind of somewhat tech guy at a small business, I ended up being the person that filled out the more than 300 question questionnaire that would determine whether or not our small gym would be PCI compliant, realizing that 80% of the questions you had to respond not applicable or we cannot comply. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to function. Realizing why do they even bother with this type of compliance? And that ringing the bell of, wow, this is kind of a broken payment mechanism. It's just ripe with fraud. And we definitely saw a lot of fraud, especially when I was working at a bar nightclub. You just saw tons of cards that really weren't the owners. And at the end, in like a month's time, when you see that chargeback come in, there's really not much you can do about it. You get hit with that as a small business owner. So credit cards, cash handling, all of that, it kind of resonated from the viewpoint of, wow, this is a bit broken. But at the same time, there wasn't really any other choice when I was working in those fields. And then kind of second to that, being in kind of the health and wellness field, working at a gym, I started to really meet and interact with people that believed in kind of alternative solutions to what large establishment tell you, whether it be how you take care of yourself, what kind of foods to eat, what kind of medical treatment to seek out. And I started being a little bit disillusioned with what I'd call kind of large industry, large establishments tell us and what they tell us as being the truth. And that kind of started off the road and the path at really questioning authority, questioning what they say and saying, hey, I think there might be a better solution to a lot of what we think is truth, but it's just kind of hidden from us. And then in 2013, I discovered Bitcoin. I was just following a financial blogger who talked about, he just mentioned all the trades he did on Wall Street. He was trying to zig when Wall Street zagged. And I didn't really think much of it. And one day he just mentioned Bitcoin. He didn't say what it was. He didn't say why it was revolutionary. He just said, I'm going to put it a little bit into my portfolio. And then I looked it up. And from that day, I was not one of the people that looked it up, read the white paper and put it down. I looked into it and I just went straight down the rabbit hole, became the worst employee at my previous job because I was so focused on learning more about Bitcoin, studying it left and right, and realized that this started to complete the loop. A lot of the industries that lie to us about what is the truth or how we should be living our lives do so because of the financial gain and the accessibility that they have to manipulate the financial gain and the politics around large institutions' ability to manipulate the financial gain. And crypto and Bitcoin was really what I saw as a way to level the playing field, make it where everyone has access to the money, everyone has access to the payment network, and more importantly, it also has the potential to make it where the government and politics don't have the ability to do what they want by simply printing money, right? Being able to pay for whatever initiative they want by just simply printing money and paying for it in that manner. So it fully completed the loop. I loved it from the viewpoint of technology.
So hang on one second. You sound like a little bit of a rebel.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all rebels in this industry?
I'm not sure everyone's a rebel. So some people want to be boring. Like
I think that everyone's a rebel, or they just want to get rich. That's really kind of one of the two things. Either like I just want to make money, you know, Bitcoin go up, or you're a bit of a rebel because you think that we should be doing things differently. It's kind of one of those two things. And there's people that are both, right? People that want to do things differently still like it when money goes up and they have that money. So I think this was rooted in rebellion. I think
So are you
Bitcoin was
are you
rooted in
both?
rebellion.
Are you both? Or are you like more rebel, less rich, like less want to get rich?
I think I want Bitcoin and crypto to go up because it fuels the rebellion. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Right. And my ability to be a part of that is also hinged in Bitcoin being adopted, it going up in price, and other cryptos going up in price, because its price going up is almost like venture capital coming into an industry and helping supercharge an industry with resources. It's kind of that same thing. Now, from my own personal wellness and finance, I want to be comfortable. I don't want to be stupid, stinking rich just because I don't want that kind of target on my head, right? When you're insanely wealthy, that just becomes a target that I don't care for. I want to live just a kind of comfortable, you know, more or less humble life with family, and I don't care about a ton of money, but I do care about that rebellion. You're right. I guess I am somewhat of a rebel, and Bitcoin going up, crypto going up helps fuel it.
So I just want to unpack a few things there, and I would like to maybe just transition back to kind of what first brought you into the space. But like, I think we'll go to PCI compliance. So like thank God for Stripe, right? Like they fix things like this for like tokenization versus a laundry list of PCI compliance, like really started to enable people to do payments quicker, right? Or drop an API key in something, right? Like really bridging a gap to something complicated and bound that allowed things to be rolled out faster. But I wanted to hit on NVIDIA for a second, because I think that I've always been interested by NVIDIA. And I think like, so obviously graphics processors and GPUs, and then, and I really started to see maybe what they're, and I wouldn't say I understood everything, but like enough about like shaders, or it seemed like Vulkan APIs, things like this, where like I knew enough that when I really started to see their applications in AI, right? Like the next thing I know, a lot of my friends started buying dedicated cards to, you know, process neural networks, et cetera. And then I think there was like another buy factor when, you know, before ASIC systems came out, like NVIDIAs are flying off the shelves used to even mine crypto.
Exactly.
Did anything in your NVIDIA experience, do you feel like kind of prompt you or get you ready for what you would find out later in crypto?
So it helped me understand aspects of crypto. It helped me understand aspects of the economies of mining to a degree, and also understand why mining and mining difficulty had exploded back in, I think, 2014, 2015, just by understanding how GPUs work and in comparison to CPUs, in comparison to ASICs. The thing that more directly affected it was I just liked the fact that crypto is another hard problem to solve. And it, you know, distributed computing is a hard problem to solve. And I enjoyed my time at NVIDIA solving kind of those similar type of hard problems. And the thing that I learned and was able to connect the dots between NVIDIA's impact on the mining industry was just simply the fact that a lot of what we do in real life outside of technology is very multitask oriented. It's doing multiple things at the same time is kind of rooted in the success of a lot of different parts of society. And that multitask orientedness of our world, and being able to do many things and task switch and know people and remember different things, is rooted in GPUs as a whole. So GPUs you can think of as they're basically, and graphics as a whole are just hugely parallel computers. They don't do any one thing very fast, but they can do thousands of things at the same time. And the realization of that while I was at NVIDIA was amazing. It was like, oh my gosh, this actually can be applied to a lot of things that we don't realize. It doesn't work well as your general purpose computer to run, you know, your Mac OS or iOS operating system, but it works well for very specific computational tasks. And when I learned how the SHA-256 hashing algorithm and most hashing algorithms work, they're actually really simple. They're really small, little, you know, a few different math operations you just do across many different kind of inputs. All right, you know, you input some numbers, you do it, and then you get a result. Well, let's do it on thousands of computers as opposed to on one that's really fast. That's the same concept with GPUs. And so my understanding of GPUs and understanding of, you know, how they're programmed and what they're good at and what they're bad at helped kind of bridge that gap for me in understanding, okay, I see why they're being used. I see why they're flying off the shelves when, price of crypto goes up. And at the same time, why you can also at the same time build ASICs that can even surpass them. So it's just good general technical knowledge, and it helped bridge that gap, help me understand crypto a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want to get too sunk in this, but like I think these like kind of interactions are important, right? For people to understand, what are the paths? Like, how do people actually get to certain places, right? Because I think for a lot of students, especially, like they think their life's gonna go like 1, 2, 3, and like they freak out if at any point they're like, I didn't get to this point by this date or whatever, right? And sometimes our careers don't go in that straight line, right? Like maybe we take a detour, and like you said, yeah, mine either, right? Like I owned restaurants in Africa at one point, right? Like when I was 25, and it's like, you could have said I wasn't in tech, or right, like they're all kind of cumulative in experiences, I feel like, right? So try to, especially students, and I think not even just students, like a variety of people to understand this. So, all right, so Rick and NVIDIA, you get like you're in rock climbing at one point. You learn a lot of lessons. Maybe you find out some things you like, maybe some things that you don't like. What is the day, like how do you get into crypto? So like what's that initial trigger? Did you start at one place and kind of end up where you're at now, or did you start with Edge? Maybe kind of walk us through that if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I got into crypto 2013. As I'd mentioned, I was listening to a financial blogger just kind of mention it. I went down that rabbit hole and started researching as much as I could. I remember one of the trigger moments was I was driving to Yosemite to meet up a friend to go climbing. He was coming from San Francisco, I was coming from San Diego, so we were both kind of alone in our cars. And I just put on every podcast at the time, every episode of every podcast I could possibly load up, put onto I guess I had an iPhone by then, and just listened it on a 7-hour drive up there and a 7-hour drive back. And I think it was Let's Talk Bitcoin. I got to credit Andreas. He gave me a lot of the content and knowledge that I needed at that time. When I got back, I said I needed to get into crypto and do it as a profession. No, not just sit on the side and hodl my Bitcoin, but actually use it. I want to be part of history. I think that's really what I said to myself. I want to be part of this history, which I think comes very rarely. That opportunity comes very rarely. I kind of crossed over the internet era and didn't really do much with it. I was too young and naive. But with crypto, I wanted to be a part of that. And that's when I put in my notice that, okay, I'm quitting my job. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet, but I quit my job. I'm going to be quitting. And I remember holding a meetup here in San Diego. It was small at the time, 6 to 12 people would show up. And I said, I wanted to, do a little education. So I taught people how to use at the time, a multi-sig wallet called Armory. And I was just walking through, it wasn't even multi-sig, just a simple like offline wallet. And I was showing people the steps over the course of a 30-minute quick tutorial at a restaurant in San Diego. And halfway into it, I said, my God, this is scary, complicated. I could see people like the look on their eyes just glazed over, like, oh my gosh, do you really expect me to do this? And I was tempted to just cut it short and say, I'm so sorry, everyone. This is just way over the head. Even though I know how to do it, I can't explain it to you.
You were about to apologize for all of crypto?
Yeah, I was about to apologize for crypto and for the tooling and whatnot. And I said, well, let me just finish it off. I finished it off and I said, yes, this is incredibly complicated, but this is just an example of what we have today. And that's how I finished it off. And then I said, okay, I want to build something better. And I wanted to focus on one of the key challenges, which is key management. And that's what that talk was about, is how to do key management with this wallet. And I wanted to make that invisible. And I started to realize a lot of history and technology in history, where you had a technology that was almost too transparent. Like the user had to see the guts. They had to see the meat in the sausage factory. And then the real advancement in adoption came when that technology got hidden. And users just did what felt natural, but they got the benefits of that technology. And I think that's what I really wanted to focus on. And interestingly enough, that does cause some negative repercussions that we can talk about later. But that's kind of our core focus. We decided to found Edge. At the time it was called Airbits. And it was mobile wallet, iOS, Android, send and receive Bitcoin. It was really Bitcoin focused. And even had a built-in merchant directory. I was really about payments and getting people to actually use crypto, not as just a store of value, but actually use it. And as I mentioned, its core differentiator was key management. You never had to see 24 words or write down a key. You just create an account, log in, but you still held your own funds. I've always been a maximalist about just that. Control your own money. not a maximalist about anything else, but I do fundamentally believe you should control your own keys.
Got it. I mean, a lot to unpack there, and I want to kind of get into Edge a little bit more, in detail. Maybe what was the evolution of it, etc. But I think they hit on a few points that you just said. I think, I think there is this fallacy, right, where people say Bitcoin is like the internet, right? And I think I kind of pull back and I see it more as like TCP/IP, right? Like if you really try to sell crypto or blockchain or whatever as this forward-facing value proposition to users, can be inherently intimidating, right? Where it might end up taking a back seat, where it's more how they benefit from the technology, right? Not that they need to repeat the technology they're using every time. And I think, especially with keys, right, or custody, I think like when people actually look at the benefits of blockchain, a lot of people want to apply applications to it, right? And even what we do in corporations, I look at them at some point, I'm like, blockchain is, or whatever, blockchain is not supply chain, right? Like it might only be your signature process, right? So get your signature process very right? If you're going to do 20 different blockchain use cases or pilots, why would you redo your signature process every time, right? If you know that's a core component of every single pilot you're going to do, get that done once right. Now there might be a variety of parameters or object models depending on which platform you're going to utilize, etc. But not to go on too long there, but so you're passionate about custody, you're passionate about key management. Sounds like your journey there, kind of taking a few routes. It sounds like you really wanted to focus on adoption. So when does it was called Airbits at first, you said?
Yep, companies formed as Airbits and then rebranded to Edge. Yep.
Got it. So you start Airbits, start Edge. What year is this? What was the original product? And then can you kind of walk us through that evolution?
That evolution, got it. So Airbits was, mobile app, send and receive Bitcoin, really about merchant adoption, even had NFC and Bluetooth payments, had that built-in merchant directory, which to this day people say, hey, is that ever going to come back? They love that feature, but realized that was just too early. Payments really isn't the arena of a lot of interest for cryptocurrency, especially with Bitcoin. And our app at the time was 100% Bitcoin, with Bitcoin fees going up, block times taking a while, in the uncertainty of when you'd get a confirmation. It just wasn't the currency for payments. And I think the industry as a whole wasn't that interested in payments. So what we did started to think about in 2016 and really started pushing in 2017. And ironically, when the entire industry was ramping up, we kind of went heads down. And that's when Airbits started to make that transition into Edge. We realized that our core value proposition was key management. And we were actually seeing interest from some decentralized dApps, smart contract apps in having a better key management solution. So what we did is we took Airbits and actually started to rewrite it in a way where the key management was a library, a software development kit, and then it was an application that used that software development kit. And the SDK, we were starting to market it as the Edge security platform, right? You can now put Edge security into your application, whether it's cryptocurrency of an app, such as a dApp, or even for any type of an application where you want to secure data for your user and have it where it's encrypted and only your user can see it. Like that's what we were offering in Airbits. And now as a platform.
And not to cut you off, but I want to drill down there a little bit because I'm curious. So that was to target, so you were holding that offline, or that was a local SDK primarily bundled on mobile, and you were isolating partition portions of mobile devices that were secure?
Right. So the SDK was a software SDK. It ran on web, iOS, Android, and it would encrypt data client side and then automatically back it up server side. So we did host servers of encrypted data, but the client side SDK is the one that would do a lot of the hard work. Servers is kind of a dumb server saying, hey, authenticate with me and I'll store some data for you and I'll retrieve it. But it was always encrypted client side. Some of our unique offerings was kind of what we call one-touch 2FA. You tap one button and that account gets two-factored, as well as password recoverability of the account, PIN-based re-login on the same device to make it easier to decrypt that data. You don't have to always enter a full long password to decrypt the data. So there were a lot of nugget features in that key management that Airbits had that we then turned into a platform, an SDK for other apps, and then rebuilt our own app, Edge, on top of it. Since during the time of Airbits, we were already calling that SDK the kind of the Edge security SDK. We decided to rebrand the company around that term. It really resonated with our user base. It made sense. The concept of the brand, for those that don't understand, is that we are securing data, not using centralized servers. We're not relying on centralized servers. We're actually securing data at the edges of the network. And if you look at the network topology, there's a server in the middle, and then there's everyone else out on the edges, right? We as humans on our phones and our computers, we are the edge of the network. And that's what we're doing. We're securing data at the edge for the edge. And hence the rebrand into the company, we are now Edge. And then the new application that we were pushing out was now Edge, the mobile app of Edge. But that did take a different focus as far as what we were doing with cryptocurrency. It was no longer on payments.
Well, and I think at that point, and maybe it's an obvious question, but I don't know the answer, so I'll ask it. So was your original goal to kind of serve as an integration SDK layer for external customers that wanted to embed your technology into their applications, and then that kind of evolved into your own ecosystem, kind of an enclosed loop where you wanted to offer those services? So yeah, I guess.
So it was in a way twofold. We said we like this security model that we've built, and there's interest from other companies in the security model. So in the process of rebuilding our own app, we made sure that we built it kind of in two modules. One is the software development kit, the SDK, and another one is the actual core application itself. And we're able to do those concurrently. We, to this day, make sure we have that good, clean separation so that people can use that SDK for their own apps. And we do have a few partners that license the SDK and use it for their own app. Our app itself changed in the sense that number one, it went multi-assets. Now we support dozens of different blockchains and tokens and assets. And then number two, its focus was less around payments and more around exchange functionality. We wanted to bring to the majority of people that get into crypto exchange functionality without giving up control of their keys with centralized exchanges. We found that those are the companies that were getting a lot of user adoption, right? Centralized exchanges. And at the same time, compromising the core value of crypto. And while that's important for like your frequent trader, right? Your high frequency trader that's setting, complex order types, these limit orders, stop limit orders and whatnot, it wasn't necessary for the average person that's just saying, hey, I want to buy $1,000 of Bitcoin. Hey, today I heard that there's, interesting token synthetics that I want to get. Great. I want to swap some Bitcoin into synthetics. Whatever it is, it's not going to be your very frequent trader. That was the vast majority of people were those type of quote unquote traders. They don't trade very often. And we wanted to provide a product for them so that they didn't have to deposit money into an exchange, then do the trade and then withdraw, or likely be too lazy to withdraw and just leave their money there. Right. We wanted to tie that entire ecosystem together and bring an app that gave you exchange functionality without giving up control of your keys. And that's the transition that we made in going from Airbits to Edge. And now Edge has integrations with 15, 16 different backend exchange partners to be able to both buy, sell, and trade crypto.
Got it. No, it was something I listened for this. I got to listen to a few of your interviews before, and I think it was one of the more interesting parts, kind of how you described it is, I think I heard you describe it as like a non-custodial decentralized exchange almost.
Non-custodial exchange. Decentralized exchange is kind of a slippery slope because people define decentralized exchange different ways. And
I knew I was going to mess that up. Yeah, I knew I was going to mess it up somewhere.
Oh no, that's okay. It's all right. It's like it's not a well-defined category, and we're kind of treading new ground here. And we think that the self-custody or non-custodial exchange is something that people haven't really brought up as a product. Like people don't have that as a product category. They just think wallet on one side, exchange on the other. Exchange will almost always call custodial because they always say don't leave your money on an exchange. Put it into a wallet. Whereas fundamentally, I think that you've got to define them separately because there are fully custodial wallets that don't let you trade. All they do is hold your money, right? And then there's fully decentralized exchanges. And then on the opposite side, there's the fully centralized exchanges. And then there's this new category, the self-custody or non-custodial exchange. And that's the piece that's been missing, I think, from our world that we're trying to build out. Control your keys, but still allow you to trade.
Well, I was actually totally unrelated to this interview today, but I realized it's relevant. I was reading an article today. I forget the guy's name. They've been suing Coinbase around the idea that like people traditionally reference like now your keys, not your wallet, and the thinking of like custody, and that one day some dude's gonna get drunk and lose his laptop and you lose all your money. But it was the theory around that he had a few hundred Bitcoin on Coinbase, and then there was some swap or something on for Bitcoin Cash a year or two ago, and so he had brought a legal precedent that his Bitcoin that were held on Coinbase should have entitled him to some, I forget what it's called, some swap or something at Bitcoin Cash, where he was, if he had held it himself, he would have had like 150,000 output or something from Bitcoin Cash at the time of this shift. But like Coinbase held his Bitcoin, but like he didn't entitle him to this alternate benefit, right? So I think that we'll even enter new worlds here where people are probably binding not your keys, not your crypto, purely to the point of losing your money, right, in some kind of devastating situation, but that even there might be other circumstances that might benefit you, right? I don't know if you know about that or.
Oh, there's a ton of these. Yeah, definitely. We were right in the thick of the entire Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash hard fork, the Bitcoin Cash to BSV hard fork, and the implications it would have if people didn't have their own keys. So anyway, I tell this right now, and I actually do not believe that an exchange should be entitled to give any of its users forked coins. I don't believe that they're entitled to, because understanding how custodial systems work and how incredibly hard it can be to give users access to the forked coins, and how easy it is to fork a coin and give it any amount of value, I would say, yeah, if you leave your money on an exchange, do not at all expect and feel entitled to get any of the forked coins. You are holding a balance of a very specific currency with that service, and that's it. You're holding a balance of Bitcoin. You're holding a balance of Ethereum, not Ethereum Classic, not Bitcoin Cash. Now, if you're holding your own keys, you're holding whatever those keys could possibly control, whether it's the Bitcoin today or the Bitcoin Cash tomorrow or the Bitcoin pizza, that happened back in, 2018, all those stupid coins that got forked off from Bitcoin Cash. But that is a fundamental problem. If you don't hold the keys, you don't control anything that key can control, such as even voting rights for certain blockchains, delegated proof of stake type of voting. And any of those exchange providers or custodial services, more specifically, need to say, yeah, we're going to offer you the ability to use our keys to vote on behalf of your ownership of that coin. So I think this will start to grow over time, like the need to own keys, not just for the balance, but for other purposes. And for that same reason, I think we need this new category of exchange. We need the self-custody exchange, because a lot of people don't exchange a lot, but they want that benefit, that long-term benefit. And we'll leave it to the high-risk traders, or the people that are already, day trading, that can't incur the delays of blockchain transactions going in and out of an exchange. They'll be the ones to leave their money there. They'll do the fancy order types, and they're already taking a risk with how they trade. They'll also take that custodial risk of an exchange getting hacked, and they're also giving up control to be able to vote. That's not their interest. Their interest is high frequency trading. Everyone else, let's put them onto a self-custody exchange.
Got it. So, everybody makes fun of me. Like I bought like every right to like Bitcoin for Christmas and like every derivation of it. Like I'm a big person. Like one of my first companies I was young was like home automation. Like I'm really big on like helping consumers kind of bridge the gap of whether it's hardware or software, making it easy for them, right? Like how do we get grandma to understand this? My model is my grandmother, like always, hey Patrick, my things don't work, right? Like I try to think like, how do I explain this in layman terms? And like, so let me just kind of back out a little bit. And I would say, okay, most exchanges, and correct if I'm wrong, if I think Coinbase or I think Binance or whatever, they probably want to hold as much consumer or retail customer assets as possible. Would you say that's fair? Like it's in their best interest to control these?
Not exactly. And I think it's become more and more clear that it actually has a detriment for them. In many ways, it is a benefit, especially if they start to behave like traditional banks, or they take your assets and actually loan it out.
And do you think that's what's happening?
Oh, I'm
Like, do
sure
you think
that's
that's
what's happening. I'm sure it's happening with some of the services, not all, but definitely happening with some of the services. But if they don't do that, because there is a lot of security issues with that, and you know, the concern of a bank run where people start to withdraw their money and suddenly it's not there because you've loaned it out. If they don't do that, then it actually costs money to hold money. Imagine, why would a bank hold your money at no cost and not be able to make money on it? There's no benefit to that, to them.
BitGo's not cheap. Fireblocks
BitGo's not
isn't cheap.
Yeah,
Prime
and
Trust
hacks
isn't
aren't cheap.
Like,
And
right.
hacks aren't cheap, right? You just
Yeah.
make a bigger target for your company by holding a lot of people's money without the ability to pay for that security. So they're really going to go down two paths. These are the only two paths. They either loan out the money or they charge you for it. That's really it. So if you don't see a fee on your money over the long term, I think right now that's not so much of an issue because we're still early in the industry and they're just thinking, well, if we hold the money, we'll get people to trade it more often. But there's a lot of idle funds, like funds that just sit there that, you know, no one uses. And by exchanges holding that, they just incur a bigger and bigger risk. And I've actually heard some exchanges say, we don't want to hold money for people that don't trade. We want that to be on their own keys. It's just too much of a liability for them. But it's not all the exchanges that say that.
And then what are the roadblocks to not doing that? Like, it's that they have to kind of educate their customers. And is that kind of how you feel, like there is a customer education process here, or explain to people these are the benefits of ownership, right? And is there a sacrifice between convenience and self-ownership?
Oh, there's always going to be that sacrifice for sure. We've been focused on trying to minimize that sacrifice. You know, minimize the sacrifice as far as user experience from when you have self-ownership, but there always will be one. You know, it takes as a clean example, if I have money sitting on a custodial exchange and say that money is sitting in USDT and I want to buy Bitcoin, there's just about no delay because nothing moves. There's no blockchain there. There's no blockchain interaction. It's just a balance on a spreadsheet, you know, database saying it's going from USDT to Bitcoin. If I want to trade USD to Bitcoin on a self-custody exchange, even using decentralized exchanges, you are limited by block times. Now that's improving with different technologies. Things like Lightning actually can help improve exchange experiences. I've actually not been a big fan of Lightning from payments. I think the user experience to the consumer is actually not a very good experience. However, from an exchange point of view, it can be awesome. You can have super fast swaps. You know, that's a piece where I think it can revolutionize and actually remove a lot of the liquidity from centralized exchanges into decentralized exchange experiences and self-custody exchange. But there is a sacrifice today. You're right. And so a self-custody, decentralized exchange, non-custodial exchange will be, generally speaking, slower from the viewpoint of when you get one asset and turn it to another. It is in a way faster though than if you wanted to hold your money but use a centralized exchange. Today, you'd have to go deposit, wait for confirmation, log back in, issue a trade, wait for the trade to settle, log back in, withdraw, probably do a bunch of 2FA, blah, blah, blah. And there's withdrawal limits and there's only certain times when the exchange might do withdrawals. That whole process is really slow, right? The full cycle loop of holding your funds, going to an exchange, and then holding your funds again is really slow compared to using a DEX or using something like Edge. But if you just keep all your money on this exchange, then it's very fast.
Sure. Well, and I don't think people truly understand the technicality of, like, when they're holding their money on centralized exchanges, that their balance is represented on, you know, some type of malleable database, right? So like they don't really have one Bitcoin, right? It's a representation of something incrementing or deducting from some database layer. But like you said, right, there's, and this is like such a complicated topic. And I always
go on for hours.
Yeah, well, no, I think to me it is kind of a bit of a broader conversation, right? Because I think part of what has happened in society is we have like a few thoughts. So we say, okay, if my email gets hacked, I can reset my email, right? Or there's some password, or there's some ripcord. Or if my debit card gets hacked, that the bank is going to refund my money, right? or when people accept a privacy policy, they are usually racing for like a very quick dopamine hit where they just click accept, right? And I think even if you take like privacy policies, you kind of start to bridge a little bit where on mobile it gets a little better, right? Where when you download a mobile app, at least now it gives you 3 to 4 bullet points. Like this app will access your GPS or will access your camera or your location. Where on the desktop format, we actually don't have what I think is like such a good solution for that. You kind of have to read this whole privacy policy, right? So I think humanity, from my perspective, kind of has a decision to make, you know, and I think one thing I always ask people is, especially, I don't know, I'm 35, so like I just at my age say, okay, where's your social security card, right? Or where's your birth certificate, whatever. And I think kids like 20, 25, even before they're 30, they left their social security card like at their parents' house, right? Like in their parents' safe, right? Or like, and they only need it like once every year or 2 years or 3 years. Maybe they apply for a new job or something. They say, why did you leave those documents? Of all the documents in the world, why did you leave those documents at your parents' house and you're safe, right? And they say, oh, well, like it was almost they were trained from a very early age to say, if someone gets access to these documents, it can be very bad for you, right? They can steal your identity. You don't want to lose these documents. And if you lose those documents, there's a lot of hurdles to reproduce them, right? So you can't just pick up the phone or you can't just send an email and say, send this to me. You actually have to go down in person, etc. So I think from societal norms, we have already started to establish some practices that say these documents should be more secure. And if we lose them, there should be many hurdles to recreate them. Then I think with technology, we have kind of accelerated access. We want accelerated access. So we'll kind of drop our guard a little bit, right? And then therefore we kind of assume mistakes are going to be made or access is going to be taken, but we just know that that's not really going to affect our life that much, right? But then you see an Equifax hack and you see all these other things. So I do think that we will come to a breaking point that says, do you care about your privacy? If you care about your privacy, do you want to go a little farther to protect it, right? Or do you want to make it easily resettable, right? Like, do you want to be hard to get to or not? So I don't want to go on too long there, but I think I hear quite a bit about what you're saying. I know we're running a little over here, so I don't know if you have a hard stop, but I'll keep going until you have a hard stop. Just nod your head or something, or give me a signal. Today, so it appears like in the last 8 to 12 weeks, the market's back on fire. Like I'm almost shocked. It's like I almost at first was mad at DeFi. I was like, man, like people are throwing DeFi around like it's pretty loose. But if it's a good marketing campaign to help this industry, so be it. So what do you think is happening right now? Like, how do you feel about the momentum? Do you think that we're kind of getting back to the 2017 space where there's a lot of like things happening, but not a lot of things getting built or no accountability?
So I definitely don't think we're ever going to get back into 2017. I think 2017 just had euphoria to levels never seen and we'll never see again. It was just stupidity at its highest level. And so no matter what happens in DeFi space, I don't think it'll ever get to that high. What I do think is happening is, ironically, some of the products that were ICO'd in 2017 and have been building and showing like true use of crypto and blockchain are showing interest now. Like it took a while to build and get them into production. Like Compound was an ICO from back in the 2017, 2018 era. And that's one of the projects that are, seeing skyrocketing use today. Now, the way it's being used today is a bit 2017-ish in the sense that it's, this entire concept of yield farming and getting tokens. Oop. Sorry, you're muted right now, Patrick.
Sorry. No, I'm saying, what are you saying the way, what is being used today? Like the term DeFi or the technology or what?
No, the technology is generally speaking supposed to have a more specific real life, solve a real problem use. So as an example of how one might realistically want to use Compound, I've got some asset and I want to be able to use it as collateral for another asset. And a typical thing that you'd expect a well-reasoned person to use it for example, I have a whole bunch of ETH and I don't want to sell it. I want to put it in and collateralize a loan in USDC, USDT, and then I want to be able to buy a car. So I'm available, literally like buy a car, and people can and probably have done this already with services similar to Compound, but maybe even in the centralized space where you go to a centralized company and you give them Bitcoin, and in return you get dollars. This is what Salt kind of initially pioneered, but now it's being done in a more decentralized way, with the DeFi at its core. Then there's the concept of, let me look at the exact yield differences between all the different coins, look at the high risk, and know that I'm actually going to receive, for example, one of the big explosions in DeFi was the fact that Compound was airdropping comp tokens to people that had a lot of that had either taken out a loan or put in money to help fund a loan with a really high interest rate. Right? Any of those people received a large allocation of comp tokens, and because comp tokens had increased in value because people were hearing about the airdrop in comp tokens, created this little feedback loop that caused both the token price to skyrocket and the liquidity to skyrocket. No one actually using the money for any real life purposes, just trying to farm some gains around the system, using and heavily banking on the increase in value of a single token that doesn't actually have a reason for it to have value. So that, I think, was a little 2017-ish. But I think, numbers have already come down. That yield farming boom is already starting to slow down. And then what's left now is the real use case, which still exists. So I think, hopefully I do have a bit of a hard stop in 4 minutes. I'm going to summarize a little bit with this concept is that, Bitcoin was founded as, decentralizing money, kind of the base layer of all of financial services is money. To some degree, you can think of the first decentralized app on top of a decentralized money as just simply sending and receiving it, right? That is an app. A basic wallet from back in 2013 was a DApp, but the only functionality it gave you is send, receive. That's still an app, and it's still, accessing it in a decentralized way. Now, if you think about our current financial world, though, those two are only a small fraction of the products that you build in a financial system. In addition to that, you need insurance, you need loans, you need hedging. And that's what DeFi is building to try to complete all of those layers. There's the money, there's sending and receiving of it, and then there's layers on top of it. And I think that's necessary for people to be interested in money in the first place, because it's not just the money that you can send and receive, it's all the different products on top of it that you need as well for a functioning economy. So I think DeFi is critically important for the adoption of crypto as a whole. Now it's just a much more complex product with a lot of corner cases and potentially a lot more bugs than just the simple DApp of send, receive. But we'll get there.
And you kind of see that as just the ability to execute code in a smart contract, more or less. I mean, that's the major barrier. Like all the other tools are there, and then it's taking economic theory and putting it into smart contracts.
It's not so much economic theory, but economic products, right? It's taking economic products that needed a counterparty and putting them into smart contracts. Just like the first economic product was send and receive digital money, right? That was not possible without a counterparty. Bitcoin made that possible. I can now send and receive money without a counterparty. Now it's, can I take out a loan without a counterparty? Can I take out insurance without a counterparty? Can I hedge? Can I get leverage on a product without a counterparty? Those are all tools that maybe to the average consumer they don't see, especially low income, where all they literally do is send and receive their money, but they don't realize that that's the foundation of a lot of society and a lot of the economy is these more derivative products on top of money. And so if we can do all those things, we don't have to fall back to the centralized services to do that. We don't have to fall back to not to knock them. They're actually an investor in our company, but BitMEX, fall back to BitMEX to do leverage type trading. We can now continue to stay inside of the DeFi space into the dApps, not just for send and receive, but for the other products as well.
Well, I know you got to run. This is one of those interviews that I wish we had more time. I'm going to try to hook you up with some of my people in San Diego. I'll
yeah, for sure.
Lunch.
Always love to meet some more crypto folks over here.
You like these guys. But hey, if we got you for one more minute, for the kids listening right now, for all the college students, if you're in school today, during COVID, you were thinking about, you go back to time, how would you approach blockchain today?
So I'll at least answer this for what I think is majority of the students that are in the technology space is if you're in crypto and you're a developer looking to write code, probably the biggest thing you could do and the most accessible thing to you is the fact that there are dozens, if not hundreds of open source projects out there that you can contribute to. go onto GitHub, look at the apps that you're using, use apps that are open source, and look at what you would like to improve about them. What little feature would you like? Most apps you work with today, you have no ability to affect that app unless you've got a job with that company. You know, if you're using Snapchat, you're using Twitter, your ability to add another button somewhere is next to zero. Not true in the cryptocurrency world. A lot of that work is sitting there open source in GitHub, and you can put up an issue, offer to fix it or to implement it for free, and you're building your resume, right? And that's something you could do even without the physical conferences and meeting people in person. Just show some interest level in a project, in an open source project, and that's a huge foot in the door, not just for that company, but you now use that on your resume for all the other companies in crypto. And that, I think, is probably the single biggest thing you can do as someone in the developer technology space interested in crypto and wanting to work in the space.
Paul, I know we're running over. I will follow up with you, and we're going to see if we can talk more or do whatever we can, either help students build cool shit, whatever. But thank you very much for your time, and good luck on your next meeting, whatever it is. And
Cool.
any last words before we go?
No, that's it. If anything, definitely give Edge a try, edge.app, and let us know, send us some feedback. And for any of those students, if you want to work on it, it's open source inside GitHub. So definitely let us know, reach out, and keep in contact.
Stop being a panic seller. I'm John McAfee, and I approve this message.
Every 10 seconds, someone panic sells at a new all-time low.
Yeah, don't be this guy.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Every time the market crashing, why you always belling? You be selling all your shit like you garage selling. Always catching nails, dog, you need to check the spelling. Panic, 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 panic. I thought I told you about the dip. Every time the market dropping, why you always jumping shit? You be buying at the highs and you never stick to script. Then you selling at the lows, dog, you wasn't built for this.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weekends, weekends. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weekends, weekends. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Pussy. Panic sell, crypto crashing, no one laughing when it drops. Need to stop pulling stocks just to make up for the loss. I'm losing my mind, didn't see the signs. Crypto going down, got me feeling like a clown. What the fuck's happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a million now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now? What the fuck's happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a million now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now?
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weekends, weekends. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weekends, weekends. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Pussy.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by CryptoCuck. Anyone that uses or endorses cryptocurrency unironically is a good long-term investment.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Hey everybody, you have Patrick McLean here, one of your guest hosts for Reimagine 2020. This is a really interesting guest, I think, not only because every time I hear about him, I hear education, selflessness, and really wants to push the space. But I think from my perspective, like understanding university students, this is somebody whose name always comes up. So before I butcher too much of an intro, Andreas, if you want to introduce yourself and how's your day going? Like, how's life right now?
Oh, thank you so much for asking, Patrick. I mean, life is great. I've been very fortunate. My day's going great. I've had a very productive day so far. I'm currently writing my 6th book, Mastering Lightning. And so every day trying to make a bit of progress. You know, writing a book is biting off little chunks at a time. So I'm very happy about being productive on that front today. And continuing to do the work that I do, which is education. I'm trying to educate as many people as possible about both the technical and social economic impact of Bitcoin and open blockchains around the world in multiple languages. And doing this on a neutral volunteer donation basis so that we can produce content that is ad-free, for free, and under open and free licenses that can be shared, mashed up, and reused by as many people as possible. So that's what I'm doing. It's a great job. I have to tell you, it's something that gets me excited every day. And I'm doing a lot of work with universities. As you probably know, a couple of my books, which are college-level textbooks, Mastering Bitcoin and Mastering Ethereum, are popular textbooks for university courses. But I also teach a university course for the University of Nicosia, which is a massive open online course on Bitcoin and open blockchains. So it's a big passion of mine. I think if I were to introduce myself, the one word that says it all is teacher. And I love teaching and sharing the enthusiasm that I have for this subject.
A ton to unpack there. There's like my brain is firing. But like let's focus on teacher for a second. I guess I'll pick that. And I heard you say something about like how your day is going, and like you seem kind of excited, right? So like, is that your mission now? Would you say like you really, if you kind of would zoom out and say my role in this space is to help or deconstruct some of the, or demystify some of these concepts for a variety of audiences? And I guess my second part of that is that what you've done your whole life? Or like what led you up to that point? Like, were you always a teacher? Like, were you technical at some point? Like, how did you get to that moment in time?
Yes and yes. That is my mission. It's been my mission since the beginning, since I got involved in Bitcoin in the beginning. And I have been teaching and doing seminars and public speaking my whole life. Am I technical? Yeah, I mean, I'm a computer scientist by training, and I have a master's degree in distributed systems.
Like, hang on. But do you still write code? Like at any basis?
Absolutely.
Like what's what code project are you playing with right now?
So here's the thing. I've always wanted to keep coding as something that I do for fun and not something that I do professionally. I don't want it to turn into a job with deadlines and all of that crap. I code for various open source projects, and I also code a lot for internal stuff, for stuff that helps me. I mean, I run a fairly sprawling infrastructure of archival Bitcoin nodes and Ethereum nodes and other types of blockchain infrastructure around the world. I write code for my books, of course, the examples, but I also contribute little snippets to various projects. I do various internal projects that I code for. Most of the coding I do is fairly self-contained, not huge projects. It's either little patches here and there, or it's a lot of scripting, orchestration, glue integration, coding and recoding different formats. I mostly work in Python, which is my favorite language, especially for that kind of work. But I can program in probably more than 24 languages that I've programmed in my life. I started programming when I was 10 years old, so 38 years ago.
Well, that starts to explain it. People that started programming when they were 10 are usually a different breed.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's something that I really love to do, and it keeps me sharp. But I'm by no means.
So you're a nerd. Like, would you say like I'm a nerd? I'm a tech
without
nerd,
a doubt, I'm an enthusiastically geeky nerd on every level. When it comes to computers, when it comes to technology, I mean, I've worked in every aspect of IT, and I do a lot of work hands-on. So I'm not just a coder, I'm also a sysadmin, and I do a lot of Linux sysadmin. I've been in the weeds there since the 90s. But here's the thing. When I first arrived in Bitcoin, I took a good look around me and I thought, okay, where can I contribute? And the truth of the matter is that as someone who is a hobbyist coder, and I have a lot of experience, sure, but I'm not a master cryptographer, I'm not a master mathematician, and I'm not a prolifically productive, high output coder of the level of quality that is required for systems programming in Bitcoin and platforms like that. So the thing is that in that space, there are some world-class programmers that are just incredible. And I took a look around and I thought, okay, so where can I contribute? I could write code, but the one area that I see I have skills in that others don't is explaining these things, understanding them because I have the technical background, translating them into a common language, using good analogies to explain them, and teaching these concepts. And I could see that nobody was doing that. And I thought I can really make a much bigger difference if I focus on that, rather than trying to compete at a level where other programmers are much better than I am. You know, sometimes it's not about knowing your strengths as much as knowing your weaknesses, right? So
making an impact can be determined by many things. Like you can make an individual impact by writing insane code and not sleeping for 72 hours, right? Or you can make an impact by driving an army, right? Or educating many people on the mission at hand. Like
I think teaching 30,000 developers how to code Bitcoin and open blockchains with my books has had a bigger impact than if I was trying to write code.
Exactly. Well, and I think that's to your point. Like, and I think sometimes people in this world, they don't understand the difference. Like they want to be good at everything, or they feel ashamed when they can't admit what they're good at, right? Rather than looking around the corner and saying, hey, I'm not necessarily failing at something. I could probably spend a lot of my time being really good at this, right? But there's another place that maybe I could be better, right? And depending on how you set your goals or how you judge outcomes, right? Like, is reaching 30,000 people better than X in some circumstances? A ton to unpack there. I'm trying to think of the next question I want to ask. Can you? I heard you mention the beginning, and I, you know what? Like I'm not an interviewer. Like you and I just talked for a few minutes, but like I do a bunch of other stuff. But I kind of trying to help out on some of the Reimagine stuff here, so I'm learning how to be an interviewer. And I kind of want to understand. I've been asked, like I asked my friends, like I know a lot of people in this space, right? And I asked a lot of people about you, and everyone just like, this guy's awesome, good heart,
thank you,
good guy, wants to help people, right? And then I started asking like, what did he do before blockchain? And like, that was like, everyone's like, actually, I don't know. So do you mind walking the audience through, like, how did you get here? Like, what were maybe the steps in your life? And again, there's thousands of college students that are gonna be watching this, right?
Right.
And I'll caveat for a second. We've fought from the blockchain clubs to the organizations to being allowed to be associated on campus. And I think students sometimes are wondering what their career is in blockchain, right? So I'm asking this in the context of like, how did you get to this point? What were some of your previous experiences? And then what was that day or what year did you really like hook in?
I mean, it's all a series of seemingly random steps that lead to a conclusion. A lot of it isn't planned. It's about being in the right place at the right time, being lucky with timing and other opportunities. And I have been incredibly lucky. So I got my first computer in 1982. And I started programming on that. Got my first modem in 1986. And by the early 90s, I went to college to study computer science in London. And we're talking about the really, really early days before the internet went commercial, when it was still an academic affair. And I had access to all of this incredible opportunity because of the University of London. We had access to the internet. I'd already been on the internet through not entirely legitimate mechanisms, by accessing some computer accounts perhaps I shouldn't have accessed at a university in Greece. And it had blown my mind, and I was very interested, and I was trying to learn as much as possible from Usenet and other platforms that existed in the proto-internet. The year when the web came out, I was in university, and I had access to a computer lab and fast TCP/IP connections. The year when Linux came out, I was working on Unix systems, and I had access to download and install that. We're talking about an era when I opened the first browser, I used it to visit all the websites. And then after half an hour after I'd seen all 4 of the websites in existence, I went back to see if anything had changed. It hadn't. But I mean, we're talking about a whole different concept of what the internet was. And so that timing was critical. I was very much involved also in cryptography. I was fascinated by the idea of cryptography and the cypherpunk ethos, the idea of using math and cryptography to empower individuals and create social systems that are strong, robust, that give people privacy, that protect them against surveillance, that allow them to exert their rights. I was interested in that in 1992, participated in some very interesting conferences in London. And at that time, I met David Choum, the founder of DigiCash. This is like proto-cryptocurrency, if you like. And various other people involved in the cypherpunk movement: John Perry Barlow, Philip Zimmerman, and all of the kind of giants.
So you're like a hacker at heart. You're like,
well, I'm not, but you see, the thing is, I wasn't a hacker. I was a pimply-faced 19-year-old kid with stars in my eyes watching these giants do this incredible stuff. I wasn't in it. I was on the sidelines. I was watching over their shoulders. I was cheering and clapping and absorbing.
You're a fan of the hackers. You're like, right. Like you said, the cypherpunk movement. Like you, well, yes, that was something that clung to your spirit, kind of. Like.
Absolutely. So I started working in information security, and I started learning how to do, well, basically hacking, and how to use that to protect companies and data. And I started getting involved with financial services. So I started building secure systems for banks, hedge funds, things like that, firewalls, etc. You have to know both sides, how to stop people from getting in. You have to know how to get in. And so I got involved in that. But again, you know, early days, I was working at the same time as going to university. And I continued that career. In information security, I did a lot of consulting. My entire life, I've worked as a freelancer. I don't work for other people. I started several businesses and helped build various systems. And I continued to be involved in information security. Around that time, I started teaching it. I started teaching seminars. It was a way to make a little income. I found out that I really loved it, and it helped me learn topics better. So I continued teaching. I also started public speaking. And I started going to conferences and speaking about these concepts.
This is before you clung to Bitcoin? So this is pre-Bitcoin.
This is 1992. This is 1995.
So the spikes of Andreas is gonna start teaching people. He's inquisitive
Yeah,
about
all of
tech.
these things, these are all go way back. Now, the really weird thing is that when Bitcoin came out in 2009, I was involved in a bunch of other projects. I was running a company with some partners and working in information security, cloud computing systems as a research analyst and writing papers, speaking at conferences, et cetera, et cetera. And I missed it. I just completely missed it. I remember reading about it sometime in 2011, and I read about it in conjunction with some gambling site that was doing poker or something else, and they mentioned Bitcoin, and I just dismissed it. Not interesting to me. What is this? I didn't make the connection to the cypherpunk ideals. I thought it was just one more silly attempt to build a centralized currency that was probably owned by some gambling outfit. Second time I heard about it, sometime in 2012, there was a link to the white paper. I read the white paper. It blew my mind. It made all of the connections to all of the things that I was interested in the past and hadn't seen much movement on. And suddenly all of that peer-to-peer networking, BitTorrent, DigiCash, cryptocurrency, cypherpunk ethos just went boom in my head, and it completely derailed my life. I mean, this was not a fun experience. I dropped all my jobs, I stopped eating, and I just dove straight in and started reading everything I could, and the rest is history. I stopped doing everything else.
That was it. You fell in love.
That was it. I fell straight down the rabbit hole. And when I talk to other people in this space, they describe a very similar moments. Now, I've had these kind of technology epiphanies before. The first time I saw the web, the first time I started programming a computer, the first time I saw a web browser, the first time I saw a Linux, I had this moment where like, oh shit, this is going to change the world. And that's the moment I had with Bitcoin. The difference is, the previous epiphanies I had, I was young, and I was, as I said, in the sidelines. I was watching the greats do it. When Bitcoin happened, and I had this moment of epiphany, I was old enough, mature enough, and I had the professional experience. And this time, I had confidence. So when I thought this is going to change the world, there was no hesitation or doubt or questioning. I was like, okay, last 5 times I called it like this or had this feeling, it actually happened exactly as I expected. And other people mocked and ridiculed and ignored, but I was sure then. Now, not only am I sure, now I'm ready. I'm going to be in the front of this, not following from behind. And so that just changed my entire attitude, and I dove in with both feet.
Well, and I'm getting a little older as I go. Like I started my first tech company when I was 19. Like when I worked for Microsoft, it's been like home automation, right? Like before it was cool. But I've always tried to follow tech trends. Like I'm a tech nerd to the core, right? Like yeah. I came a little late to this, but I understand all the principles.
You know the feeling, right? You know that feeling.
Well, and while you were saying that, it was like I was thinking, I was like, damn, like I've seen some technologies, right? But like this one is definitely odd, right? It's definitely, you can understand the sense of how odd it is because politicians are mad at it, governments are mad at it, SEC, basically no one's not mad at this. Like,
but you see, the thing is, a lot of people who are into technology today were not around in the early days of the internet because the history we have of the internet today is mostly, and then Al Gore said it was great and everybody applauded. But if you look behind the scenes at what was happening between, say, 1985 and 1995, was a 10-year protracted battle where governments hated it, they badmouthed it, they didn't like the fact that it took control. The phone companies hated it, and there was a lot of pushback against the internet being used by commercial entities, against people having access to the internet without ID, without having to register, about people having access to cryptography and encrypted communications without the police being able to snoop on everything. Those battles are very similar to the battles we see today in Bitcoin. The difference is that because the internet succeeded, we rewrote history and made it a big old kumbaya where none of the difficult battles are really known by people today. And if you actually look back in history, you'll see the same thing happened with a bunch of very disruptive technologies. People resisted electrification. People resisted the automobile. People resisted television, the telephone, radio.
We're gonna have self-driving cars with someone sitting there with the whole software to stop less people from dying. And the only reason less people are gonna die in their cars is because humans think that robots are scarier than them falling asleep at 5 a.m. Right? Like we have right. Well, actually, I was sitting in my chair, kind of moving because I as I'm learning to be a better interviewer, I've been like watching videos on people. I watched one on you the other day, and one thing you said that like really resonated with me was when I was 25 years old, I opened 2 restaurants in Tanzania. So I lived in East Africa for a long time, right? So this is 10 years ago now. And I'm watching, so when I look back, when I came back, I wrote a long article, which was like, dude, no one gets it, right? Like they were using M-Pesa, right? They're sending digital monies. They didn't trust banks a long time ago. And one thing I heard you say, which I always thought about, and I think to these pillars, like why Bitcoin or why cryptocurrency might be so disruptive, and would like to hear you talk about it. You gotta let me get my, like, the thing that pinged my ear when you said it the other day was, you know, when I looked at Africa at the time, or East Africa, that was my small view into it. It was to say that people had called America, they would say that it had the largest copper mine in the world because all these coaxial cables are running underneath the ground. Well, in countries like Africa, where you start to look, and I think you could apply the same theories to things like solar, like when do you invest, right? There are risks to investing too early. And part of those risks are that you establish industries, and some of which have so much money, they have so much excess money that they can hire things like lobbyists whose job is to literally sometimes even work against the public interest and only work in the interest of certain industries, right? And, you know, I think when I heard you talk about Africa and like access to cell phones and infrastructure the other day, and I 100% believe it's true, right? Where I look at countries like Africa where, in certain parts of it, where people are scaling more quickly. They're throwing up cell phone towers faster than they'll throw wires under the ground.
It's the leapfrog effect, which we've seen in technology a number of times, which is that when you already have a widely deployed, difficult infrastructure that has a lot of tradition and weight to it and a lot of regulatory complexity to it, replacing it with a disruptive technology is very difficult. But in places where you don't have all of that established infrastructure, where there's a gap in the market, you can jump directly to the new disruptive technology. So where Africa didn't have a phone network broadly deployed, moving directly to cell phones was much faster. And the same thing is happening with banking. Now, in Western developed nations, you know, banking is a 500 to 600 year tradition, and as a result, it's deeply enmeshed in the society. But there are a vast majority of the population of this planet live in conditions where banking services are either very, very limited or not existent at all. They're only accessible to a small minority. And they're rife with corruption and interference from governments. And so in that environment, jumping directly through the new smartphone and cellular infrastructure and basic internet infrastructure to a digital currency like Bitcoin makes a ton of sense. Now here you're like, well, why would I use Bitcoin to buy my coffee at Starbucks? And the answer is you wouldn't. Why would you? You don't need that. You can just wave your card and get your transaction done. You've already got those things. You would use Bitcoin for different reasons in the developed world to do applications that you couldn't do with traditional money. And that sometimes means not particularly good applications. So for some people, that means buying pot with Bitcoin, which is stupid. But at the same time, you have to recognize that just because you have those capabilities doesn't mean the rest of the world does. And the moral imperative to open up financial infrastructure to the world and give everyone the opportunity to participate in the global economy, to me, is the driving force behind my interest in Bitcoin. This is about a lot more than just technology. This is a social movement. And it's a movement that can have a dramatic impact on poverty and individual freedom all around the world, because governments use money and the banking system to control populations. And by keeping access to that system severely restricted, under the guise of safety, security, and kind of paternalistic government, the end result is that billions of people are condemned into a cycle of poverty that we can break. And that starts with simple things like remittances, sending money to your family at home if you're a migrant worker, and getting out of the clutch of these kind of vampire corporations like Western Union, Wells Fargo, et cetera, that take enormous amounts of money out of the remittance market, to do what? To do what email has been doing for 25 years on the internet, and to do it slower and with more restrictions, and then charge a fee that is, in some cases, 20, 30, 40% of the amount being sent. That's unacceptable. And changing that equation can put $500 billion into the hands of the poorest people on the planet right now. And so this isn't just about technology. This is about changing the architecture of power in the system of finance and making the internet of money, and not just the internet of communication. And to me, that's a very, very important aspect to understand, why it's not about us. It's about the other 6 billion, and why this isn't just a technology, it's a moral imperative.
A ton of amazing things you just said. Like I've been sitting in my chair the whole time we're talking, and it's 1 a.m. for me, so I take some of these calls late. But like, I want to get more. I definitely want some of the students to hear your thoughts on, like, if you're a kid today, what you'd be thinking. But I want to stay on some of these points. And it's actually what I was getting at earlier, right? Around when I look at infrastructure or leapfrog effect, the thing that scares me the most about leapfrog effect is the lobbyists, right? Where people's or governmental interests, et cetera, might tend to supersede via a variety of mechanics what people actually want, right? And I understand we can find countries like Venezuela, Zimbabwe, right? And I actually believe in this. We have an internal project that we've showed some people, but we've been building like a government in a box for a long time, like open source. So like if a country fails, it's like, boom, like here's everything you need, like, and trying to get as many people to contribute. So that's kind of how we think internally. But I guess I understand on one side, there's a lot of populations where their tendencies make it very easy for them to adopt blockchain or cryptocurrency. But I would like to hear more of your thoughts around, like, how much do you think the fight pushback is, right? And I always try to sum it up in one way to say, A, they're scared about tax revenue. B, if you look at how they treat, I'll use the U.S. I'm from the U.S. So say how they treat Russia or North Korea, et cetera, they sanction them, right? They sanction them through the banking system. They sanction them through SWIFT. Well, it's a lot harder to sanction someone when they can pass a USB stick with $10 billion of cryptocurrency in a coffee shop. So I inherently believe that this is a war in the fact that the minute they can't sanction people with their bank accounts, all hell breaks loose, because this is their last weapon before drones, basically, which seems like the next thing, I guess. So like, how much do you view the kickback, whether it's cryptocurrencies? How do you think banks are going to fight back? I know the countries that you think will adopt it, but what about the ones that you think will fight it?
Oh, I think we're absolutely going to have a fight on our hands. And the reason is that, so far we naively look at money as technology that is used in order to express value, an almost linguistic system of value. That is and should be the purpose of money. You can break down money into 3 primary functions: medium of exchange, store of value, and unit of account. I did a talk where I talked about the fourth element of money, with the fourth function of money, which is money as a system of control. And that is how governments view money. They view money as a mechanism for surveillance, control, vetting, authorization, and limitation of power. And their monopoly over money and over the flows of money gives them an enormous amount of control, and they use it as a geopolitical weapon. Here's the problem. When you use money as a system of control, you break its other three functions. You break its commercial utility. You break its ability to create trade flows, to lift people out of poverty, to create an economic engine for the world. And so in the end, what that ends up doing, in my opinion, and this is a political opinion, is it undermines the very political goals you're trying to do. You know, the way to lift people out of the clutches of a dictator is to give them financial independence so that they can get rid of the dictator. Sanctions actually do the opposite. They trap people into poverty where the dictator can exploit them even more so than before. But that's why we do it, because it serves us well to keep these countries contained under dictators, because then we can send in the corporations to extract the copper, the oil, the lithium, whatever, just like we recently did with Evo Morales, for example. You know, it wasn't about elections. It wasn't about politics. It wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about going in and getting the lithium. It's always about something like that. And so in the end of the day, these political uses of money end up destabilizing the world by creating environments where poverty thrives and people who are desperate and under poverty can be exploited, radicalized, and can be used for violent ends. So the classic liberalism approach to this is that we gain more by expanding our cultural sphere of ideas that have to do with independence, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of trade, open markets, and drag more countries into that sphere of influence by exporting our culture, not our weapons, not our bullying, not our sanctions. And
so where do you think that, where do you think that, and I'm going to cut you off, but like, okay, like, and I think you and I got a little sidetracked. I feel like you and me could probably talk about this topic for 2 hours. Not in front of a camera. Yeah, more than probably 5 hours. Like, but let's just still it down a little bit. Like, where do you think blockchain rides in that? Now, are there sub-applications from currency, like voting, accountability, land registry records that are immutable, where people can't come back and make shit up?
I mean,
then currency also has its place, but like, how do you, where do you really see blockchain having an impact?
All right, so we are going to have a fight on our hands, and the reason we're going to have a fight on our hands is because money is a very powerful technology. Because money is a very powerful technology, we also need to understand that currency is the first and most important application. You can't go building real estate tracking, government voting mechanisms on a blockchain until you have a fundamental platform of trust. And in order to have a fundamental platform of trust,
they can't even build crypto kitties with it.
You have to get the money right first. The money is the first and most important application. If you get that one right, then you can start building other forms of trust-based and governance-based networks. What we're trying to do here is change the nature of trust and turn it into a system of trust that is not dependent on institutions and hierarchical systems, but instead dependent on networks. Just like communication on the internet went from hierarchical organizations like newspapers and TV stations to a loose, decentralized, mostly decentralized system. And all of the terrible things that are happening with communication on the internet are mostly because of centralized actors, Facebook, etc. Can we do the same with money? Can we take money out of the hands of centralized institutions and break it free on the internet? And once we do that, and we build a platform of trust.
You might hate me by the end of this interview, or you might love me. Like, okay, so let me ask you a question. Like, if you were to frame, like, if you were to pick your perfect example, like, if you could apply that in any country, whatever, what would that look like? So tell me what you think, like, and I keep hearing you saying what we're trying to do here. Right. So I'm asking myself, who's we? What?
Yes.
Right. Like, what are you actually trying to do? Like, give me the best case scenario.
So we is everyone who's interested in this technology and is working to build it to its full potential. This is an open participatory system. No one runs it, no one's in control of it, no one decides where it goes. We each make our individual choices. We put in our own creativity, passion, enthusiasm, and we build out the systems that work for us and help other people come along. That's who we is. We is the entire community, the entire set of participants in this incredible technology. We is everyone on the internet, if we do it right. And what we are trying to do is bring the same revolution in international affairs that happened with communication on the internet to financial systems and to other forms of trust and governance. That includes how we manage organizations, from the tiniest local organization like a company or association all the way to large-scale organizations like the state, nation states, and federations of states. How do we manage governance? How do we manage voting? How do we manage trust on a massive scale? The institutions we have today do not scale. They do not scale to solve global problems. They served their purpose in the 19th and 20th century. Now they're obsolete. So what do we replace them with? I think we replace them with internet protocols and decentralized internet structures. And we did that with communication with the internet. The next step, in my opinion, is money. We need to open up the entire global economy and turn it into the internet of money and have a global economy anyone can participate in without barriers. And on top of that, when you have that system of trust, you can build governance organizations around that and involve other things, real estate, voting, and various other things. Where, you mentioned crypto kitties, et cetera. Gaming in itself is a massive economy too. There's a lot of applications there. But fundamentally what it is switching from systems of trust that depend on hierarchies where power is very concentrated and easy to corrupt, to systems of trust that are based on broad-based participatory networks and internet protocols. And that's going to give us a scalable mechanism that allows us to go into the future. We can see all around us that current institutions are failing, and you can't even reach consensus on the most simple things. So,
all right, hang on. There's so much shit I want to ask you. I feel like I have like questions that I'm like, these are more fun questions. But now I see, I actually want to ask you, do you sit around sometimes and are you like, I see inherent problems with governmental systems, and that that the answers or the solutions might be so obvious either to you, and I feel the same way sometimes, and I think a lot of people do, right? Where we look at problems and go, why does that exist still, right? Now there's bureaucracy, there's politics, etc. But
I don't think the answers are obvious. I think the problems are obvious. I think the answers are not obvious. They're complex, they're difficult, they take time to develop. But what I do see as obvious is, to me, I see the world as systems. And I look at these systems, and the thing that's most striking about their systems is the architecture of power, which means how do different participants in a system, how do they exert power over the system, and who has power in a system? The thing that I see in the world is that we have a lot of systems of power that have the shape of a pyramid. They're hierarchical. People get more and more powerful the closer you get to the top, whether it's the presidency, whether it's the shareholders in a corporation, whether it's class-based and economic issues in society, et cetera, et cetera. And then I look at the internet, and the internet, for the most part, has an architecture that is flat. And that architecture, you have a lot of people participating. We call that peer-to-peer from a protocol perspective. You can call it whatever you want, but everyone can be a journalist, everyone can be a publisher, everyone can have a viral video, everyone can participate in the conversation. There is some concentration of power in different parts of the internet, but it's not a natural fit for the internet. And so I think those kinds of flat architectures work better and scale better than hierarchical architectures. So when I look at this, I don't see easy solutions, but what I do see is clear directions. And these are things that develop over decades. I saw them with the early internet, and they played out pretty much how I expected. You can't change human nature, but you can change society's architecture. And I feel that a lot has improved because we've changed some of the fundamental society's architecture. And I think we can do the same again and again and again. History isn't static. You know, it's something that through our actions, through our passions, through our ideas, we get to form. And I'd rather be a participant in that and have an opinion and share my ideas and promote ideas and explain ideas to other people than sit back and complain about the state of the world and not actually have any action to fix it.
No, dude, 100%. Like I'm telling you, like actually, I'm not you in blockchain, but I try my hardest to literally like give money to students, promote engineers, and figure out why people aren't building this stuff, right? Like ever since I entered this space, it was actually something I cared about. When I was asking people for notes with you, like, and I kind of I'll lead to my next question. Like at one point last year I bought like every domain to like Bitcoin for Christmas. Cause like really when I was like really young, I helped Best Buy launch like Geek Squad all over America, right? When it was like this very interesting job when I was young, taught me a lot about business or whatever. And what I learned from that, like literally launching this thing, I was like someone in charge of it. It's just how to really distill things down for people, right? Mm-hmm. And part of my question earlier was to say, like, I was asking you, like, I bet you're like, dude, when I look at these systems, you know, you look at it from a very technological, you understand the systems. You understand how to get from point A to point B, whether it's a 5-volt switch or down to some answer in a code or, right, like, you understand how to kind of think through that process, right? So on one side, when I look at what you're doing now, which is like, it seems like you're writing books and you're focusing on education, right? Mm-hmm. So do you think that the answers are so clear and right in front of everyone, but you're very technological, I guess I will say, like, I'm in a bit of a crypto bubble now. Like everyone I deal with, the whole world I live in is basically crypto, right? And sometimes I'll sit in a room and just look around and be like, man, like you guys have no idea how wrapped around you. Like I want to go talk to normal people on the street, right? And just, right. And so do you understand that there's this niche of people who are hyper extreme about it? And so is that what's really fueled your urge? Like the way I'm going to solve it is by distilling it down for the everyday guy, or maybe a little higher level, and that's your answer?
Well, the vast majority of my work is not directed at people who are into crypto or who are software engineers and tech people. I've written 2 books, the Mastering series, Mastering Bitcoin, Mastering Ethereum, which are college level textbooks. But the vast majority of my work, 500 plus videos on my YouTube channel, my book series, The Internet of Money, those are non-technical. They're actually directed at people who are new to this space, who want to understand why this technology matters, not how it works, but why they should be interested, why it might have an impact in their life, why people are interested in it, why other people use it, how they use it. And so those answers to me are the most interesting, and trying to take these very complex technical issues, but also these very complex political, governance, socioeconomic issues, and trying to distill them down into as few words as possible and a few very, very simple concepts that illustrate what drives this technology, why it matters. That's been the focus of my work for the past 8 years. And it's a process of iteration. I take an idea, I throw it out there, I see how people react, I go and visit different communities, not so much now with pandemic, but that was the model before. Visit different communities, meet with people who are new to crypto in places like meetups and universities and non-crypto conferences, etc. And talk about this, and then see which of the ideas are people finding easy to pick up and where are people getting stuck, and then refining and iterating and trying new things, and trying to distill down to a few easy to understand concepts so that I can convey the enthusiasm I have, but also the vision I have of where this is going and why it matters, and convey that to people who don't have the level of technology expertise, but also the geeky, nerdy enthusiasm and niche kind of attitude that I have in this technology, and say, you know, this isn't just for us geeks. This isn't just for those who are incredibly passionate about crypto. This could have an impact in your life, even if you're not technical. It could have an impact in your life, even if you're not political. It can have an impact in your life, even if you only get interested in developing some basic understanding of this technology. Just like when I started on the internet, the only people who were on the internet were academics, and it was a massively narrow niche. But I could see that over time, we would get more and more and more people, until now, it's a fundamental requirement for your job. It's a fundamental requirement for your social life. The internet is in everything we do, and everybody understands why knowing how to use it and being a native in that environment is incredibly beneficial.
Second nature now.
Right, for you and for your generation. There's an entire generation that find it very much not second nature. But the same thing is happening in this space, because when you think about it, understanding how the Internet of Money works can have an enormous impact on your future, even if you're not technical, even if you're not political, because you get to use it as a tool. You don't need to understand how the internet works in order to use it to your advantage as a tool. And you don't need to understand how Bitcoin works in order to use it as a tool. And so that's what I'm trying to convey.
100%. And I guess to kind of go back to our point earlier, where we were talking about like the difference between maybe being an engineer at some points or understanding that you could have a larger reach, right? Mm-hmm. So you obviously understand now that you have a larger reach. And I'm sure there's like multiple groups of people that you want to target, right? Like maybe you want to inspire the technical or the younger generation as they make the next step. But like, what's your biggest target? Is it grandma to get into Bitcoin? Is it the engineer? Like, if you were to, do you have a target? Like,
yeah,
what's
absolutely.
what's the biggest bang for the buck, I guess? Like,
so it's non-technical people. It's people who are new to cryptocurrency, who find it all very bewildering, a bit strange, slightly quirky,
give me an age
scary.
Demographic for that. Like when you think of that.
Oh yeah.
What's the age of that when you put it in your head?
It's entirely the next generation. It's 5 to 30.
5 to 30.
Yeah.
So you're less like grandma, and you want the new generation on it, or
no? Absolutely no. This is barely. Okay, I'm a Gen Xer, right? This is not about Gen X. People who are Gen X either already get it, already need it, or have already missed the boat. Boomers are not going to necessarily be able to, with few exceptions, make the transition and absorb this much change. Their life has been full of very, very extreme change already. But the internet, this is a generational. Thing.
Let me pause you for 1 second. I told you by the end of this interview you might hate me, but I want to stick on this point because I actually want to get through it. When you mean they can't absorb this much change, what does that mean? They can't switch to understand a Bitcoin wallet?
Or no, I mean it goes much deeper than that. I mean the internet is already alien to boomers, and this represents a technology that is disrupting something that they thought was stable, eternal, and always like that, which is money. And you can't just go and pull the rug out of people, out from under people, and expect them to quickly adapt to a new reality. That's bewildering. The thing is, the internet was a generational change, which means that there is a generation that was born with it always being there. And to them, this is a native technology that has always been so and makes perfect sense. The same thing is happening with cryptocurrency. A whole generation is growing up now where there always was a native internet money. And that makes a hell of a lot more sense than this other system that their grandparents use. It will always be strange to their grandparents, and it will always be perfectly normal to that generation. And then there's the in-between. The in-between is kind of the late millennials, early Gen Xers, and they're kind of in between. They can absorb this level of change into their life. But I am absolutely targeting a younger audience, younger than me really, and trying to help explain this technology to people who are going to live with it their entire lives. And that's where it matters. You know, this weird phenomenon is going to happen over the next decade, which is this. In almost every jurisdiction in the world, you can't get a bank account until you're 16 years old. Sometimes 18, sometimes a bit younger, but it's somewhere around there. You can't gain access to the key tools of finance, a bank account, a debit card, etc. All of these kids are online. All of these kids are trying to buy music, games, blah, 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 and don't have the financial means. With cryptocurrency, you know, one of the interesting things that happens is we're seeing parents teach their kids how to use money at an age when the institutions of money don't give them any access. So you now have 10-year-olds with Bitcoin wallets who are earning their own money and spending their own money. And this generation is going to grow up, and by the time they get invited into the traditional financial system and given the courtesy of a bank account,
they're not going to accept it.
Come on, they're going to say, what is 3 to 5 business days, and why are you charging me $5 to hold my money? Are you crazy? What the hell is this? Next, you're going to tell me that I need to
I don't want to use a
fax.
bank account. I don't want to use a bank account.
So that's the generational gap. And so my target is very much in explaining this to the in-between generation that is making a massive transition. You know, we all are. We're living in a new world now. And the younger generation that is coming right behind, who are going to be the natives of this new world.
I would always read articles. You might not like this. I heard you talk about, or you mentioned something about weed and Bitcoin earlier, but I'll never forget the day. It was like maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. You see all these articles about all these Bitcoin addresses are created and who's using them, right? I think a bunch of 12-year-olds are creating Bitcoin addresses. And then one day with like a bunch of my like brothers, friends, like younger kids, I was listening to them. They were telling me that kids have been using Bitcoin for like many years. I have like a sneak theory based on many things I've heard that like younger kids have actually been trading Bitcoin for longer than we know in ways that like they don't want their parents to know, basically. So I tend to agree with you. I think,
you know, as I like to say, it's very important as a parent nowadays to have important conversations with your children. And that means you have to talk about the birds, the bees, and the private keys.
Dude, we got to make
that's probably a good point to wrap things up because we're running out of time.
I definitely went over, and I will take as much of your time as you want. And I appreciate it again.